HOTU, they've managed to claw it back with a double nade out of Mizu. Spams away to get the open kill there. Mizu gets caught. Snappy commits to an MP9 fight that's not really the optimal range.
I reckon Snappy could get more kills in a game if he had rifles more often.
Hot rush to do it, and so much online.
Vent
dropping
drop.
vents. Aros gets one.
They saw the bomb.
Okay, Penny drops. Already players down here on ramp responding, swinging through. U-Jerks trying to skim a nade across.
Denied.
It is denied. Aros Dos is having a round. It's his domain defense. Triple kill from Aros Dos.
That's it.
Yeah, HOTU, the audacity to be called an event drop to try and seal the deal.
On the line, the AWP pulled, and he will nail the follow-up. Yuri falls. This is ODDIK looking to get on the board. Yekindar, of course, back to its old ways, looking to destroy another B hit. My word, Yekindar is electric. WP, Yuri trying to provide cover. Smoke down and block this. They're waiting for the main wrap. Yekindar's got the read. This is a full eco from FURIA. Yekindar pulls the blade. Yuri and Yekindar have this crossfire. Yekindar nails another, and they're so focused on him that they're not ready for Yuri.
20 seconds.
Just will find him, but Yekindar boxed in.
Oh!
Lands the no-scope. What a round from Yekindar.
Good, JDC blind, they swing through, second is good too. Where's the flag?
Yeah, a little bit disjointed there on the way in, isn't
hell?
it?
I saw JDC was blind, there was bodies to swing, no one did. A nasty place for Mount to find himself in, but ooh, a chance presented itself, and it's Heavy God with a flying headshot.
On the ladder!
How's he done that? Nope, just the smoke. And he's not even going to save it. Ooh.
Traded.
Traded.
Oh!
Traded.
There it is.
By Heavy God.
Hooksy doesn't perform on this cat hold. VP are going to win this round. He's the only guy anywhere near this. He lets them through inside of the smoke.
Wild way to play this! Hooksy, the destroyer! Electronic tries to get away. Surely that doesn't cost them everything. It's going to come down to this. Device would be dead, but Flit elects not to throw it. Device crosses, low on health.
Whoa, that was nice. And so Icy, he gets a chance, he gets a second chance. Flit inside of the smoke as Stair makes steps, he gets away in position. Flit fucked it up, and Icy saves the day. VP 7-5 at the half.
Oh, Dinkfeld. Oh, it's an awkward fight for Insani. He's going to lose against Bigazera. Davide is stepping up. Exit trying to frag out, but 2v4. 20 seconds left. Exit needs a lot more than that, and he's got it. Doing some of the heavy lifting here for MIBR isn't enough to push them up to 12. Time taking, gotta get in on this. Egg2Z with the kit. Needs to get to the defuse, and Exit's just going to play with him. Well, X is going to detect it. And a Seki kill on the MP9. This MP9 is so damn good.
And Safe missed the opportunity.
Yeah, not able to get it done because he's so committed to that one angle with AWP. Couldn't fall back from behind E-Box once they lead down with the pistols. And now 24 seconds left, and Sonny's still alive on the bomb train, and that bomb goes down. And Snow having to win this 1v3. It's going to be tough, and then Sonny.
"16 seconds. Yuma takes the kill. Jota, that's it. The bomb's down. It cannot be one at that point. It's too deep in to pick it up. Some very nice shots here for Jota at the end, but just the time alone would have done it. Quad kill for him. Very early flank coming in. I don't think they were expecting it. JL was looking for just a second, but he didn't really trust his instinct there. Bit 1 versus 2, gets 1 kill on Manja very early on. It looked like he was trying to back out of there, but he couldn't. Incendiary to go down, trying to block off Centaurus, but he has to run through it, and he already will. I think Bit knows. 10 bullets left here, and Centaurus is hunting for him. Oh, there's a nice spray.
Greetings, esports fans. Welcome back to Amazing Astana as the PGL Global Tour continues. Today is the last day of the group stage. Every game significant. Teams going home and teams going to the stadium. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk today in the studio, we have got a relic that proves there used to be something called North American Counter-Strike. It is Dus Murray, last man standing. And over there, we have former MIBR FaZe coach and, of course, G2 superfan Yanko. How are you all doing, guys?
Incredible, Richard, down to the last day, right? We had some wild results so far in the tournament, but G2 with Taz rolling back the years still have an opportunity against NIP, who's at their first big event this year with the new lineup. So excited to kick it off.
And you?
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see the results that we've got so far. We have 3 teams left to go for playoffs. Some of the teams that we made playoffs already, a little bit surprising. Some we expected, but maybe a little bit more labor to get there than we had hoped. But yeah, today should be a good one.
Well, let's take a look at yesterday's results. So we'll start with the mainstream. Lots to talk about here. Na'Vi did overcome Aurora to go through. We'll talk a little bit about that. Astralis versus Virtus.pro. Man, it was an ugly game. I'll just say it like it is. It was an ugly game, but in the end, the fairest result. Astralis go to playoffs. Hooksy, the Giga Chad, joined us on the desk.
You didn't only get to talk about them, you got to talk to us.
I know. In the rarest of moments. It was beautiful. Very healing for the scene. And FURIA were able to overcome ODDIK 2-0. So, I mean, look, let's start with Na'Vi. Okay. Let's just, because we haven't had a lot of time to talk about them on the morning shift. And I've got to say, obviously, they've had a bit of a drop-off lately. They went from being one of those teams that were up there at the end of the year last year, and everyone was kind of like wondering, you know, how much further were they going to be able to go? And then kind of this year's been a bit flat. Some of their big-name players have kind of been missing, but they are through to a playoffs, you know, kind of in a territory where I think they're going to have a lot of support. So anything can happen for them.
Yeah, and I think we have to see in the playoffs how they perform. I think them, you know, not making playoffs would have been a cataclysmic event of sorts. They took care of business yesterday versus Aurora, even, you know, picking Train, which they haven't played all that much, showcasing the 7-map pool, paying off for them. So, yeah, I think it's tough for Na'Vi because it is just the individuals not being up to the level they were last year. Guys like JL and Bit, who were the driving forces of some of those tournament wins, are not finding that impact. I said they've lost some of that swagger that they had last year, and they have to find a way to bring that back. A deep run here and some wins in the arena could be just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good here in the hotel, but now they have to go on the stage and play against higher opposition. And I think some of the concerns that we had about Na'Vi, for me, still exist. You know, I still wonder, you know, a team that prided itself on every single player being able to create openings for them last year, all of a sudden we've seen some of their extremity playmakers struggle. They used to have some of the best anchors in the world. That has struggled as well for them defensively. Yes, it's looked better here so far, but you know, a couple of their opponents that they had first were a little bit easier. So we need to see it in the stadium. I will give credit where credit's due, though. Alexi B, individual level, has been pretty high this tournament. So
player. I mean, look, for me, I'll just put this out there because it was a nice little spicy storyline that I was enjoying. They did play Aurora yesterday, as you saw on your screen, and obviously JL and Santares had some like kind of really stupid childish beef. It was based on how dare you shoot my body in a video game. Like,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, in a video game about primarily shooting people. So, okay, fine. But then they did shake hands. But I've got to say, for me, I think where Na'Vi have kind of come a bit derailed is, like, JL isn't the same talismanic player he was when they were on point. I mean, first of all, he was so unbelievably clutch. He seemed to cope unbelievably well with the pressure, you know, in 2024. And he seems to have lost a lot of self-confidence. And I think, you know, if you're going to do the big celebrations and all of that
Look
stuff,
at the camera and look at the camera every time you hit a nasty shot.
if you're going to do that and invite comparisons to Ronaldo, you got to be Ronaldo. So, you know, you don't get to have a day off and go, oh, my mental's not there. You have to step it up, right, and carry your team. So I'm hoping I see old JL when we get inside the stadium, because that'll be a treat for the fans and a treat for everyone at home, and most importantly, a treat for Na'Vi.
I think for me it comes down to maybe you are seeing the old JL, right? Like, I think that's the big question. Did those guys, are they them, or did they just have a year, right? Like,
Good question.
Can he do that multiple times, or was it just this everything coming together for them where they have a good year, right? Like, some of the other teams are struggling to find their footing and they've stepped up a few times. Or is it this just being the slump and he can bounce back and sort of replicate that? Because behind Donk and Nico, he was the third most impactful rifler last year.
Exactly. And look, we'll talk about Virtus.pro. I know you don't want to, Dust. I'm going to do it. Whew, they're still making hard work of making me enjoy watching them play.
I mean, they're one of the most
Pretty bad.
boring teams to watch in Counter-Strike right now. I mean, it's almost as bad as Flipside Tactics from back in the day. The problem for me with Virtus.pro is that it's just this weird dichotomy where some games I watch them play and they look confident. They look like they're playing with a bit more pace. They look like they are, you know, a different team. But meanwhile, I will see other games where they completely fade back into old habits, playing super slow, not really getting map control, not really doing much with anything. Icy being almost just as passive as Jame used to be. It's these worrying signs of not being able to consistently show up that, you know, really makes it hard for me to get behind them.
I mean, look at the disparity between, you know, Flit and Flammus there. Like, Flit was doing everything he could yesterday against Astralis. I think that's like one of the best series I've ever seen him play. And, you know, no reward for his efforts. Meanwhile, other riflers not quite there, you know, not helping him out.
I think people are like so keen to jump on the electronic hate train, right? But I think he's been pretty vocal in interviews saying how, you know, Flammus and Icy pretty much have to find their confidence and have to play with more confidence. And I think that's where you see some of the issues. Like, if they're too passive and not going for openings, when the openings are presented to them in a way, you know, the focus for the defense is on the other side of the map and the space is there for you to take it, and you don't take it, well, that's going to put your team in a bad spot. All of a sudden, you know, you're getting blocked one side, you want to go to the other side, but the guys there have all the nades because you didn't put pressure on them. That's a tough situation for any in-game leader to be in, you know, so we'll see if that's something that they can sort of work on and find a way to just be a little bit more aggressive in their game. I think it would go a long way to helping VP.
Yo, some aggression would be nice. Yeah, I'd like that. Let's take a look at the other results that happened over on the B stream. We didn't get to talk about these on the desk, of course. So we're going to do that now. MIBR were able to overcome pain. These Brazilian organizations just constantly running into each other at this tournament. Big loss to G2, which we're going to talk about them a little bit later, but we can talk about Big some, I suppose. And the real story, NIP versus HOTU. NIP on the precipice of heading through, and obviously we're going to talk about them in a moment. But let's talk about Big.
Sure.
For me, I feel that Big are a project that is self-limiting. It hasn't moved forward for a long, long time. I was trawling through Reddit in the hotel room, you know, because I'm just obsessed with social media. I just read it every day. It enhances my life.
But also the experts of our scene, so I know that you really wanted to get some good research.
That's where I have to go for my information,
yeah.
And so what there was like a thread there, and they were going, man, think about all of the big teams that the likes of Tabson had turned down historically. I mean, you are talking about like 2017, 2018.
Yeah.
It's ancient history.
No one's asking for him now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, phasing up, picking up the phone. But it's just kind of like, I just wish they'd go international. I think you've got a real good test case here with FURIA. FURIA, Brazilian to the core, baked into their identity, legendary Brazilian IGL. They bring in 2 international players, and now they're in the playoffs of a tournament. You know, look, they all speak perfect English on that team.
Right.
And most Germans do, so I just don't understand what they're doing. And unfortunately, Big, it just hasn't been it for me. They've just looked so without any identity, no like good tactical ideas. It's
tough.
Not good to watch.
Before they at least had that going for them, you know they were gonna have some nerdy, execute some nades, right? Good with utility. They were a team that always ecoed a lot so that they have all the nades in the gun rounds, right? And sure, that became a little bit obsolete. The meta moved past that, but it just feels like there's not enough talent in Germany, really. Then on top of that, you have guys who like are the stars of the scene, like Crimbo, who have a poor tournament or are playing poor. It's like you can't have that happen. Like you have to at least be consistent. Someone here has to be consistent. And you look at M80, they have Slacks and Sin. Right? Would that make things better if they were to come too big and you still keep the full German lineup? I'm not sure.
No.
It's hard to say because I feel like every now and then Big will have this crazy upset like they did against Aurora at the beginning of this tournament where you start to peak up your interest a little bit and wonder if maybe they figured something out. And certainly I thought Hype's return to this team, after kind of being on the team, getting sent back down, coming back up, he actually had a pretty good tournament for a few of their series. But, kind of what Yanka was saying, Crimbo's supposed to be one of the rocks of this team. He's had a poor year overall, to be honest. And then JDC, he's your guy that's supposed to be the explosive entry guy. Like that's the role that they've been trying to put him in. And he hasn't been able to find consistent openings, which makes the whole game harder. But it's really a team-wide issue. It's not just one or two people I can point to. And you're right. Like when you limit yourself to one country, one nationality, one language, your talent pool is just going to be smaller. I mean, that's just common sense. And every other team out there has eventually adapted and realized, hey, this doesn't work. We need to go international. And Big has tried it in the past, but then they've reverted back to this. And I'm just not sure what they're thinking.
Yeah,
exactly. So
let's be honest as well. When that talent pool is Germany in modern Counter-Strike, I mean, that just hasn't been a thing for so long. And
it's way too much LAN tournaments for them, Richard.
Correct, absolutely. Get the old digs in. I love it. Right, why don't we take a look at the schedule? Remember, because it's the last day, it's only going to be the one stream, not two this time. So this is what we've got, working our way backwards. MIBR versus Virtus.pro. ODDIK versus Aurora, and NIP versus G2 Esports, which we'll be talking about on the desk in just a moment. But before we turn our attention to that, I do want to get a little bit extra in about Aurora. I think they've been served a gift there with ODDIK. They should be able to overcome that. But I haven't been impressed with Aurora at this event. A lot of strange stuff going on. You're not really supposed to bring this to an analysis desk, but whatever, we keep it real here. They've looked to be very lackadaisical in their approach. They've looked to be very tilt-heavy when things don't go well. They've been off their game in terms of how they're approaching things tactically. And remember, this is after a month-long break that was absolutely necessary. And all the indicators are it was indeed a break. It was a holiday. Put your feet up. We're not boot camping. We're not grinding. And it does not bode well for Aurora. They should squeak through to the playoffs, but that's about it.
I think the context of where they started is what's important. I mean, they really were bold off the front of this year. They made Joda, a new member of the team. Many people were just saying that was one of the best roster moves of the offseason besides Rops going to Vitality. They came second at Blast Bounty. They had another top 4 finish to follow it up. They looked like they would be a top 5 contender for the year. And then all of a sudden you see them kind of slowly fade off. As you said, they take a month off after Bucharest before coming to this tournament, and they look even more shaky than they did before they left. And, it's really weird because no one's really clicking. It feels like the same way that they used to, and I'm not really sure what the issue is, but yeah, you can see the trajectory here. It's been kind of a downward slide outside of that top 4 at Lisbon, since the beginning of the year, and it's very concerning because we have a very solid top 4 teams, I think, right now. 5th is up for grabs, and this is one of the teams that's supposed to be in contention for that, and we're not seeing it in this tournament.
They did make playoffs every single tournament they were in, right? But this is what you can be deceived by, right? Same like if you're looking at G2's T side, looking at the stats, you might think it's good. Actually watching them play, you're, maybe having a different opinion. So I think that's the problem for Aurora, right? Like, first of all, even when they get to the playoffs, they can't win a game there, especially in an arena, is where they crumble. So, yeah, absolutely, they have a good opportunity, and I'm with you, Richard. It's just, they don't look like a team that's had a month off. They look like a team that's just been on the road constantly, right? Not just the body language for one, but also on the server. They didn't really try to expand their game to become a little bit more versatile, still have that element of being a bit one-dimensional, and teams are ready for it now. Sometimes their players can still power them through, with the individual prowess, but they don't look like a team that can make any sort of a run in this tournament.
I mean, also as well in the news, the return of Eternal Fire, their old stomping ground, it was kind of framed that there might not be able to be an Eternal Fire when they left. And they were saying it's these external forces that are forced to move. They got a lot. I mean, the fans were really divided on the move to Aurora. Then Eternal Fire have come out with like Calix is back and Imor's back. And you know, so I don't know if they've like got things on their mind periphery to the game, but they don't look like themselves. And I say this as someone that's really backed them. I thought they could have picked up a trophy in 2025, and I don't feel that way going into the second half of 2025. Anyway, why don't we talk about the main event for us, which is going to be NIP versus G2. Shall we start with G2? Shall we, Yanko?
Yeah, we can. What is it that you'd like to know?
Well,
I mean, just another organizational mess. Really, obviously, they have to play with their coach as their stand-in. Hunter isn't here, and this is off of the back of a 10-day boot camp or so, where they're really trying to gear up for the tail end of the season. They have Dallas right after this, then the Austin Major, obviously, and it's just disappointing for everyone, right? I mean, Hades, he came in for Monacy until the end of the season to play these 3 tournaments, trying to get some reps under his belt, right? You obviously want to peak at the major, and they started 0-2. I mean, they've looked pretty abysmal. Taz was very vocal about, how horrific they were playing, not being able to, close out games after having a 10-2 lead on a map like Nuke. And yeah, they've managed to bounce back since in the 2-2 game. MongolZ has definitely stepped up. Him and Heavy God in the last series, and if that continues, they definitely have a chance to be in the playoffs.
I'm going to raise the stakes here a little bit, Yanko. I'm going to say I feel so sorry for this particular set of players. There might not be a lot of sympathy at home with the fans, but I'm going to just say this. I don't know if G2 are really pushing to get an award for like poorest management this year, but let's just handle everything, Fumbling Nico, spilling that, fumbling Monacy, irreplaceable players. You have to replace them at short notice. No one seems to be on the same page. A clerical error leads to Hunter not being here. Taz has to be the stand-in. Taz probably already knows, if reports are to be believed, he doesn't have a future with this organization after the major, yet he's the one out there trying to rally the troops, say the right things. You've got Hades. Hades is in an interview the other day going, I just want to show I can play in tier 1. Okay, cool, you're invested.
Welcome to nightmare mode and trying to prove that.
Right? It's like, I have never seen an organization probably do a group of players. I mean, this isn't like EG NIP levels of incompetence, or Astralis for that matter, but we're really knocking on the door, and we're talking about G2 for God's sake.
Yeah, exactly. I think the only thing you're wrong about is it wasn't really short notice that they were losing their stars. They knew it was coming in a way, and it felt like they could have maybe done a better job of replacing those guys with the talent available. But hey, the rumors that they're trying to get some Pyjamas and Sol from Heroic, those are 2 good pickups. So maybe they can still turn it around in the second half of the year.
Doesn't help these guys here trying to get to the playoffs.
It doesn't, but it's just something, it's mostly tough for guys like Heavy God and MongolZ, who they do say are supposed to be the foundation of this team moving forward, right? And they've had to play under difficult circumstances. For someone like MongolZ, it's been hitting him a little bit more, right? The extra added pressure, and it's just something that you need to sort of push through until you have your full roster.
It's at least a North Star to look forward to realizing that at least there is maybe some type of long-term support on the way. And I will give some huge credit to MongolZ you see here on their screen. I mean, he had kind of a tough year making the transition that he did into some of Nico's old roles that he was trying to take up and be the star of this team. And we know he had some events where he's been off, but this event, he's been one of the top players so far in the tournament. I think in particular his entry fragging has been mega impactful. He's taking a lot of their opening duels. He's been very successful. You can see him there, 4th right behind Shush, who's having a hell of a tournament. We'll talk about him in a second. But I think the fact that you have MongolZ taking almost 40% of their opening duels and winning over half of them is pretty incredible. I think that's just a lot of impact. And then Heavy God's just been so malleable to kind of come in and trade frag, anchor, do what he needs to do to help the team. So it'll obviously be on the shoulders of those 2 players today to get them into the stadium.
And who would have thought that when we talk about MongolZ and Shush, we're talking about 2 top 5 players going at it in this series here again to get to the playoffs. I'll be knocked out the tournament. Shush has had a monster performance, and look, while G2's fortunes might be bad, let's talk about the rising fortunes of NIP. What's been going on with NIP? They're back in the top 30 again because of the VRS points, likely to propel themselves further to get more invites. Shush is having a career best tournament. Wrinkle has just signed for 3 years. By the way, Well, whatever.
Maybe should have gone for 1 to 2.
Yeah,
Maybe 1
never,
to 2.
It's esports, guys. Never sign for 3. Whatever. I'll give you the advice on Twitter. But look, I mean, this is great news for NIP. This is everything they wanted when they put this young lineup together.
I'm surprised where you took this. I thought you were going to say, talk about mismanagement. Let's start talking about NIP.
No, I'm not.
But
Listen, they're finally doing it. All they had to do was maybe get rid of 1 or 2 people, it turns out.
Reset the entire team, you mean,
Yeah.
except for Wrinkle.
Yeah, I mean, for them, obviously the first big land that they managed to qualify for this year, and every win matters a lot, like you pointed out for the rankings. That's like, for them, this is their Super Bowl in a way. Like G2 still has 2 tournaments, and they're going to change the roster and whatnot. Obviously, they don't want to lose, but for NIP, it would mean so much if they're able to make the playoffs and, you know, maybe have a little bit of a deeper run, because these points are hard to come by. They're one of the best examples out there. You know, if you do start from scratch with your roster, it's hard to accrue those points and really get into the invite circle.
Yeah, I mean, and just one thing we can say about NIP, they are being propelled by their stars. Their stars are showing up and doing their job, right?
Absolutely they are. I mean, this has been a really great tournament. They've also had a very tough schedule, I want to point out. Like, they've played some of the better teams at this tournament as far as ranking goes, with Spirit and Aurora being among them. And you have Shush having basically a career-best tournament. If you look at the lands that he's played throughout his entire career, this is one of the bigger international events where he has had this level of impact. And first of all, he's anchoring like a madman on CT sides. Everywhere he plays, he's locking it down. He's also at times being more aggressive, looking for openings, which is something he wasn't doing very much on Heroic. So he's kind of spreading out his impact across the whole spectrum. And then Wrinkle is just a wild entry fragging opera. You just don't see many of those these days, and he has had substantial impact for this team in this tournament.
There's only one bad thing about Shush playing this well, and that is that it makes Pimp correct, because I think he said, well, if you were putting together a Danish super team, Shush would have to be in it. And I think that was one of the criticisms he had for Astralis when they got Yabi and Stown in the big Stabby deal. And you know what? If Shush keeps playing like this, he's conceivably the best Danish player. It's actually crazy.
Well, between him and Tassis, probably.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
At this point, with Blame being locked away in Fnatic. But yeah, I think there was a time in Heroic where, you know, you were making a case for maybe him being their second best player and just being one of the best anchors in the world. Obviously trying to bring that back here. I think when we look at the map, Vito, for the likes of G2, I think Dust2 again, right? Like, they've already plenty of times with Taz here, and just want to keep something that they're already used to. For the likes of NIP, probably a nuke with Train being gone, and I think Ancient as the decider. I think that since Dust2 is the first map, you know, Snacks and Taz hold B, bro. No joke, like, I would just make my game plan about kind of ending rounds on B, just pretending, you know, that I'm going to go A, take some map control, right, and just hit that bomb site time and time again. We saw the MongolZ against FURIA just going towards Fallen on B, Mirage, right? Sort of just, hey, you probably don't know what to do here, and it worked.
It's been interesting to see that despite, you know, the issues that G2 are dealing with, they are still maintaining their streak on Dust2. They've won their last 9 games in a row, including all 3 games they've played here. And I think a lot of it is because despite the fact that they've had a couple discrepancies, you know, with Taz having to come in and play, you know, they've been able to still just really rely on Malbs and Heavy God to be those entry fraggers and those trade fraggers on their T sides. They're doing excellent work. They're obviously defending the A side of the map incredibly well. Yanko mentioned B could be a weak point. Nip does like running a lot of B pops and mid B splits. I know it's a part of their playbook, so it certainly could be at the forefront of their game plan coming into this. And I think that you just have to rely on the hot hand that you got, and that is the fact that you got Wrinkle and Shush playing out of their minds. Let them loose. Let them go take care of that for you.
Yeah, I do wonder if Exist has been cooking as well, just saying to his guys, look, we probably came in with a game plan where possible to isolate Snacks. Now we can isolate Snacks and Taz. We've got choices. We've got options. And look, people need to remember at home, there's a reason NIP are the favorites for this in the odds matrix, and that is because, you know, G2, essentially with this stand-in, best will in the world, you can't expect too much from Taz. I've been quietly impressed with what he has been able to do.
Yeah, he has been, you know, doing better than probably most people expected. I mean, he is a veteran of the scene, you know, 20+ years of experience in Counter-Strike, and, you know, having that voice will probably help them a little bit more on the server, but I think it goes without saying, it has to be on the shoulders of Malbs and Heavy God, really. And, you know, Hades did have a map or two where he popped off. I mean, if he can find that again in this particular matchup will definitely go a long way into G2 winning.
I think what G2 has done really well under the circumstances is they've actually been pulling Heavy God a lot more often. You know, he's normally an extremity player, but they've really been trying to get him more in open space with MIBR, let him trade frag a little bit more. We obviously know if you look at the history of Heavy God's career, he started out as more of a passive guy. On that Cloud9, he was more of a featured aggressive player. So we know that he's flexible, and I think that G2 have used that to their advantage in some of these games to get him, again, in more on those prime real estate positions. And I think that that Heavy God Snappy matchup along is going to be something that they could exploit to be able to, you know, get them some advantages on that control.
Put it this way, I very rarely talk about intangibles because they're intangible. Like, what, you know, how can you really analyze them? But I will say this, given the stakes and the levels of hunger are going to be very different. NIP know if they get to the playoffs here, massive pump up in the VRS
Absolutely.
rankings, really secures their future. But if G2 get through to the playoffs, Hunter's not coming to save them. There is no cavalry. This is a last stand no matter what you do. It's just another visit to the playoffs stadium for Taz.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like, you know, we're here already, so we might as well go as deep as possible, right, in a way, but definitely a lot more on the line and a lot more to play for NIP in this case. And we'll see if that's something that, you know, empowers them or maybe hinders them if the added pressure becomes too much for them.
Well, we'll see right now. I can throw you over to Harry and Hugo for the action.
Yes, you can, Richard. And I got the leather on just the way you like it. Ooh, this is, you know, this is a bit of a banger, right? Like, NIP,
Sleeper banger.
Sleeper banger. That's my expectation for this game. It's going to be interesting to see NIP now that they had their pocket pick of Train removed, right? You have G2 actually have been having a good time on Dust 2 in spite of the stand-in woes. They haven't dropped it across the entire event so far. So, yeah, I think this is a series with the potential to go the distance, and, you know, with playoffs or bust on the line, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I also think, you know, even though we've not been looking at NIP's Nuke, that has been their go-to map on alongside Train, right? It's just obviously Train's more specialized because most teams aren't playing it, but NIP have had great success on that map as of late, and it's a really hard map if you have a weak player. 1 week gap on a map like Nuke, and G2 might struggle. That's all later, though. We start with Dust. The map that G2 have won 3 out of 3 times here, as Dust was saying, kept up their 9-win streak and played some good CS on it. Taz has not been caught off guard on this map. We'll see if that remains to be true as G2 look to play their final match to get into the playoffs with a coach as a stand-in. MIBR's very low from that nade. He's still going to get the molly out. This is all a fake. Oh.
Great opening for MIBR. And even the follow-up tag, Ujerks will hold on, but look at what this has done. It's scrambled the rotates, and G2 get the space out on long that they were hoping for. Trying to close the gap now. Taz and Heavy God fighting first. Oh, Heavy God, what? Follow-up on the smoke. Hades doesn't overextend. I like that he's pulling back here, not running the risk of going down in this mid flank. He knows there's a lot of pressure on Arastos and Ujerks, and they've got nowhere to go. By not offering up that kill, they'll never be in with the chance of winning this pistol. And Hades will cut them both down as they look to leave. That's G2 on the board to open up Dust 2.
Smart pistol, and I've got to say, I'm surprised NIP didn't fall for it as hard as they could have. They rotated really quick back into that A-bomb site, but Wrinkle caught climbing up the box. It's the Heavy God P250 that we saw on Mirage that was so stunning. Gives us some key entries as that smoke comes down. G2 take the pistol with some pizzazz, Harry. Like that call. Ooh, Wrinkle with a yawn.
They even had a mic issue. That's the reason for this tech pause.
No comms.
And they nailed it, man. Just running on vibes.
Running off vibes. That is the G2 way, isn't it? There's nothing new there. And a pistol in their pocket. I mean, we have some really high-flying NIP players today coming into the server, so G2 are going to have their work cut out for them. Shush, third-rated player of the event. Wrinkle at number 8. Only MIBR is in that top 12 for G2. Heavy God just outside. MIBR at number 4. We have a force up for NIP. Good deed for Wrinkle, keeps things in the advantage and even gets out as well. The smoke comes blocking on G2. They can skate round it if they want to risk it. More likely going to see them wait this out. Oh, wait, there's a bit of an issue there. Snappy doesn't realize Heavy got wide on the smoke. Don't give this scout any more damage here. G2 have been given a gift. What will they do with it?
No one can seem to get a bearing on Heavy God. Finally, it will come through. This scout just juggled around and allowed to keep fighting. Taz had the clutch up, and he can't quite find Wrinkle. There's the response, forced by success for NIP. Brings the hype to the guys early. They get fired up at the end of that round.
Almost saw the Taz spray transfer right down.
I said to you coming into this map, I think Taz is about to pop off.
Okay.
No reason other than he said hello to us this morning.
That's not a good reason.
That to me screams confidence.
Business. All business for Taz. Look, pop off, I don't know about that. It's more about whether he can maintain a good enough game to keep G2 in this, get his 1-2 kills in the moments he's asked for. Taz staying under the radar is good enough. We need players like MIBR and Heavy God, who have been the higher flying players for G2. MIBR's had a slow start to this tournament, as G2 did as a whole, but now they got the rust off, and MIBR has had a couple of really good series in a row, so it's very reassuring for G2. Not in that round, though. Nip with a force buy. Come through, and some well-placed digs pick up a second. Wrinkle, AK Goose. And Arostos jumping and baiting for him. This could be another Wrinkle highlight. Two mollies may give away the game, but it also buys time. Time that G2 don't have. Oh, he let them go on that.
They get ahead of it. Wrinkle's flash will leave them blind, but Heavy God able to get gun on in time, and suddenly Arostos feeling a lot of pressure, low on health. It's this flank from Snappy that might have to seal the deal. There's something about these captains walking through short smokes, especially if they're Danish. Oh, Ujerks clamps down upon it, and it's just Heavy God. Chases down the kill at ramp, but won't have the time here.
Right.
2 seconds. Oh. Can't quite get to Snappy in time.
Snappy swung that. He gave him the chance to win the round, but yeah, Heavy God's running for the kill. I can't believe Nip win that. It's all really thanks to Snappy. Massive 3K on the flank. They kind of screwed up the setup. Arostos has double molly smoke. He lets the first molly fade, doesn't replenish it till it's too late. They already get out, so no smoke in play. And then Wrinkle, sure, he's flash playing there. He wants to go wide, but he completely missed that spray, didn't he? Doesn't matter. Nip pick it up, and they put Snacks down.
Lower tunnel will be taken by Malb's MD and his dastardly dig. Aggression at the long doors could get punished here as well, but Arostos just gonna snipe a kill away from the pack and lives to tell the tale. Good stuff, he doesn't overextend there. Back in. I'll set him up with the same play. And once more, he'll give them results. Taz, Shadow gives away that peak, and that's nice and easy for Arostos.
Flash me once, shame on you. Flash me twice, shame on me. Flash me 3 times, you can't buy 3 flashes. All right, Nip off to a good start. G2 haven't, well, I said they haven't had guns apart from that second round, right? But losing to the Force, this is their best buy yet. 3 AKs. Blocked out of long. Taz on the Deagle. I guess he dropped that scout last round. Playing sacrificial. G2 get the cat control. They aren't vying for it too heavily. Snappy is here. Snax does beat that util. No concern to NIP with Shush tucked in. You would expect to see him on the B-bomb site here. Instead, it's Wrinkle AWPing tunnels.
Ooh, Taz teasing a couple of steps, lobbing it a lurk smoke, but because Wrinkle was there, it's made contact with him.
It's actually kind of a nice smoke now for Nip in a way, but oh dear. Now it's a perfect cat split.
I mean, that's Snappy with the lesser weaponry, trying to get some info, trying to make a bit of a play. Long have been quiet for so long. You hope there would be room there.
Wow.
But as G2 try and come through the catwalk, they don't like what they see. It's into Shush and Aros Dos on this hold. Bomb now out in no man's land.
There's nothing to save.
And Taz only has this Deagle. He wants to
Looking for a
try
gun.
and find something else, but not being given the room to do so.
Oh no.
That's actually, you know, Taz dying there.
Before
That's fine.
time.
Yeah, before time runs out. That's not. That's fine.
Could have been fine. Could have been worse. Was fine. And awkward again for G2.
He made more dying than he would have saved with the Deegan armor.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's very content
keeps the
with
money
that.
even. I'm with you. And good util holding for Nip again, right? Liking the idea. They're clearly trying to stall out this cat play in these rounds, and they did so again. Smoke coming down at sub 30 seconds means G2 have to go through, and Arostos puts on a great show with that double. Just Heavy God's AK, and yeah, great round to go to that B-bomb site. It is Shush, the anchor man of this position. The player that has been at the forefront of this NIP team at this event. Boost coming up, but this is unrealistic. It typically takes a triple boost to get a real view over this smoke. And Nipper ready to just continue blocking, even that Molotov displacing G2. U-Joke's in a great position at the same time. Flashes most of the time will not connect. He's got a lot of block from the car. So unless there's a stunning entry here for Heavy God, this one should reach its natural conclusion. That smoke is going to give them a bit of breathing room. Nip know, like they know what's going on. The whole map is quiet right now.
Yeah, Aristos starts to peel over as well. There's a third player en route. Opener for Taz, but here come the rotates.
Clean.
And they'll cut through that tunnel's play.
Are we going to have a late tournament activation for Aros Dos? He's actually been pretty quiet. The Portuguese players haven't been stunning here on this NIP team, even though they were really, really good in Saw. We saw what they could do up on the stage. But so far in this NIP team, they've looked lesser than what we saw in their previous squad. And Aros Dos is coming looking very sharp to this map. Back-to-back multi-kills. Right place, right time, 5-1.
Oh, fast out long. Taz, tip of the spear, gets out to the blue bin, but nades are coming. They'll soften up Taz. 3 players ready to face him as well. He's just seen a man pit side, and so Snappy collects that kill for free.
What can you do there?
Good protocol on like the tandem molly nade combo for NIP.
Who threw that? G2 snacks up Cat. Can't play yet, and the AWP is there. Snappy alone at long could be a way in, especially in this fading smoke, but he walks through. These in-game leaders are getting crazy right now, and he's going to find a headshot from it. There's a trade, but he adds in some chaos to this round. Re-peek, missed shot. Hades closes the gap. Oh.
Aros Dos. in fantastic form.
Oh!
Oh, yes, that's fantastic, but they line up for Heavy God.
Maybe.
He's on his way to an ace clutch here. 3 kills deep. Gonna go looking, and Ujerk's here. Could offer up the 1v1. Doesn't want to overplay his hand. He's now given the info to Shush, so he's going to wait for him to close this gap. For the time being, Heavy God has some room to work with. Bomb plant found. Aware of this possibility of the long wrap. Gonna go back, and Shush will make quick work at the Heavy God.
What a shot. NT for Heavy God makes that very interesting. But that's all after Astralis has yet another multi-kill. 3 multi-kill rounds in a row. He is not slowing down, is he?
No, it would be divine for NIP to have, you know, Astralis kind of hit that high level of play you know he's capable of and hasn't always delivered. Since stepping into this NIP team, I think that's just going to give them so much more to work with. Right, when this guy's switched on, boy, do your opponents know about it. Very active on this CT side, always keeping G2 guessing. Ujerk's putting his name in the kill feed too. It's the other half of that XOR duo to find the opener in this round for NIP.
G2 have felt really constricted in the map. I mean, they've been getting dealt some really annoying plays, some late blocking util, some smoke pushes. Not all of which have worked, but all of which have shown NIP have come in confident to this game with a lot to prove. Where Big and MAT have frankly disappointed in losing to a team with a stand-in. NIP don't want to join that exclusive group. Seizing G2's map pick. 6-1 up. Another info play. Shush has gone through B on his own, shifting the whole way, and the map shrinks.
They've got no idea.
Just
3 heads. He's going to put himself up to start tapping them out. 2 from him, and it's like, you know he's the guy from B, you know where he's come pushing from, but you're dead on. With only 20 seconds, your only option is to fight forward. It's Malbs and Heavy God. This is the hard-hitting duo for G2. If anyone can make this happen, you've got to believe it's these two, but Heavy God planting this bomb will get whittled down, looking for Astralis. He can't quite find him. Knife pulled, that cost him his life. But the rest of the gang were there, keen and ready to trade. NIP, they're very happy they're able to put a stop to that one before it becomes any type of problem. And, you know, for NIP, at this event, Dust2 has not been kind to them.
I mean,
losing it to Spirit and VP. The Spirit one was like the first ever pro deathmatch game. Just watching Donk and Shiro freestyle around the map. The VP game was far closer though, with this being one of the home maps for that squad. Shows the NIP do have their ideas. They know what they want to try and get going here on Dust. And right now it's well and truly going.
But this is also...
Quite soon the half might be gone. Yeah. G2 have to turn this around in some shape or form soon. They're going to try and get out the long doors. And Astralis here with support from Snappy, who's good for the first. You can see Wrinkle peeling over now on that AWP. They'll lose Astralis in pit, and with it, they kind of lose the lust to fight for this long control.
NIP
even 3-on-3.
NIP are always offering a flash, always assisting a teammate, always setting something up. They're never static, they're never immobile. There's some really good communication in this team right now. You can see it. There's always something else landing. Oh, that's a way in, dude. Heavy God's trying to win this game on his own right now. Look at Snax with the bomb towards B. Heavy God needs his next kill, or Snax will be stuck alone in the B bomb site. He's drawing them all over right now.
Hang on.
Shush in the middle.
Shush goes to save? Like, the bomb's in B.
Okay.
if Shush leaves, luckily enough, he's still fighting this.
Should
and I
just
hope
get
Snacks
shot.
just
Yeah.
fights it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well handled, well contained.
Yeah, there was a moment where he was backing up.
Yeah, and I started thinking, like, bruh, it's 3v1. Like, it's not unrealistic for him to go B to save that M4.
I mean, that would be, yeah.
A very G2 way to give that over.
It would be. I'm not going to go that far yet. Snacks was there. Hades gets the kill. But this long control is really good for Nip. It's just Heavy God comes in with a vengeance. Hits some stunning shots. Nice spray save. And G2 find a second. They are clinging on for dear life. Oh my god. The fact that he keeps going for these long spawns when he's the top player as well. Like, you're at the risk of just dying to utility to an orb. Heavy God trying to make it happen on his own. Okay.
Nice opening for Snacks. And with Aristos dead, you breathe a little easier, right? That's the heavy hitter for Nip. You remember he bought a mate, and you're like, oh, okay. ODDIK's going to catch Snacks in middle.
No one's in B.
Starting to go back B-ward, but G2 are already out through the tunnels. Shush only just gets the spot now. Will be felled by the Hades Orb. ODDIK still harasses, and there is a late lurk available from Heavy God, who's progressing up through long. That's going to play into this a little bit later. For now, Hades and Taz looking for this plant.
Oh, he's so lucky. Wrinkle goes tunnels. He
This
misses
could
this
still
entirely.
be weird, right? With Snappy on a real heater of a timing, you start to get nervous. They're just going to fight inward, especially now that you see Heavy God in the kill feed, and you know it's Taz defending the site. Great pickup from him. There isn't a kit on ODDIK, and so he's going to go looking for this. He's on for the ace. Doing it all in this round, but missing a timing on Heavy God has given him a burst back in, only for ODDIK to take it all away. It started with Aristos hitting hard. Now ODDIK's in that conversation as well with an ace to keep Nip's lead building up.
What a chaotic round. A round where they don't even have the B bomb site as G2 walk in. Hades holds the line with the orb. Taz kills the flank when Snappy has the drop on him, and through all of that, an ace comes out for ODDIK. Could not have called that one. Kitless as well. He needed that kill. And NIP feeling pretty unstoppable, you'd think. Responding to every G2 round with a round of their own. And then some. Heavy God again. He got stuck in the door there. He got stuck. And they get turned to must. Oh, the wheels are falling off.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've lost the guy keeping you in this game right off the top of the round, and so kind of just from desperation, G2 hoped that they could find something. They at least knew that Nip were heavy long. That's a bit of a reason as to why, like, Snacks' chances walking that mid-smoke, a risk has to be taken in the 3-on-5, and it looks silly when you see it from the other POV. But once you lose two players at the long doors like that, there aren't exactly many good options left for you in the round. And, you know, as mentioned, for G2, in spite of the stand-in, in spite of Taz being in, they haven't dropped this map yet in Astana.
9-win streak, 3 of which at this event. Nip have other ideas. 9-2.
Dude, the thing that's sick here for Nip is, like, one of the sort of prevailing narratives around them is, like, falling down in these anti-force buy or anti-eco rounds. And in addition to that, how it feels like, you know, they constantly were coming so close to winning games. They would have so many chances to win games, but then they would lose by, you know, a matter of rounds after giving away some of those aforementioned, you know, anti-ecos or clutches. But this is a very, very tight CT side that you're getting. You said it earlier on, right? Every peak feels like there's flashes, assistance being offered. Going to be another limit test of this B-hold. Taz once more providing the entry. The rotates start to trickle in. Oh, Shush is on borrowed time. But in comes Wrinkle to keep Nip looking pretty. 3-on-2, Hades with the reply. Gets out with one. It's going to fall to Snacks to clutch up here. Planted, he'll fade away, looking for these fights. Snacks isolates the first, but he can't quite overcome the wrinkle.
NT, but it is NIP absolutely dominating this CT side. I don't even think a third round would have made that much difference. The difference between these squads is stark right now. And NIP, every single player finding their moment in this map, having impact, bailing them out with a round win.
And yeah, this is where, like, NIP's kind of previous games have at least served as like a painful learning experience when they've lost these series by 1 round, you know, and you go over all the scenarios, all the rounds you could have played slightly different, the times you could have, you know, given that flash to your teammates, the times that you could have taken the pace out of the round and not got caught up in the chaos. And in a way, I think it's been beneficial that they had to learn that lesson in the early stages of this event.
Yeah.
You know, like, because now they've had time to think about that and address it and really, you know, make sure they're ahead of the game as the tournament's gone on. It's not like they're running into this problem now for the very first time after coming in looking good.
And by virtue of being the team from the EU Open qualifier, having to grind all the way through, they come in with a fairly low seed to this event. Their VRS is low. They've drawn pretty difficult teams, haven't they? They've lost to Spirit. They've lost to Aurora. Now they're playing G2. It's not been an easy run for NIP. Sure, they beat HOTU and VP. But right now, NIP looking for their cleanest win yet. They might just get it. And with all the glory that comes from this win as well, it's not just playoffs, a chance to play in an arena with a new roster at their first Tier 1 LAN, but the many VRS points that come from this, setting them up for next season. There is no team that VRS is more important to than a team like NIP.
100%.
Built from the scratch.
100%. Like, it's such a huge extra reason for them to have to come into this fiery, for this scoreline to match the ambitions of this NIP squad, the journey they've been on. But this pistol round starts off well. Hades in with a double. Shush and Snappy serve to complicate matters there. What was a 5-on-3 for G2 now falls back even, but that bomb's still down in no man's land here.
But G2 aren't really fighting for it. The smoke's in the way. Oh, that's a nice nade. Taz put down so low, and
Shush is trying to make a play.
Yeah, this drop behind could be absolutely everything right now. If attention is still drawn, Shush finds that timing, backstab onto Heavy God, the healthy player, put down. Taz low, Hades half health, on for the ace. He's trying to get all 5 right now, and Wrinkle's going to stop this in its tracks. Another kill. Just Hades, the bomb not under his control, but 20 seconds, they have to come his way, surely. They're going A. Oh, God, they're going A.
Shush.
He can make it.
He's going to have to land the jump up. He'll make it up with just enough time left. No room for error. Hades, ace, clutch, or Shush just denies him. 1 kill short of a phenomenal pistol, but the timing is good for Hades. Already up the ramp. Is Shush ready for this? On the line, but Hades is so clean with it. And this one-man army brings the pistol to G2.
Oh dear, what a round to win for Hades on his own, with Nip all around him, out mid-doors, dropping A flank in the B site. Hades has to swivel, and he still finds all 5 with an ice-cold tap to shut out Clutch Master Shush. Run it back. That's clean. Is it enough? Is it going to get G2 back in? Only time will tell. But it couldn't have happened without it.
Got Hades an AWP.
Oh my God. Got Hades a scout tag.
God, getting pressured over at long. Not the man you want to lose early. But didn't have much of a say in the matter. Arostos is way closer on short than it feels like G2 are ready for. I love that he's tucked in, kind of recognizing the timing he's got. G2 think they're clearing this right now, and so Malbs, to nasty surprise. Hades keeping up that form, but the earlier tag weighs heavy upon him, and he's quickly dealt with. It's just Taz. There's an AWP dropped here. Well worth him trying to pick that up. But he looks like he wants to give it a go and will get dispatched of. That AWP dropped, gifted over to NIP.
Yeah, I don't
as they steal away that force buy.
I don't mind Hades buying that AWP at this point in the game. You're so down. You need something to spice it up. You need something to catch Nip off guard. You basically have to be near flawless on the CT side. The AWP early would have set him up to do so.
Yeah.
But instead, now you've given Nip an AWP in round 3, and they are thanking you for it. 11-3. Oh!
Hades revenge arc in the Scout v AWP fight in middle.
They'll pick it up. Snappy says, I'm somewhat of an AWPer myself. Oh, Taz, maybe. 5-7. Hits the headshot. There's nades out right now, Taz. Double kill. Backstab the Maub, stopped by that AWP. And Nip, they're scrambling a little bit, but they can rest, they can relax, they can throw the AWP out. Sorry, Wrinkle. Breathe.
Far from an unwinnable round, though. Heavy God playing to contain in spawn. It does stop them backing all the way up, but there is a route open through lower. And that A site, completely barren. Heavy God's rotate from this position is going to be really long as well.
They would just rather play retake than leave B and then lose that site.
Good reaction. He is the util in mid and instantly shuffles out of there. Gonna catch them jumping up short.
Saw him.
And this will give Ujax a bomb plant to play with as he's thrust into this 1v3. G2 start to scramble over, but they won't be able to stop this plant. Can Ujax clutch up? Pressure on the long side. He's not ready for it. And so Heavy God, free round. As that double collected from his deep T-spawn push seals the deal after Taz gets the round going.
Yeah, that's a sick 5-7 round for Taz, isn't it? They will not get the AWP back for Hades, but it's a price worth paying for G2 just to stay in this game. It would have been absolutely GG without that force buy victory. 5-7s and a scout. Oh, despicable. Heavy God spray is so good. The fact that I see him like whiff sprays, but then save them. They tried to find it, they didn't find it. Nip, just going for the B hit right now. They have the rounds to do so. G2 starts strong on this B site. Ouch. Blocked, of course. It's not going to stop Nip. They're coming through.
Yeah, the Taz Snacks B hold looking to get run into again by NIP. They want to try and exploit this, but oh, and in the Taz's domain, he keeps getting multi-kills here, repelling another B play. And he's trying to bring some energy, some hype to it.
They're plucking.
Talking them up. I mean, that's a very crisp, clean round for G2. Repelling those B plays could be rough, right? And it feels like that is a bit of a game plan for Nip. Keep going back to the side of the map that Taz and Snacks find themselves on together. But there was a third pole there to help hold up that round. And so Nip, a time for quiet contemplation here in this eco round. They're going to try and suss out what they want to do going forward.
Another game where Taz outfrags Snacks. It's been way too common. Maub's able to pad a little bit. You face him together and he runs out of ammo, but the USP Oh my god, put down the Galils, boys. They're just not meant to be. Snacks gets nothing. They know one player's trapped. But this is already, like, it's fine for G2. They're not going to lose this, but it's already an ugly round. Taz saving the day. Another double for Taz, third in a row. G2 are still in this. MR12 can come at you quick.
I mean, I think that's why you see... Oh. Oh.
I was wondering, I was like, there's no B stream. Who's screaming? Oh, it's Taz.
Taz is letting them have it.
Yeah.
Letting them know. Trying to get in Nip's head. I mean, you know, adding to the psychological pressure of this is... like, because this was such a one-sided game. This felt over.
Okay, what are you saying?
I mean, you know, just pointing out, now there's only a handful of rounds between these squads.
Sure.
Nip taking those kind of, you know, quasi timeouts, now combining that with the real timeout, trying to cook up solutions. But Taz is yelling at them as he's multi-killed the last 3 rounds to help get G2 to this position.
Yeah, I feel like we still need MIBR to actually do something in this game. He's 7 and 16. Been vastly irrelevant. And that's despite, like I said earlier, the last couple of games he's really performed. He has put G2 on his back with Heavy God. It's been this firepower duo. Start to finish, just Heavy God with Hades on the CT side.
And like, you know, losing to a team with a standard, with their coach playing is like never a fun experience anyway. But if you lose a comeback, that's where you really start to beat yourself up over it. So I think that's why you see Taz being the one to do the yelling. He's trying to get in Nip's head.
He has nothing to lose. Snacks blocking middle, trying his best, but they're running through that smoke. Oppressive push for NIP, and Snacks cowers in the corner. Shush makes him. 5-on-4 for Nip. Force that kill. They've split the map into 2. A double setup on either side. And Ujux hits that timing.
Heavy God, that's so unfortunate.
Doesn't know. He
Having
doesn't know.
Great game right now is Heavy God, but this very important round decided on a missed timing. That gets Ujux out. Long kill for free, and Malbs is pincered. For Taz and Hades, so far removed in this 2-on-4, they just have to back out and save, and so NIP don't wait long once these guns come out to find map point here on G2's pick.
Going for the slam as well. If they take this AWP out, G2 don't want to lose everything. They've at least got money.
I think, you know, the thing that's going to now start to kind of hurt for G2 is this idea of, you know, you've actually tightened this game up, and you're doing this all with Hades and Heavy God both having some high impact rounds in there. Now you're really feeling that absence of Malbs. It's like, you showed up here, got kind of blown out the water, and it was only Heavy God playing well. You know, you're a bit limited in terms of players that can, like, start or have a rough go at it here. But then Hades had that activation, right? The ace and the pistol, finding some success and getting the ball rolling on his AWP. You have 2 of your 3 stars looking fine for G2. And now you're really starting to feel the absence of Malbs MD. You know, in the situation they're in, there isn't really room to have a quiet game. Double AWP. Snacks and Hades donning them.
This is where Nib absolutely should just be closing out the map, taking G2's pick, breaking a 9-map win streak on Dust 2, and going to their go-to of Nuke. Can they keep it clean? Pack play at this B, this long position. Aros Doss at B. They flash through. Heavy got great spot to B, but he can't finish his meal. First kill, and he won't put Shush down.
Feels rough, like that fantastic first half for Heavy God falls apart here in the second. Some missed timings at long, now found to open up what might be their last round of play here on Dust 2.
And you know MIBR feels the pressure. Just the fact that he's playing this position shows he knows if he doesn't multi-kill right here, they're going to lose this game. He can't play safe. He can't play behind the smokes. The issue is Nipper rotating. That bomb is going into Taz again. Even if MIBR gets his kills, it might not be enough. And they're not giving him the satisfaction. They're not swinging long. A re-smoke comes in.
I mean, G2 are actually starting to pull extra players over.
Yeah, but will that last? Albs gets his, clears out long entirely. In fact, Wrinkle does get the trade, but they're going in B, and the AWP is ready. Snacks hits his shot. Taz tries it as well. Snacks with 2. And Taz behind the site, only 15 seconds. Wrinkle will not be able to join this party. Aros Dos is a dead man walking. No bomb pot in this position. He's going to just try go for it. Hope he gets the respect. Snacks swings in, and there's no time to win.
Wait.
Oh! My God, that came too close for comfort. Stellar hold for Snacks. Double kill and stops that plan. Nip over Cook, perhaps. You can tell they're feeling the pressure a little bit.
I mean, with how often you've been left saying at the end of these games, Nip, so close. But it gets away from them. You can understand, you know, where those nerves come from.
This can't be that game, can it? I've never really bought in after that first half.
You still imagine, you know, with all these opportunities left, 5 chances to close out this game, the option to run back these B pops, the success that they've been finding in some of these openers. Even if Nip have, like, creeping worries, I don't know if they're, you know, close to freaking out yet. G2.
They can reblock.
Take away the upper tunnels. That's put a bit of a pause on this round for Nip. I like the info that comes with it if you're Aros Dos, so he hangs around here. Wrinkle waiting. And be given a fight. In the meantime, Ujerks tries his hand at the drop down, but MIBR is right there. He hears that. Then they go into this crossfire in mid.
Taz multi. Feels like a Taz multi. Flash back in. Won't swing the AWP, but Wrinkle gets caught off guard in the doors, and that B smoke push, it's getting desperate for Nip. I'm getting a little bit scared right now. As G2 farm up yet another round. Snacks is even going for the smoke push.
They walk past each other.
Yeah, but there's players in B. There's only 10 seconds. You ain't winning this. Oh, Taz realized what was going on.
Realization.
But it's irrelevant, isn't it? Snappy kind of almost wants to die. He's not going to get given that till maybe after time. Oh, both of them. After the clock expires, the AWP is also lost. G2 pick it back up. They've got a double AWP. Nip have no money. There's a 4-round gap.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear indeed.
Out of all the ways you could have lost that round, that is the worst.
Oh, dear. Look at that cash on the left side. Wrinkle, Snappy have nothing. Like... Ooh. Do we have a game? Nip haven't gone for a cat execute. They haven't done an A split. It's kind of been long or B. And that B site is closed. Still things Nip can try.
They take the full eco.
Yeah, I get it. He's going to try and buy Mac 10 next round, I guess. It's better than forcing here, then your eco, then your buy, then your force. You get 1 buy round out of your last 4 rounds. At least with this, you get 2.
Plus, you know, if you know they're running the double, or maybe you feel like there's some options open with those Mac 10s to play a bit of a faster round while you still have breathing room. But G2 closing the distance on a comeback that felt impossible. NIP were running away with this game. It wasn't even close. Hades just target shooting as they cross on in. Bomb plant here, considering, you know, what happened with players dying after time, is a really nice victory in a sense for NIP. It's just padded out these bank accounts a bunch more. They needed a cash injection, and they are able to get one with the cap play.
Very happy with that. They can buy the AWP. They've got everything they need. Obviously, max loss bonus here for NIP with how this game's been going. And they need to close it. They have 3 opportunities to do so. I mean, if NIP bungle this game, it would be their worst loss since Forest retired. Double AWP continues. Tag is nice for Wrinkle. That's despite the HE in the doors. Cat take for G2. But Xbox is in the way.
I mean, you wonder if last round was a bit of a proof of concept. They liked the room they were given over on Cat. Yeah, you said it yourself. We haven't really seen many of these A splits yet.
Oh my gosh. They smoke the molly, they boost over. That's a cool plan for G2. That will catch you off guard. The flash does nothing. Hades grabs a kill. Shush out long, trying to force this game to finish. Finally, Nim take that control with 3. There's still a second player at the short side. G2 remain cognizant of that. Snacks, missed shot with the AWP, sees him scaling closer and closer. He will fall. Hades hits a second, trying to save this game. Him and Malbs put together a round as Hades finds a 3rd off the AWP. 21-11. This second half activation from Hades has been admirable.
I mean, more than that, it's been game defining. It is the whole reason G2 is still in this. Wrinkle left to save. Hades with another multi-kill round on his AWP. Started the second half with the ace to bring G2 back into it. And he's been firing on all cylinders ever since, now creeping up, overtaking Heavy God as the top performer for G2. And that is a round where, you know, anything less than what he does, and it feels cooked for the G2 squad. And you can feel the pressure is well and truly set in now for NIP. Early on, you know, they still had 5, 6 chances to kind of take this game over the line. You imagined it wouldn't get to them, but these rounds are getting really hectic, very scrambly. And all that kind of synergy, right? We were crediting them early on with, oh, there's always flashes for these peaks. There's always players ready to trade. There's a lot of intent behind it. Okay. Wrinkle catching Snacks. He'll fall early, and a 5v4 that you cannot trade if you're G2.
Yeah, Heavy God realizes they're coming out as well. All that nade, all that utility is a big warning sign for G2, who are out of position. They basically have to cap flank, but they don't want to go too soon in case it's not all of NIP. But NIP say, screw it, we got a 5-on-4. I want to finish this game. Let's go.
Heavy God will burn, only able to take one to the grave with him. Malbs quiet here for the G2 squad. This might have to be the Malbs MD turning point. The round stalls out for a moment as NIP wait for Util. Malbs on this line, can't quite find his angle, and Wrinkle will pluck him out. G2, they embarked on this wild comeback, and we've attributed a lot of it to Hades, 21 kills deep, 2v4. And it might all come undone unless Hades can clutch up. NIP, 1 AWP kill from Wrinkle through the mid doors, a pace picked up, and finally they're looking to take Dust 2 over the line. It was labored, it was difficult, but NIP do break through and steal away G2's map pick.
They do indeed, and gotta love the fake comeback, the classic fake comeback. at the end. But look, I mean, let's be clear. This is NIP taking away G2's map pick. We talked about the streak G2 had on this map. It looked like they could push it to overtime, so anything can happen when you're swimming in deep waters, but they didn't get there, and now NIP 1 foot in the playoffs.
Yeah, that was a really tough game to watch. I mean, I know he's got it in his name, but I don't believe Heavy God to be an actual deity, but he would have had to have been to get anything going in this first half for G2 because he had more kills by himself than his entire team combined like the first 10 rounds of the half. They just look so flat on this T side. I'm used to seeing them be super explosive, get Heavy God mouths into open space, let them just kind of maul their way into sites. But they were missing one half of that the entire game. That was Malbs. He was just a non-factor, really, which hurt them in a big way on the T side.
Yeah, and I think for G2, they'll look back and say, we won both pistols, but lost the second round both times. And sure, they were able to bounce back in the second half, but in the first half, it just set them back so much, right? You don't have utility, you don't have the AWP. Hades, we saw what he was able to do with it in the second half. In the first half, the first time he whips it out, Taz goes for a sort of solo, try to get into blue out long, like draw some attention to himself, just dies. They're in a 4v5, haven't taken space anywhere else, and the round sort of just fizzles out, and it was a very, you know, for me, poor way to play your first round where you have the AWP.
I'll stay with you, Yank. I want to ask you a question because obviously, you know, former coach, you know about these things. Is there something that's happened in the meta that is making the round after the pistol more winnable? Because I can't remember a tournament I've been at where I've seen so many pistol rounds be failed conversions, essentially. And, you know, we're immediately going from 1-0 to 1-1. Seems to be happening a lot. Is this just teams being bad, or is there something that's actually making it easier to achieve?
I think it's just the nature of the round itself, where you know how important it is. If you're on the CT side, the Ts with the bomb plant can go for a buy, and the Ts dictate where the fights are going to happen. So CTs sometimes try to do a little bit too much in those rounds, and it's really a hard round to play, because if you simply sit back and give them the space, I mean, they can just pick where the fight is going to be and might even have Galils versus MP9s. But if you're too aggressive, you might give them, you know, a free opening that way as well.
You've mentioned as well, Dust, you've been talking about this guy, Aradoche. What would happen if he was able to pop off, if him and Jugs could start giving production to NIP? Obviously, we're a long way from SAW and, you know, what they were kind of doing over there. But this actually was the first half especially. It gave you an insight into how NIP can look when those players show up.
Yeah, I've always thought that if somehow Jugs and Aradose can come online for this team, the way that Shush and Wrinkle are playing, this team could actually be very dangerous. And Aradose on this NIP team is given more of a star role than he was on SAW. He's playing that A-rotator position. They're trying to put him in more playmaking spots. And certainly G2 kind of made it easy for him, if I'm being quite honest. I mean, they look quite disjointed and timid. But still, it's nice to finally see the Portuguese players kind of come on a little bit, have a little bit of impact. Obviously, some struggles there in the second half to close, which is a little bit damning, but all in all, they still got the result that they needed, which was snapping a 9-game Dust 2 streak.
Yeah, and I think, look, you talk about failure to close there. I mean, you could see pretty much it was like just G2 were kind of just really swinging for the fences at that point. They knew they were in a desperate situation. They were kind of making plays that maybe were a little bit uncharacteristic because they, you know, they recognized they were up, you know, backs against the wall. And with Hades kind of getting that pistol ace as the foundation for the comeback, you know, they did look good on the back nine, not so much on the front. But overall, I mean, I still think this G2, you know, like with a stand-in and, you know, Snacks, obviously we don't associate him with high production numbers. If one of the player goes missing, like, well, you know, you can't expect them to win.
Taz was actually locking down the B-bomb site, which is the crazy part. And that was very, like, well, I think you brought this up kind of pregame, that should be an intended game plan. They tried to, it didn't actually work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they stepped up in some rounds, made some good reads, right? In the 4v5 for NIP, they stuck 2 players B. MongolZ was just hiding car, and that worked out for them as well. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm just talking, this is like one of the rounds that really kind of made G2 look a little bit cooked. They actually catch a long A push and actually have man advantage, but they just weren't able to get out cat in open space like they normally do and actually execute the A site. And that's where I started to get concerned about them, because that's normally their biggest strength. And not only did they lose that round, it also ruined their money for the next. And it really set up NIP to have just such a big start on the CT side, Dust 2, which is just something you can't really have happen on your map pick.
Yeah, and we can take a look at another round, you know, which was kind of the tail of the tape. This was round 9.
Yeah, this is like the one bright moment, and this goes to show you how much G2 are relying on one guy to get something going. It's 7-1. You're down by a lot. We're seeing this, crazy exchange of frags on the long A control, and it really just comes down to Heavy God pretty much on his own, entering his way into the A site and giving his team some sort of breathing room in this half. If it wasn't for that and the comeback effort in the second half, I think our decimate would have been longer than that game. So yeah, that was it's just the problem was there was nothing else happening for them in the first half other than that.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't enough versatility on the T side, right? Like, just didn't have a lot of opportunities, didn't have any moves to sort of create openings. It felt like NIP was in the driver's seat for a lot of those rounds. They knew exactly what was coming their way, and granted, that was how G2 felt in the second half, right? It's only with the fact that Wrinkle's able to get a kill through the double doors on mid and sort of NIP capitalizing on that, popping out long, doing pretty much a simple call to end the game was what worked out. Otherwise, we might have easily gone into OT.
I agree with you. I think if he doesn't get that out kill through the door, we're still waiting for this game to finish.
Yeah, absolutely a key moment, but it is in the books, and now we turn our attention to Nuke, obviously NIP's pick. I'm going to try and be generous here with what's going on with Snax, because I know he's come in for a lot of criticism. Obviously, if Maui was doing this segment, that's all we'd be talking about right now. But look, he's got a stand-in who is a coach who he knows very well, some say too well, from a former team. He's got another stand-in who we know won't be with the organization moving forward, but they've got 3 tournaments together, and he's got to activate Hades, someone who's been out for a while as well, in terms of S-tier Counter-Strike. On top of that, he's got to think about his own game and what he does. I think, best will in the world. Do I think he was it for G2? No. But do I think he's really up against it here? Yes. This is like Karrigan, name any IGL. You couldn't do anything in this situation.
I think at the time it was fine, getting Snax when there weren't too many options, right? And you have a lot of firepower on that team. It was okay, right? But the fact that they didn't make a change in the off-season or as soon as Shui was available, right? Like, he's not the guy long-term, and I think that's just the problem for G2. Like, some of the moves are coming a little bit too late, and that's why this season has been pretty much a wash for them. I mean, you have m0NESY, who you know is going to leave. He leaves. Now you have a stand-in. You're going to make changes after the major too. It's like this whole first half of the year, it's a big nothing burger for G2.
And this is my worry, Dust, is obviously Nuke, NIP's pick, very tactical map. You've got to have really strong T sides, and Snax, it looks like, has simplified the call-in so he can embed everybody into this team and just keep it simple.
Yeah, it's one of those things where defensively on this map, we're just going to have to see them defend a lot of aggression. NIP is very much one note in the sense that they're either going for fast outer takes, or they're going for fast upper, or they're going ramp really quick. And so it's going to test their anchors. It's also going to test Hades on the op. He's going to have to make a lot of...
They have nowhere else to go outside of those 3 things. Really.
Yeah. So
ramp or A or outside.
Yeah, so
that's the whole map.
So I think the anchors have to perform within the op. Like this is where Hades, you want to prove that you're a tier 1 talent. This will be a great opportunity when you're calling your own shots defensively with the op, what type of picks you want to go for. If you're able to defend some of these outer takes, make some big plays, that can certainly, add to his credibility. But in the end, I think we're going to have to see MongolZ come online if G2 has any chance of keeping this series going. I mean, he's just such a pivotal player for them in the yard and entering that if he doesn't show up, they have no chance.
Well, we'll see if he's able to do it. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. We're going to take a quick break. G2, backs against the wall. Can they stay in the tournament? We'll find out in a few moments.
We're dequizzing all the bombs that lie around us here in Astana. And I've got Heavy God from G2 joining me for this one. You still got a smile on your face. You still seem pretty positive despite everything that's going on. Shall I ask how you are?
I'm good.
You good?
You're always you try to find a small sun when it's dark.
I like that. Yes, very true words. Well, I need you to find a lot of sun for us and a lot of success in this because I don't want to blow up right now. I want you to dequiz this bomb for me and find us a success. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Which weapon is the most expensive?
Oh, you know it. You know it.
For how long does a smoke grenade last after popping and before completely fading away? I don't remember. Which city held the first CS major?
Oh, you're quick.
In 2024. How long is the fuse of a flashbang without hitting any surface? I don't know what is this. I have no clue.
But you still lucked out and got it correct.
Okay.
That was quick. That was good. 26 seconds, you defused the bomb. You were never under any pressure.
No.
And you really didn't know that last question?
I don't know what this. I don't know what this means. I have no clue.
So it's like when you throw it right, how long before it just explodes?
Aha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know.
But you lucked out, so that's good.
Luck is good.
So luck is on your side for this one.
Sometimes.
You've saved us, Astana is safe, and the bomb has been defused.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
G2 have loaned in Hades and brought him back into action once again. You get to see what can be done on G2 for you. And I guess I first want to ask you, mate, just who reached out to you? At what point did you know this could be an option? How did it all go down?
I mean, it was kind of funny because I went like to my brother's place and then Taz wrote to me on Steam, but I wasn't at home, so I didn't know he was writing to me.
Oh no!
Yeah, but then someone contacted like my agent and then like he woke me up in the morning, yo, oh, like there is like a sick thing, you know? I'm like, what? And then G2 wants you for a loan. I'm like, cool, all right. I was like fully confused, but then I kind of expected like something like to happen with Modesty, you know? Because, you know, the results went there. So, yeah, it's interesting.
What was it like for you to be the one that gets the call up? Like, what went through your mind?
I mean, to be honest, nothing, you know? I was a bit shocked, but then I kind of know that I have like good relationships with like all the players, like they know me, they know how I play, so I think I was like a safe choice instead of like taking a gamble on like some new talent or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
And how do you approach this situation, right? Because obviously, MongolZ is obviously what he is and then done what he did, second best player of the year last year, and now you're like filling in for him. Are you gonna try and play the way G2 want? Are you gonna play the way you like to play? Like, what's being asked of you here?
I mean, I'm chilling, you know. I wanna just like do my best, but I'm trying to like make sure everyone like gets like their freedom, you know, because I'm a guy which like likes to do his own thing, but then I also like to support. So I think we found a good balance in practice, where like sometimes I do my own thing, sometimes I'm just helping others out. And I think so far it's going pretty good, you know. I'm not like trying to be modesty, you know. I'm just trying to be myself and make sure that everything clicks, you know.
I think that's the best way to be, right? Don't try and change yourself for this. Just be the best version of yourself you can be and try to dominate on that server. How much practice did you have? Like, did you guys boot camp anywhere?
Yeah, we had boot camp in Serbia for so we had like over a week of like pure practice. We had like some team bonding activities, paintball and stuff, you know, so it was fun. Like all the guys are great, and yeah, I think I fit into the team pretty well so far, you know.
Okay, so it was quite a smooth start.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
And was there any like, I don't know, doubts on your mind that it wouldn't be a smooth start? Was there any thoughts about like how you would try and come into the team?
I mean, you always have something at the back of the head, like what if like the vibes are bad or something, but like the second I came in, like everyone was joking around, so I felt like really welcome and it was really nice.
And how's practice been going? Like, was it an easy system to try and fit into?
I mean, it's a little bit different to what I'm like used to.
Yeah.
But in general, like I like the way things work here, so I would say it was a pretty smooth transition.
And what do you hope out of this? Like, I know it's a loan for now, but like, what's your personal goal?
I mean, we've got like 3 tournaments, so hopefully we can go far, maybe even win one of those, you know. But yeah, I just want to like show everyone that I can play on tier 1, you know, and if like things don't work out in G2, that I can get like a good offer maybe like after the major, you know.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is like the best opportunity to showcase yourself and show the world what you can do?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's like the best one I could have gotten probably. So I'm really happy.
Well, I wish you the best of luck at it. Thank you very much for giving me all the insight on it as well. We'll see what happens when you get in the server.
Thank you.
After taking it down at G2 on their map pick, a map they're not only undefeated on, or well, were undefeated on here across Astana, but also at events prior. What was it? A 9-map win streak there, broken for G2. The chances have never been better for NIP to lock in this playoff berth. They're now going to nuke their map pick in this one, a map that they themselves are on a 5-win streak on. Are NIP cooking, Hugo?
I think they're cooking. They almost got cooked. They almost got burnt back on Dust 2, right? 12-6 going to a very close game by the end, but NIP closed it on a half-buy with a saved AWP. Now, Harry, G2, 9-win streak broken. How about a loss streak? They've got 5 in a row felled on this map, 2 of them at Astana against Brazilian teams. So G2 need to change something now, otherwise NIP are going straight to those playoffs. 1 spot between these 2 rosters. NIP only rounds from it. Got an A-pop.
Nice openers for Snacks.
Knife out.
And he's hitting you with a bit of a vintage play. The knife in the squeaky door, but not needed. Snacks' double was more than enough. G2 going to find success in the pistol.
Snacks and Taz on the same bomb site. You see why NIP want to go for the upper play right there. We may see some more attempted abuse of this position, but don't even get a kill in this pistol round.
You know, Hugo, I keep my ear to the streets. I like to know what the public discourse is, and I see people surprised to find themselves rooting for the NIP squad. And that's fair, right?
Yeah.
But the surprise is fair. It's like they did completely botch the CS division for the longest time and took like a legendary team and kind of ran it into the ground over years. But here's the thing. This, you know, signing of this roster and kind of rebuilding from the ground up, having to do it all the way through the VRS grind, going back to basics, I think that shows, you know, a promising change in direction from NIP. On top of that, though, just for the individual pieces here, I think there's a lot to get behind, right? Wrinkle just having his contract extended, someone that has been looking for that big break into the upper echelons.
Yeah.
Then you have Shush. Oh, hold on a second. Oh my God, don't win this. It's just Tech9's bit of armor in behind it, and it looks so contained. 5-on-3, G2.
Oh, no.
It's getting away from them. Oh dear. You thought they had this in the bag. The Malb's double felt like it was enough. And it's all fallen apart. Hades, Heavy God. The 2 heavy hitters from that opening map. Can they save the day? It didn't feel like it had to go this far. It didn't have to be like this, G2. It's just Heavy God, 1v3. And there's no invite. There's no reason to go for this. There's no one to offer up that kill to bring him back in. Heavy God left to the extremities. Nip steal it away with the force buy in a 3-on-5.
Oh, it felt done. It felt already done, Harry. 2 from Malbs, and then everybody crumbles, and the pistols provide a round for NIP. That's a disaster. But, you know, if you want to add some levity, let's go back to what we were talking about. Because I actually liked your angle.
Dude, the other, like,
look,
I'm going to keep going. The one that's like super sick to me is Snappy, right? Because this guy, his whole career has been like a captain playing second fiddle to literally anyone else in Denmark who also was a captain. And he's always been having a grind and build up rosters. Most notably and most famously was that Ent squad that he was a part of. And they went on to have good results. you know, he's a part of building that team from the ground. Then he gets the Falcons call up. That was supposed to be, finally, Snappy's time in the limelight. He ends up in a Falcons team that we learned after the fact was a dead team walking for a long time, and the vibes seemed atrocious. And it's like, that was his big opportunity. That was the big squad he got to be a part of. Now having to go all the way back to like grassroots level to try and build this team back up through the VRS.
Yeah. And I think that's probably the most admirable part for me. It's something we've talked about a lot. It's, you know, you look at some teams and for understandable reasons, seems like Heroic, for example, have, you know, are still very relevant because they bought the Sangal core and then they added pieces, they made it better, but they bought a team that was already inside of that top 30, top 40 that would have the chance to get invites. For this SNIP team, we've watched their grind for the past 4 months.
Yeah.
It's been admirable having to play all these online games, even the qualifier here, having to go through hundreds of teams without losing a single match, Harry, to make it to LAN.
And, you know, I think like there's been so many players across like the history of Counter-Strike who, when they've kind of been near the top, especially when they've been around a while, it's like, I don't know if I want to go back to the grind all over again, you know? I think, you know, even if you think about like a Jame, for example, in like that type of position, it's like, yeah, when he did leave that VP squad, it was weighing on him for a while. Like, do I want to grind my way through? Now, obviously, he's kind of played his cards there, and yeah, actually, it turns out he is fine. But man, you know, I think it's very, very commendable, especially when this has like been the story of the guy's whole career.
Yeah,
is having to build up these squads,
and all these pieces have, you know, good reasons to get invested, like the Arostos Ujux combo that we said were too good for the SAW team. You know, we even talked about potentially them going to bigger and top teams, and they didn't get the opportunity. They got, you know, benched by their org, perhaps for not wanting to re-sign, and didn't get to play the major, did they? So
then lastly, you have Shush, like the last thought of that old Heroic squad, right?
Yeah.
The one who kind of got pushed to the extremities.
Especially when we've seen how well every ex-Heroic player has done.
Yeah.
You know,
with the exception of like their kind of star duo
players,
who
have struggled,
have fallen on some harder times. Yeah. No, like Shush was someone who, you know, even compared to like Tessas, didn't get to kind of stick around in the same vein, has had to grind all over again. Got a fresh new haircut to do it, though, and bring in a great attitude and display of force to the server here in Astana. He's been putting up some fantastic numbers as Shush.
Yeah, 1.31 rating, third highest rated player
and that's
in
what,
the event.
You know, being in these anchor positions, sort of like when we were crediting players like Jimmy P back in the day. I said very recent.
Sure.
But, you know, when Jimpat was putting up these crazy numbers, it's like, you know, he's not in these star positions, and that's what made it so impressive. But hold on a second. Backstab in for Hades. Shush will die in the back of the lobby. G2 look to stumble back to their feet here.
Arostos, here's the drop.
Ooh, getting tricky with it now is Arostos. He's disappeared up onto the roof. His teammates have a lot of room out in the yard, and they just don't know where the sweet rice has gotten to. The sweet rice and snacks is hungry.
He's got no kills already on the A1S. Full HP. Taking the lobby, but he's missed that timing. Arostos has reset. Down the ladder, re-enters lobby. Either way, the bomb is being... Well, G2 have realized that. They've started to group up. Still a 2v4.
The ex-Sword duo aren't nearby to play into this.
Just need to plant safe.
Do not lose this.
God.
Snack's dead. Snappy will hold on. The captain of NIP makes sure that round doesn't go wild.
Yeah, Snappy's had his individual moments in this tournament for sure. Been able to hold his own in a lot of engagements. Been very keen on the timeouts after a round he's disappointed in. A leader with his heart on his sleeve. And I want to go back to the map because we've talked about Train a lot for NIP. Of course, that's G2's Instaban. It goes straight away in this veto, but this is actually NIP's most played map. And to a large degree of success. We mentioned the 5-win streak. I will add the caveat That's a Fragadelphia. But even in the qualifier, it was a very successful map for them to get to this event. So they're more than happy about where they are right now. They're showing it. 60% of their one rounds on the T side anyway. Gonna keep flexing on this upper site. Taz tries to find his double. Hades does hit his shot. That's outside on the silo. Either way, they lose A and Nip. If the util is used well here, they can win the round off of it. G2 could get stalled out at the moment. Could get naded in heaven. Right now, G2 are walking through lobby flank. That's going to take so much time. Time you can't afford. No kit. Does Shush get caught here? Back of the lobby. Yeah.
Oh, no. Picked up for free. 2v4.
No time.
Up
They've
against
lost.
this pistol.
They just lost, though. They've lost. Oh, my God.
You were saying?
How? Yeah, I was saying they've lost.
I hoped.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
It was very close.
But yeah, no kit. I'm surprised they're going for such a slow play. I mean, you see, it comes down to the margin, but in terms of with that play, they got the kills as quick as they physically could have while walking through lobby flank. And hey, it's not an awful round for G2. They come in with a half buy, they leave with a bunch of guns, they kill all of Nip, but that doesn't matter unless they capitalize, unless they start winning rounds right now. NIP 5-1 up.
I mean, also, I think, like, for Nip, that's a real huge sigh of relief moment. Obviously, not just because they won the round to time, thankfully, versus the Pistols. Anyone would be sighing with relief at that. But it's like, that is how they lose a lot of these rounds. They go for these very direct five-man plays up against Eco, and so often it feels like it comes back to haunt them. And that was nearly an example of that, but through the clock, it didn't happen. And so one of these pitfalls that Nip have been running into didn't rear its head.
Taz made a really great play there.
Oh, good awareness on Hades.
Oh, dear. Taz made a great play, but then he dropped in to get the AK. They hunt him down, they get the vent, and G2 still holds strong. Hades starting lower.
I don't know how to feel about, like, the Nip and Eco plays. I feel like it is often, you know, on the back of those, like, full five-man fast rounds, but it's weird. Like, in principle, that should be fine. You know what I mean? I'm thinking, like, to the train games that we've seen, like, they lost to Spirit, and then the next day, they did it again, like, 2 yard rushes, 5 players out main, Diana Pistols.
Not afraid to go fast, hey? Showing that on this A site yet again. Look at the smokes. Taz is hiding inside. He doesn't know where to look. Snack's picked. They're out in the middle of the site. Taz appears out of nowhere with a double. Maybe that's enough. The chaos allows Heavy God to come swinging in with 2 more of his own. Wrinkle in the clutch, shut by the AWP. And G2 holding on to this top site. It's Taz again.
They don't have money, boys. Care for some crazy shit again.
That's a misread of the economy.
That is a misread on the money.
I can see why you'd call that because you got all those kills on that lost round, but Nip won 5 in a row. They've got a 4-buy. So G2, they might play an anti-eco setup. It's interesting to know. They think this is a low-buy round for Nip. There are 5 AKs. The call comes in pretty quickly with the amount of util, the spam from Nip. Nice break on the smoke. Hades had a great CT side on Dust. He's looking to repeat it.
Snacks with the lobby aggression. Catches Shush back at the door in a 5-on-3. Gets even sweeter with Heavy God plucking Aros Dos out of the round. Nip are now split up.
I don't know why they... Oh, okay. Snappy had so much room. It's a shame to see Aros Dos just walk and fight ramp like that. When Snappy is round CT spawn. Goes back to find the secret player, but he's come up the vent instead. He's made a path at least to come outside. And G2 smoke main. Nip won't complain about that. They can cross down lower together. G2 abandoning this bomb site. Playing to retake as a unit. This is fine, but it's a long rotation to the ramp for some. That may force MIBR down the vent, which could be a big issue. We'll see if Nip hold on to it. Molly's going to buy them a few seconds before they go for this stick. And full ramp.
Yeah, you
Nice
don't have a lot of time to get set up here either if you're NIP. Wrinkle feels trapped in the site. Hold on a second. He's not the one trapped there. They're trapped in here with Wrinkle. 2 quick kills. It's going to fall onto the shoulders of Snappy to try and clutch up. Damage done, but he can't long out that skirmish versus MIBR's MD.
NT for Wrinkle. Nice that G2 stick to their protocol. The call was give them lower, so you don't want to see players rotate down the vent in that kind of position. There could just be a player sitting inside of it. G2 all go ramp as a pack. They trade out to win the round. Exist calling a timeout. Because Nip have let G2 back in. This was 5-1 up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, thinking about how kind of Exist is looking at this, it's like they had that one round versus the Pistols where everyone dies, and now it feels like that's really throwing them through a loop. They haven't picked up a single round since that point. They've fallen fairly dominantly in favor of G2. Now you're running out of money. You've given up a bunch of these advantages that you had at the start of this game, and G2 are finding a way back in. So a good time to try and stem the bleeding. And I mean, you know, on Dust 2, you saw like the idea of like trying to exploit Taz and Snacks. It felt like, you know, with Taz being in this top site and then running a bunch of these top site hits, they've been looking to do that again, but they largely weren't able to break through. And so, you know, bullying the Taz Snacks bomb site has not treated Nip well in these games. Have to look for other answers. Yard smokes and crossing with it, but MIBR is in a good position here.
Oh, he just walks into him. Heavy God on the ramp, holds with the AUG, and 3v3 for Nip as Shush gets a trade out A. Nip can freeze. They walk back. MIBR, there are always timings outside, so calls to Taz, who will come and re-clear this. Good space being taken. As Nip recommit, Taz should go no further than this. Whoa, lucky to be alive right now. And Nip take that as a sign to go back. They leave Wrinkle in the yard. And perhaps want this main split. Heavy God with the AUG. It's back in fashion. He's got a nasty spray on him. Let's see. Oof.
For Wrinkle, Heavy God, the AUG gone, and Taz, with his earlier skirmish, seeing him brought down to 5 points of health and retreating into this B site. He can't go for this.
Taz Ninja defuse.
I mean, I actually don't hate it. Oh my God, is he? No, he's.
Is there an AK somewhere?
Or is there an AWP? There's a
Hades. Okay, yeah. Save is definitely the right call.
But
no.
Flying Ninja defuse AWP Taz round 1v2?
No. This is the right call. You want Hades feeling good in this game.
I mean, I think Hades is bringing a hell of a lot to the table right now. Whenever you're seeing him in the comms, he's very vocal. He's both trying to bring energy and results, right? And he's certainly kind of calling his plays at the start of every one of these rounds. A big reason as to why Dust 2 even got interesting for G2 in the first place. Hades doing a lot.
Yeah.
Even managing the investment at the top of this round. He's the guy getting the AWP back. So.
Hunter's not here. We know how vocal he is in CT side in Nico's absence, so it makes sense that someone's going to fill those boots. And it's often the AWP calling the shots, calling their moves, what they need from the team. So Hades, aggressive. MIBR to support up close. They can still make it behind red. Hades has to be aware of this. This is a scary setup. Hades pulls back. And MIBR has heard a Molotov go out, so he knows it could be a player crossing secret. He's going to try and take his timing. Flank the lobby, go for the bulk play. They don't believe it's many outside, and they would be right. MIBR could win this round off of this position now. The bomb dropped, Snappy caught off guard. MIBR will come back. He's going to be aware of UJerks, but he is just probing B right now. Nip recover that bomb. And B is locked in, so this is a very difficult round for Nip. Take in mind, they have no util to make anything happen. UJerk kind of lost here. No kill's going to get presented. His team might join in ramp. Hades is AWPing it. They're going to go down the vent.
Snacks with the spam. Could end this right now. Wrinkle has lent him a helping hand, but UJerk's getting that kill on a real good timing, and Wrinkle continuing to get kills in upper, this time on the enemy. Will make it down in the B site with the bomb in tow. MIBR's arriving on the scene very, very quickly. Last spotted aggressive out in the yard. They weren't ready for him fast on the secret flank. Arostos should be good to get this, but it feels like he's missing his window right now. Longer this goes on, maybe the less MIBR's expected, but no, he's going back and he's checking the back lines. Arostos still gets away with it, and so it's Taz versus Arostos. See if G2 can look to split the difference on this half. Taz sticking it. Arostos, will he call his bluff? No. Comes in big with the swing and locks out Taz in that 1v1. NIP, a bare minimum. They've won out the half here. Stumbling back to their feet after that 3-round hiatus. They've broken through the G2 defense, and now G2 left with little money to work with.
One important round for UJerks here. You see the impact of those 2 kills. You said it was lost on B. Heavy God gives up that frag in the window, and he only gets legged by Hades. So he not only kills the B anchor, but he finds the AWP as well. And so his team down the vent assured in getting that nice open bomb plant to clutch the round out with. That was a very difficult round to win for NIP. They still find a way. Winning half. Snacks with a tech. And NIP can feel it now, but I'm never going to call this game too early after what we've seen from Nip after just last map. How uncomfortably close that got. All of that aside, it's undeniable that NIP are in a great position to make it to playoffs of Astana. And what a showing that would be for a roster that has just been vying for a chance, an opportunity. Well, they don't look to waste it. Here we go.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm fully listening.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hear everything.
Me too. Take what we can get.
Something that surely does feel nice for G2 with, you know, Hades being a vocal player and looking to kind of do that Hunter-esque job of helping out on these CT sides. Is like, you know, this is first time getting to meet the rest of the gang, and it's a very promising showing that this is, you know, the vibe he's bringing from day one while you're here with your coach standing in. Not like he's taken time to be polite. Been assertive throughout. There is this stack in the lower sight. Snacks playing up close, knife pulled.
Wow.
Arosdos stabbed out a play, and now he's going for the defuse. Snacks is making like a YouTube video, man. What is this? He's just knifed them, stuck the bomb right under their noses. Snacks, the king of the trolls. That is wild.
Under the bridge. And Nip pay the price. That's a classic Snacks move right there. That's an old school Snacks play. Every now and then you get a glimmer. And that will save G2 for at least the last round of the half. It felt like a round they were destined to win with that stack, but Snacks put some magic on it.
He's ice cold as well. Like, you wouldn't know. He just knifed the guy, insta-defused around in the smoke.
I mean, they're down. Like, the G2 are still in trouble. 5-round CT side nuke. It's a long way from a 1 game.
Yeah, but like he just did something like you see in those videos where it's like, I'm Silver 1, and this is what my lobbies look like. Like, look at what he gets away with.
That's pro game, by the way.
Bro, you're not supposed to win rounds like this. Okay, that's a very nice, you know, blast from the past from Snacks. And it's given G2 a much-needed boost, that one extra round, closing the gap between them and NIP. Now they embark on their T-half. Heavy got to open.
Wow, down the vent.
Straight down the vent with 3.
It's a ballsy call. We'll see if it pays off. Ujerk's nice shot. The Julies as well, coming up with some kills. Snappy just chasing in that B site, denied by Taz, who's looking for another double, but he can't do it. Out of ammo, Wrinkle 1 health, they go hunting, chasing down this low player. He has nowhere to go but the graveyard. 3-on-1. And they know where Arosdos was. He slipped down the vent since. Taz taking that bomb back up around the world. Vent to ramp to heaven to A. G2 with a pistol.
Two players in the site. It's Taz and Snacks, and Snacks gets deleted, but Heavy God will end up in a very powerful position. Isn't even required because Taz has it on lock. So yeah, snuffing out Arosdos. G2 getting in with a pistol round. That's now 2 in a row for G2 and a chance for even more. As then they'll be playing out there. I was going to say anti-eco, but NIP do put money in to this next round. Talk about old school Snacks moments. You think of some of the shotgun moves. Well, Shush is looking to channel that, bringing out the Nova into this force buy.
The one FAMAS in the best position for this round. They have a flash for Wrinkle, but it's on ramp, so he's just going to have to do this on his own. Snacks jumps in. There's no trade there. No one close. So it looks like a solo play. Was that the intention here for G2 as 2 players sit behind main? This kind of forces you to do a late A hit. Hades has backside util. And Nip have 3 strong top site. G2 go walking in. Malbs needs a clean entry or this goes wrong. Oh, that's more like it.
With timing.
Oof.
Shotgun does nothing. And Hades double kill on the opener. Looks to bring them in. Ujerk's dead. Hades real clean on these SMGs. That's a welcome addition to your Orpa's bank account. 3 kills coming from the MP9 and Mac 10 combo.
Snappy baited so hard there by those grenades from Hades. He turns to look at the site as a backside molly flash comes in, and right as he turns, Malbs comes around the corner. Entries are good for G2. So Nips force to the wayside.
And I mean, this puts G2 on a level game.
Yeah.
About to move into the lead.
Nothing's impossible at this point, right?
And, you know, if you want some more positives, right? Like, one of the feelings at the end of Dust 2 was like, damn, if only Malbs had looked better from the get-go, maybe we could have had a real game on our hands. Well, he is performing far better here on Nuke. A sort of 3-man tag team that have to punch above their weight, and Malbs, Heavy God, and Hades all up in double digits and are leading the way for their team. So you have a bit more to work with here if you're G2. And there's no denying it. They do feel a little more nervous here on Nuke. Yeah. You even felt that when they, you know, lose everyone and win the round to pistols in the first half, then go on to lose 3 in a row. In kind of a disjointed, more anxious fashion than you'd seen from them right off the top of this map. Right now, they feel so close to those playoffs, so close to the big payoff of those VRS points as well. That's where the nerves creep in. It's one thing to imagine winning and what it might feel like. It's another to actually do it.
Pressure on. Snappy relieves it with a kill. Ujux's CZ does another in, and Snappy, it's ugly, but he's got his teammate right behind. 2v2 now up the vent, denied by Taz. Arostos armorless. There's an AK here in the door. Maybe, just maybe, but Snacks takes the perfect position. It's all timing now for Arostos. He hears that plant come in. He knows he's got a 1v1. Snacks will not let him get it done. G2, anti-eco is fine. 8-7 in the lead now on Nips map pick. This is meant to be Nips go-to. A 5-win streak versus a 5-loss streak.
And it should go without saying, but like playing Nuke with a stand-in should feel very punishing.
But Taz did well on CT side on that top side. He had a couple of multi-kills. Nips stopped going for A attacks.
No, and to the credit of Snacks and Taz here, you know, more so Taz in this instance because he's the guy standing in, but it felt like the NIP game plan on both maps was sort of, yeah, let's abuse their sites. Let's try and just get them off to this horrible start. They kind of are the weakest links in the team. There's no doubt about it. On Dust 2 to open, Taz was Mr. Multi-Kill at the B site. Wouldn't let them in. And was far and away from being a problem on the top site here on Nuke, repelling a bunch of those A plays. Obviously with the help of his team.
Oh,
nice opener for Wrinkle, though. And Malbs falls out the round early.
Yeah, huge scalp to find on this yard position. Hades not given a pick back with all these smokes in the way. Snappy gets back in the garage, but can't really move from this position now. He is stuck. G2 creep down secret. Unspotted. Ujokes 8 and 12. He has a Molotov. And all of G2 coming his way.
Good info on the jump check at least, and not punished. 3 players spotted, but G2 keep walking this. Quiet as they go. Snappy backstab now gets activated, and Hades not long for this world, I'm afraid. Snappy's going to collect that one for free.
Just taking it.
And now G2 feel like they have to go back and try and flush Snappy out through the back line. That's Taz to face him. Clean stuff to find Snappy. If Heavy God can try and keep the porch light on, open up the back door, maybe G2 could have got something going. Instead, it's Taz, 1v4 ace clutch attempt. And needless to say, he's not going to make it dead.
Yeah, stuck. That's a horrible angle, fighting the top silo player in B. Just shoots his feet out from under him. And Nip with a really nice round. An entry kill for Wrinkle. Makes a safe rotation. Stops the B play. Snappy with a flank. And he didn't overdo it as well. Got his kill and just lived, knowing 5v3 so valuable there. G2 boxed in that B bomb site.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, yeah, it was a great peek from Wrinkle. As you're trying to go for the kind of AWP spot out in the yard, that is your first contact point, a player on top of the silo holding for that push. And it's great awareness for that to be the angle that Wrinkle's committed to.
And now a hero gun from MOUBS. Surrounded by 4 armorless Glocks. So safe to say it has to be the one-man army.
Oh. Well, none-man army.
No one gets out. Flank is in, and that's a bomb as well. Nip knowing when to disengage, just prodding and poking all over the map, each getting a kill. Shush goes back and drops a bomb again. Taz is late to the lobby. There's nothing in here for him. Might even think about just saving that AK for MOUBS.
Come on, Taz. No armor behind this AK. Tries his hand at the ramp fight. But Ujerks will get rid of him still. It was just a hero gun round for G2. Did not leave the mark they were hoping it would. And that's NIP retaking their lead in this second half. And right now, Snappy knows he has G2 in a vulnerable position. A chance to break the money at G2 yet again. And at that point, that would leave you within touching distance of those playoffs. Only 1900 at the end of that last round, so like this buy is so far from perfect for G2. It feels like a massive understatement. Like this is a rough buy. And what it means, you know, for the game overall, the idea that this kind of hits like a 2-for-1 round if you end up losing it this late in the match. That couldn't go worse. Shush flashed in for the play. And he decimates G2, this cobbled together buy. One of the last few chances that G2 have here gets decimated by an MP9 hot push.
Oh, that couldn't have gone better for Nip. Just 3 kills, no answer for G2. Round thrown to the wayside in a millisecond. And they just get out like nothing happened.
And here's the thing, I think you go so passive, so unbelievably passive. Don't give them a reason to want to attempt this. But when that clock, you know, hits kind of the 25, 30-second mark, you're going to want to go hunting. Removing these guns have massive implications with where the G2 money is at.
Yeah, and there's an MP9 still in place, so Shush has almost nothing to lose in re-attempting some aggro. G2 seem pretty far out, though. No one's going to find Heavy God here. Hades on the silo. Might have to watch his back, though.
I mean, if anything, I feel like that's the place you're kind of beelining to if you're Shush. The expectation is they're going to be back in T-Spawn. That's why Hades should have this cover. But he's done well to dodge him thus far. You can't forever. And they know now that Hades was up on top of the silo. No one else in a position to hunt. And Nip play for their own money. So these AKs get out of it. And in a way, sure, it gives more intrigue to G2 in this next round, but all this really does in the long term is prolong these money troubles, right?
Yeah. It's like a poison chalice, you know. It's you have guns, yes. You have a chance to win a round with 2 guns, but no one's on the same page. No one's on the same money. With constant maths to do, figure out how you want to buy eco, future saves drawn into question. What a flash for Astralis. And Shush does well by it. I don't think you've ever seen 2 more blinded players than that. It's a tilter for G2, but they buy back. Give it another try. Fast outside. Live and die on their own sword. Snappy has a bunch of HEs in hell, but they've already crossed before the smoke bloomed. And Nip didn't even catch them. Of course, they're aware. They know G2 can be lower. G2 do a good job of avoiding the Molotovs, making it down relatively unscathed. And Nip have no one lower. They have no one even close to lower. As far as G2 are aware, this site is free. If they just plant, I mean, this is a great position for G2 right now. Bomb out double? Oh dear, now it's loose. Smoke out single, bomb out double. Someone needs to grab that plant. Wrinkle holding onto the lurk. Snax just walks in back turned. And sure, G2 have a plant, but that kill on the lurker now entices Nip in. They know they have all of G2 inside of this lower bomb site. 2 points of rotation. Astralis down the vent late, and no one there to stop him. Time is Nip's only enemy.
3 heavy hitters still in this for G2 as well. These are the 3 that are meant to make these rounds happen, and with Heavy God and Hades both finding success, things start off strong. Malb's gonna add to the chaos. Ujerks doesn't know where to look as they crunch upon him. And so Faith in this trio for G2.
I feel like G2 gifted that round to Nip and they just couldn't get a single kill on the retake there, right? It's not just Taz walking out with the bomb in the open, it's Snax getting caught on the lurk as well. That's a 4v3 for Nip. But Astralis understandably has slowed down the vent, gets caught by Hades, and Nip just get picked apart on the ramp retake. G2 win a round out of nowhere. They had no business. Nip's final timeout now. 10-9. And nothing's guaranteed. Jerks and Secret playing more aggressive than previously. Only 2 players in the yard here for G2. On the fly smokes, the second wall comes down. Nip have already used their HEs on that first attempt. So G2 are going to get Snax into Secret, and Ujerks is pushed into lower. Jiggling. Snax kicking up a fuss in this B site. Malbs needed that kill so desperately. Snax converts on lower. Now they can crunch ramp. He's going to go alone. There's already a player here. Snappy had an opportunity. Now he has to go back. He hears them coming in. Wrinkles moving in with the AWP and G2 cancel. What's the call here? 4v4. Snax still trying to disturb on this lower site. But it seems like G2 aren't interested. Up the vent into Arostos and Shush. Snax goes the long route. 20 seconds here.
It's very, very late in the round. Snax caught coming in, and now Shush.
Down the vent.
Trying a vent drop here. Taz is found. They're already down there. In a really rough way. That round just capitulates for G2.
Oh, they're all over the place. I guess they didn't want to commit upper after Snax dies. Taz tries to drop, but Nip just stay in their setup. They had Snappy watching lower. They had 2 on A site. Wrinkle was still roaming. Found that perfect timing on Snax's rotation. What a read from Wrinkle. 11-9, and G2's money is gone. They almost have to just rush that top site. They have Mac 10s. They're going ramp.
Right into Ujerks. Holds the line with 1. Going to try and get out of there. G2 are closing the distance. Rotate, scrambling down towards lower for NIP. Snappy, as the captain, is the next point of contact. Only going to get out with 1. MongolZ will get rid of him. This time, though, it's not that hard-hitting firepower trio left up in this lower site for G2. It's just Taz and MongolZ. Malb's supposed to be one of the big stars in this G2 squad. Had a quiet start to this series. Hasn't been thrilled with his performances as of late in this G2 jersey. There ever was a time for Malbs to stand and deliver, it's now, but the odds so against him. Wrinkle's got him in a box. And so NIP, 3 chances to secure those playoffs. A team that this means everything to. This project trying to climb the rankings. Every game feeling like NIP's qualifier to an extent. They were barely inside of the top 50 as they approached Astana. They're looking to move up to 26th in the VRS if they win this, with more games still to play. Prize money still to earn. This is a huge deal for NIP.
Yeah, right there, trying to reach that invite ranking. The opportunity in NIP's hands now. Can they grab it? Can they seize it? 3 chances before arena play. This would be Wrinkle's first playoff appearance in a big event. First time in an arena. And NIP have had trouble closing games. They've let things get too close. But these last couple of buys have been barren for G2. 2 rifles in this round. You're not going to get a better opportunity. Snappy is so committed here. This should be a trade at worst case. Snax comes around the corner, makes it easy. That's an upgraded gun as well for G2 as they storm this lower site.
Yeah, it is a bit of a wild position for Snappy to commit to. Far safer ways you could have looked to go about that. And so the plant comes in at lower. NIP, do they feel like risking it on this 3-on-4? They already have Arostos down here. For the time being, Heavy God's not even a part of the round. 1 kill might entice them, but Arostos is unable to get it. And so NIP looking to commit to this save. I'll give G2 the respect of 1 more round. A sentence we've said many times over for NIP across this event is so darn close. I mean, 1 round at the difference. Unfortunately, you don't know when or where that round lies.
That's such a curious position for Snappy. I guess he doesn't expect 4 players down secret there, right? G2 have faked it a lot with just Snax. Snappy feels like maybe the off angle is good enough, but he dies to the first player. And that's a gun given over to G2. That's a lot of space. He doesn't get to play his fullbacks and let NIP group up. A curious decision that will cost NIP their easiest chance to end this game. Now G2 re-enter the fray, looking for overtime. Taz's Mac 10 has been spectacular all event. He got that crazy flank and window against Big on Mirage. He's had some moments with it. Still out-fragging Snax. Wrinkle's had enough. Dangerous move. And he even gets out. They're going to hit this top site. Wrinkle, shotgun orb, uses it, puts it down their throat. 2 shots off Wrinkle, hits a 360, and he's going to drag into playoffs. His first appearance in an arena, and Wrinkle has earned it. He wants every single one. He'll take them down. NIP into the playoffs of PGL Astana. They 2-0 G2, and they end the run of the reverse sweep from O2.
Yeah, and elation for the folks on NIP. Proof the project is working. It's going in the right direction. And in spite of having to build this all from the ground up, this was the right move. Playoffs secured for NIP.
Yeah, when I said NIP get the win and make it snappy, not quite what I had in mind, but this
Not
is
your
perfect.
tempo?
Yeah, exactly, not my tempo. No, I mean, look, obviously it was back and forth, and G2 were playing for pride. They were hanging in there. They wanted to give a good account of themselves, even if it had to be individually. But NIP just had their number. You know, G2, so many problems to overcome at this event. I don't want to say it's been a total disaster for them. Hades gets some reps. They made it to the last day. That's going to be helpful moving forward into Dallas. But ultimately, it's Nips Day and one to forget for G2.
I think it's just very hard to set expectations for G2. You know, like what would be a successful run for them here? I don't think anyone believes they would have been in the contention for the trophy even with their full lineup. You know, it's rumored that they're going to make changes after the season. It just feels like, and also the changes in leadership, right? So you're not even sort of getting reps in that you're getting reps in that might not matter in 2 months with where you're going to be playing. It's, I guess, comes down to just getting more experience for some of these guys, like Mal's getting more used to these roles and positions, and Heavy God getting extra tier 1 experience, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while I could nitpick here a lot with NIP, let's just give them credit where credit's due. Their first big international land, they're going to make it to the top 8 at worst. They're going to make it to the stage. It's going to be an opportunity for some of these guys for the first time they have that experience. We're seeing Wrinkle and Shush continue to play excellent Counter-Strike. And now, I think the biggest thing for me that I've noticed in this series is you're finally seeing Arisdose come online. And I think that was one of the big things I've been kind of
Really
waiting for.
series.
He had a great series, and I think that's a great positive sign for NIP. And also just think about this big picture. No matter what happens now to them once they hit that stadium, they've already put themselves near the top 25 in the VRS with all they have already done, which means now they actually have something to look forward to in the second half of this year. Obviously no major, but they've put themselves in a ranking spot, and potentially they could push it even further where they will be able to attend some of these events more regularly without having to go through qualifiers. So that in itself is massive for the NIP organization, who's been needing to win for a long time.
I think top 24 is really important because you have the Cologne play-in where that gets you in. You have Blast Bounty, which is 32 teams. So if you can be in that top 24, you already have those 2 tournaments going for you, which is huge for NIP, who wasn't able to get anywhere close to invites in the first half of the year. And yeah, they got an opportunity against a G2 that's struggling, and they took advantage of it, right? It wasn't the cleanest of games, but I think you can't really judge them by that. They had a lot of pressure, you know, to get this win and to get the points, and they've done that. And I'm going to be excited to see them play now with some of that pressure off their shoulders and in the arena.
I also think you have to consider that they did have one of the tougher schedules of any team in this tournament. They played Virtus.pro first, and while it's not one of the greatest teams, it's still a pretty big test from where they were coming from. They win that. They have Spirit next. They have Aurora after that. So they're playing against, you know, teams in the top 10 pretty consistently, but then they took care of business against the teams that they should be taking care of business against. And again, I think Aridose's, you know, evolution and form throughout this tournament is a really positive sign for them. And Wrinkle continues to be, you know, just a very flashy guy who can have impact with the op and the rifle. Shush is anchoring like a madman and creating openings when they need him to. So they're getting some good performances. I just think they need to kind of, you know, polish some of the edges, right? I think there is certainly still some attention to detail that needs to be had, but I see good theory. Execution could be better.
Yeah, and look, the few issues with closing out, you know, obviously that can be tough, but these are high-stress situations. And, you know, I want to just talk a little bit about Snappy because, you know, as an IGL, obviously he had a terrible time over in the Falcons project. Just nothing worked out for him. I'm pretty sure the way he'd tell it is he didn't get players he was promised. Promises were made and not kept. And yet he's had to kind of go back to the drawing board really in his career. He's took disparate parts and young players. And I think what he's got them doing is, I mean, certainly some stellar T-sides. And we've got one of the guys here. How are you doing? Congratulations, by the way. Yeah, awesome.
Thank you.
I was worried you weren't going to turn up. That was lots of celebrations. Well, first, congratulations to you. I've got one question I want to start with. When you had to watch all of your teammates go to Falcons back when you were in Heroic, were you upset that you weren't going with them? Did you feel like you'd been, kind of overlooked?
I don't know, actually. I think even if I got the offer, I would have said no, because they have Magic anyway, and there was no way they were going to keep me. So I think it's for the best. They accepted it as well. I know they were in a pretty bad situation with themselves, also Heroic. So I think they did the right decision, and obviously it sucked for me, because they put me in a shit situation.
Well, yeah, right.
But I don't know, I just had to accept it as well, which was hard in the beginning. But I also knew that, okay, maybe it's a good new beginning,
Yeah, sure. And how have things been settling in for NIP? Do you feel you had the confidence that you would be here at this level by now, by this stage of the year? Or are you surprised that you're in a playoffs of a major tournament?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I mean, definitely in the beginning, it was looking a little bit rough, but I could see the potential growing like so fast as well. People were listening to pretty much anything I have to say, and Snappy had to say as well. So we kept on improving every single day, and I think even the qualifiers where we did really, really bad, we also improved day by day on those things.
Well, I think the obvious question I have to ask is just about your individual performance. You're having a career best LAN. I don't know if you're aware of that, but like what you've been able to do at this event has been pretty special. We see you in more active roles than what we saw you on Heroic. Had they consciously given you more room, or was that something that you kind of wanted, or what do you owe this performance to?
I mean, I knew when I joined the team that I had to do more as well. So I'm way more vocal. I set up a lot of rounds, and I help Snappy with a lot of things. Also mid-round, I do a lot. I think I just play better because I have a better routine in general, like with my life, more stability. Also, I trust myself a lot. And in-game, I can do pretty much whatever I want, but I don't do stupid shit. So most I don't do that. So.
I think also I want to know whose call was it, the flash play in HOT with the MP9 when you killed 3 guys?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ask for that, or was that some anti-strat?
I mean, it's not anti-strat. It's something I had way back in the day that I brought to the team. It was actually Wrinkle that called it in the round. And I said, okay, this is a fucking nice call. And it worked out perfectly as well.
Yeah, definitely worked out. I want to ask you a little bit about playing under Snappy, right? You spent a lot of your career under Cadian, another Danish IGL, a little bit under Kickstand. So what can you tell me about Snappy compared to the other 2 guys?
I mean, I think because I thrive so well and I do so well is because I'm used to this system. I mean, Cadian and Snappy used to play back in the day as well, so it's kind of the same, not calls, but the way of thinking as well. So I've been used to that ever since. And then with Kickstand, we have HOTU Saw as coach, and Snappy work with him as well. So I think the system we have, I'm just used to it, and it's so easy to know what to do in every single round pretty much.
I've got a couple more questions, and then we'll let you go get some rest before we head over to the stadium. Obviously, with Aradoce and you Jerks, these are players that don't have the same wealth of experience of players like yourself, of Snappy. And I think one of the important things for senior players is to help the younger players because they're under a different kind of stress. Can you give us some insight into how you've been working with those guys?
I think the most important thing is just do what you do in practice. I mean, it's the same game you play every single day, no matter the opponent. It's the same map you play every single day. I mean, it might be new opponents, but you still have to do the same things you do every single day. So it's not really something surprisingly new you're jumping into when you play like in the studio or on stage. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a lot of people, but if you just focus on, okay, this is how I do in practice, this is what I do, this is how I can help my teammates. I think as long as I can help them to be more calm and just focus about the game and not on everything else, like the opponents or the crowd. If you just focus on the game, then it's so easy to just relax a little.
Was there any pressure on you guys, knowing that this is your one big LAN and that this is where you can get a lot of points and getting into that sort of invite circle, or were you just sort of taking it one game at a time?
I mean, we were taking one game at a time, but at the same time, the games we lost. I think it was only Dust 2 against Spirit that we got stomped on, but every single other map we should have won. And we also looked positive on that, but we also were not negative, but we were harsh on ourselves because we want to do better, and we deserve to win as well. But we just do these little small mistakes, and if you do those mistakes, you're gonna lose against these top tier teams.
Well, look, I'll let you go. I just want to say, obviously, I know it's been a while since, you guys might have been in a big stadium event. It's certainly been a while since NIP have been doing that. They've been a long time gone. So, honestly, you've worked wonders since you put this roster together to get them back to that. And I hope you enjoy it because I'm told it's going to be a really, really big crowd. Yeah. I'm hoping it's going to be a great experience, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
No worries. You take care, brother.
All right, bye.
So there you go. He kept his cards close to his chest on what he's doing performance-wise to make himself so good. But ultimately, NIP can feel very, very pleased. I think probably they've exceeded everyone's expectations.
Yeah, I think he's just naturally slotted into this team, particularly on the CT side. I don't think he's really had to change too much there. But I do really respect, some of the added responsibility he's taken on T sides. I mean, obviously, when
I love that insight.
I mean, when he was with Heroic, I mean, he had like Nertz and Tessus and these other guys who, were super experienced, aggressive players. He had to take more of a backseat. This team, yeah, he has EU jerks, but not quite as experienced at this level yet to do that. He's going to be doing some of it, sure, but it gives Shush a little bit more room, and I actually really enjoy how he plays.
It's also hearing that they're getting along really well, right?
Yes.
That people are very receptive of feedback and constructive criticism. That's sort of an environment that you have to have if you're going to find success. And they've been through a tough period. A lot of these qualifiers, they weren't able to make it, but the one that they did a great job of capitalizing at the opportunity. So yeah, excited to see them in the arena.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. That's it. Quick day for us. We're going to be swapping out the crew in the studio. It's going to be Tech Girl, Maui, and Blair when we get back. And it is going to be Aurora taking on ODDIK. Remember, this is for a place in the playoffs, so make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah.
What do you
Okay.
see?
First of all, there's a chicken.
There is no chickens, I think.
Okay, I see a chicken.
I don't know, the chicken look a little sus. But maybe that's there too. Okay. Yeah.
Why is window is green? It's no green.
The light in the window. It's red, not green.
Why do I see green lights in the window? The window should be red.
There's some light in the window area that is usually not there. I don't know, I think it's red.
What else? Boxes is good. Maybe shadows? No. Yeah.
Okay, that's really hard. I'm looking at the trees right now, but I don't see anything. I mean, there's 2 arrows. I was looking at that in the start, but maybe that's it.
Why is the arrow pointing towards A when it should be pointing towards B?
Sign is it's going towards B, not towards A. Yeah.
Like this. I don't know how it means in English. Like, yeah. No, it's good, I think. Ah! It's B side, not A side. Yo.
Okay, it says A when it's B.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, that was actually obvious. Yeah, I was looking at it in the start and I was like, I'll look at somewhere else. It can't be this.
It can't be that, it's too easy.
I don't play this position, but I do know the map well. It's quite a simple map, to be honest.
NIP made really quick work of G2, so we're moving straight into our second game here in the final day of the group stages at PGL Astana. Quick change on the desk. My name is Sam. I'll be keeping you company for the rest of the day. Joined by Blair and Maui Snake, so prepare for the chaos because it is incoming with this group and I cannot wait for it. We're jumping straight into that second best of 3. Aurora up against ODDIK. And boys, let's just say it straight like it is. I don't think if you were a betting man, you were betting on ODDIK being in contention to make the playoffs at the start of Astana. And if you've seen them for the last couple of days, I would still say maybe you're not in contention for playoffs just yet.
So you're not a believer is what he's saying.
I'm not a believer.
I agree with you.
Say.
Hey, okay. You know, Woody had one goal when he came to this tournament. He told James Banks, I just want to do better than the other Brazilian teams.
Well,
he's fueled by spite, all right? More
I like
than anything else.
I like that.
He didn't have playoff ambitions. He didn't have grand final ambitions, and he already did better than Payne. He beat Payne, so he's happy. The ODDIK camp is already happy.
They're literally hate playing, and I love that.
I mean, now I'm starting to believe because I think hate can fuel you to go very, very far. What do we like about ODDIK? What we've seen so far?
They seem to be the right blend for me of having an experienced in-game leader in Woody, recognizing that he has very raw pieces, and kind of letting them do what they want to do. I'm not saying that this is the cleanest Counter-Strike, doesn't always involve the most teamwork, but little individuals in different places can actually punch up now and then.
I feel like for me, K-Slox has been the diamond in the rough, right, so to speak. You're looking at all the other players, and even looking at their numbers coming into this event, you're looking K-Slox top of the chart for this team, and you're wondering, can you replicate this on LAN, especially, you know, against some of the better teams, better opposition? And despite the rest of his team kind of struggling overall, he's been delivering, and he does seem like the real deal for me, Maui.
I went through his Anubis demo this morning against Payne, and yeah, he's got some great ideas. He uses a variety of utility sets, but the thing is for me and K-Slox and ODDIK as a whole is that it's to set himself up. Not many people are setting him up. He's just it's individual players making kind of solo puggy plays with their own nades, and you would love to see a little bit more coordination across the board, but at least they all know they want to call their own numbers.
We've spoken about some of the positives, but there have been 2 losses, right? Up against FURIA and Astralis. If you are on the side of Aurora coming up against ODDIK, what are some of their weaknesses that you can take advantage of?
Oh, just the fact that Aurora should be better than them in every single metric possible. You're looking at individuals. You have Xantares, you have Woxic, you have Jota, you have, Wycadia. Every single one of these players should be better. You can just pick any random player on the side of ODDIK. They should be winning there. And also, just to touch upon, or rather build upon what Maui just said about how they're just kind of playing a little bit more puggish, a little bit more, just setting themselves up. On a complete flip side, Aurora should be the well-oiled machine. They should have everything going for them. The only problem for me is we really haven't seen that yet, except for yesterday against Na'Vi. It was a losing effort, but that did at least seem like signs of the Aurora we saw before they took that little vacation of theirs.
Aurora don't play the most layered tactical CS like a Na'Vi, but they know exactly how they want to finish rounds, how they want to go about their defaults at the beginning, and Major game plans with Fabra to come up with an idea of how they want to approach every matchup. I'm not sure if I can say the same about the ODDIK camp, who Woody himself said want to play puggy at this event. It's kind of a weird way. He just wants everybody to build their own individual confidence. Woody, I'd like to see the team work together as a unit, but we know that Aurora can do that.
Aurora has very strong fundamentals. We saw that against Na'Vi, even though that they lost. They set it up really well. I mean, the puggy playstyle Maui's talking about in ODDIK, that's going to be something that Aurora can potentially take advantage of pretty easily once they figure that out, possibly.
I mean, yeah, sure, they could, but also depends on if the individuals are going to step up, right? And I think that's been kind of the curse for Aurora this event. Some of the names you expect to really perform and kind of farm some of the easier teams hasn't really been playing to the standard we expect of them, right? Xantares obviously still delivering, but I'm looking at Woxic, man. He's been the dependable pillar for this team in the rise they've had so far in 2025, and this event is nowhere to be found.
That's why this is a great matchup for him to just boost that rating, for everybody to forget that he's had his struggles through some of the other opposition that he's faced at this event so far. And if ODDIK are going to play the puggy individual style that they have been, then Woxic should be able to clean them up with relative ease.
The firepower on Aurora's side potentially stronger. We're going to see the veto now. Are we expecting any surprises?
I'm actually a little curious about this because both these two teams love to pick Anubis, but here for ODDIK, do they just go for the comfort pick? Hasn't really worked out for them because you're going to be gifting Aurora the best map. I think Anubis is a decider. I think Nuke and Inferno coming in. No, Aurora go with Dust 2. Bit of a surprise here. I think Inferno should easily be the second best map. That should be the map they should be going for.
I love the veto from Aurora. I love the pick, because ODDIK have shown that even against teams that like Anubis, they'll still pick it. So like they'll go to all ends possible to make sure it's in the first two maps. And in all honesty, I think that Aurora letting it through and knowing ODDIK's going to do this. I mean, it's like this. If you're Woody, you know that this is probably not going 3 maps. Don't even try to kid yourself, okay? Don't joke around and say like, wait, maybe we can get Anubis for
But what about belief, Mao? You need to believe in yourself.
No, you want to play your best map against the highest opposition you can possible because this is the best possible practice that ODDIK can take back with them. And I know that maybe I'm writing them off already. I am writing them off already, okay? Like, don't get it. I'm not mincing my words. I don't think ODDIK's going to win this. I think it's going to be a 2-0 in Aurora's favor, but I think that you want to play your best map possible so that when you go back to Brazil, you can say to yourselves, what are the things that they beat us on? What are the things that we need to work on?
I think the only little surprise I have is Duster coming in, but I could also try and manufacture an argument because Aurora have only played Duster once so far in this event. They lost to Big, so maybe they're like, listen, we're the better team on every single map that could possibly come into play. We're just going to try and work on the Dust too. So I can see that argument coming in, but I echo your sentiments. This should be a clean 2-0 for Aurora. If it even goes to 3 maps, man, I'm just questioning a lot of things about the Turkish side.
I am literally in agreement with everything you've both said.
Really?
So there you go. Every single thing. I agree. All I could do was just add yes and nod my head. That is a strange time for me. I don't know what to do with this feeling. Anders, DDK, what should I do?
Honestly, if you find yourself in agreement too hard with Maui, you probably know that you're on your way somewhere strange then, I think.
On a sinking ship, perhaps?
Yeah, it's possible. He's got a lot of strange opinions.
That's how he likes it, though. So
that is, yeah. It is his thing, you're right.
It does seem to work for him somehow.
Yeah, he's like, he started off with the hot takes, and now I think he's just been consumed by them, He's like, he's stared into the void for too long on those. But, yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think this might be right. This should be a more one-sided game. If it isn't, that will be a very exciting story too, I've got to be honest. If somehow Aurora aren't able to win this one in a truer fashion, I would be shocked.
I completely agree, Anders. It would take a disaster. But we are no strangers to seeing disaster tournaments, Counter-Strike tournaments. So we'll see. We will wait with bated breath.
I mean, this whole thing started out for Aurora with the disaster losing to Big, which is already unacceptable. Now they're in the 2-2 bracket along with ODDIK to try and see if they could survive here. It's Dust2 coming up, and it will be Aurora starting on the T side. Matteo's in the back of the bomb side. What a great shot. That is why you buy the P250 in the pistol rounds on that T side. Snipes him away at the back here. Woody trying to see if he can land a shot now. Nate's coming in with a very quick flank. It's going to be a kill at the very least, even though he did actually turn around there, Santaris, to find one more headshot before he does go down. The bomb is planted, and the retake is already underway. They don't have any grenades, so running in there is Pank. That's actually not a bad shot at all. Going to be a little bit in return here. Down to the 1v2. Woxic with a Glock, and he's still got 16 bullets. Oh, the smoke fades, and it reveals him. If that had been there a little bit longer, there would have been so much more of a chance for him to stay alive.
Danger, though. Danger Will Robinson. Remember that one? That used to be a thing people know about, but maybe I'm dating myself a little bit.
I do remember.
But yes, Danger, because the bomb goes down. T side for Aurora, that's actually kind of a cool spot to be in, because on a map like Dust2, you can get some rifles on board. And if you get rifles on board on the T side, as we see exactly how this bomb went down here for Aurora, although obviously it got defused. But yeah, if you get rifles on board, it's scary. You don't need a lot of util to do stuff on a map like Dust2. And so... Okay, the energy is pretty high. The energy is actually very high. But to finish my point, if you're able to get the rifles on board, you don't need the huge amount of utility to make them work, to get them into position. And the CTs have to make that decision between, as we see, some MP9s, a Scout, and a couple M4s. So it's not ideal. There's lots of ways for this round to go wrong. But if ODDIK can manage to win this round, have some players left alive afterwards, obviously that really sets them up. But Aurora, with a slow start to this one, larger lean towards the upper tons. And Santaris, he was lethal yesterday.
It was so sick. Yeah, super fun to watch. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough. Going to be pushing out into the middle here. Matteos, a lot of trouble here. That incendiary, did it ever get thrown? It didn't. He's just out with the MP9. I feel like throwing that grenade would have been the way. That looked like sheer panic. And they're going to lose the round. They don't kill anybody, in spite of the fact that they had actually 3 people at the site. Like, they were in a good position to stop that push. I'm disappointed.
They actually had the read as well. You could see that because when Santaris peeked Cat, and this might be, some of, let's say, the research that ODDIK have done. At least this is how it really looked to me.
Right.
When Santaris peeked Cat, we saw the incendiary get thrown by ODDIK like immediately.
Yeah.
And you're not going to throw an incendiary and just waste it unless you think there's a timing for the Ts that they want to push in. And so if that timing is Santaris just showed presence Cat, they would have read it correctly. But like you say, the follow-up after that point wasn't there. So they didn't have the other decision-making that should have been behind that. But I did look like a good read, though, Anders. So that's the silver lining for me, is that they've clearly done some prep here.
I sometimes think it almost can feel worse, the fact that you had the right idea, and as a result, you are actually favored to win the round, and then you somehow don't anyway. And it comes down to, a couple of individual hesitations, a couple of mistakes. I do think there was one really good flashbang that landed on the beep defense early on, which probably made a big difference, but still disappointing. We do have double scout in play, so that is exciting, if nothing else.
Yes, mid and long for those scouts. And yeah, this is what we were talking about, the danger that exists in that second round. Very, very scary for the CTs. But ODDIK, as you say, with these scouts here trying to defend against this long push, we're going to get something. Woxic, though, he's quite a menace. And if there's any match for him to feel confident in, I feel like it's this one here, Anders. You're on Dust2, your name is Woxic. That should be enough.
Yes.
But you're also against a team where you're heavily favored.
Yeah, I agree. You'd love to see him have more of a vintage performance, really. I do have to admit, I do have a bit of a backstory myself with Woody, because...
say more.
There was one online game at some point, I think, where I watched him on Nuke with the AWP, and he was just so sick. And I have a certain weakness for that kind of style, that I was just so bought into it. I was like, I way over-purchased the Woody shares early on. I still think he's he's an interesting guy, and obviously, like we're also lacking IGLs in general, so I just like him. I like Woody, but
best character from Toy Story?
It's possible. It's possible. It's been a while since I've watched Toy Story, I'm going to be honest, so don't even remember all the characters.
Same.
It's not my...
I like Mr. Potato, whoever his name was.
Right.
Seemed relatable.
Falling apart, Dan.
Exactly.
Fair enough. There's some psychologist out there is going to be listening thinking, that's an interesting pick.
Exactly.
That's a lot about.
Yeah. It's like a Rorschach test of sorts.
Well, it's pretty quick here. ODDIK actually going for an early timeout. I think, in a way, I just did it. We keep calling them early timeouts, but I think it's just the norm now in Counter-Strike at a high level. And also when you're playing MR12, you've got 3 timeouts. Like, you know, you might as well almost use them early on before the whole team falls apart mentally.
It is one of the most tragic things when you see a team that is you see a full-on collapse in competency and the mental game, and then it's just no timeouts are used. And you're only left thinking, like, surely someone would think that they could use the timeout here.
Yeah, it almost also feels like, oh, look at Woody. It also feels like if you don't take the timeout, you're almost saying, well, we have nothing to say anyway that's going to save this. Like, you're sort of sending that signal no matter what. Another thing, obviously, is people sometimes like to bring up, why are they doing a timeout into, you know, a round like this? But typically people don't do timeouts and plan for the very next round because it's just so obvious when you do that. So you'd rather do a timeout and then you have a, you know, you sort of lay out what are we going to do in like 2 or 3 rounds from now? How's that going to play out? Because that was the way people used to do it. They would make a timeout and then they would come up with a plan that was going to be executed in the very next round. But that obviously becomes such a readable phenomenon that now people don't do that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a sensible choice. Interestingly here, you know, Aurora, again, a round like this, if it's telegraphed, doesn't really matter. You've got so many advantages as long as you have a good, you know, a good execution as a team as you move forward. Oh, the pause is nice. That's kind of a crazy shot to connect. So that, you know, props there. ODDIK able to take one more player down, and look at the change of pace. It's going to be, instead of committing through to A, and a couple guns can be stolen away. This gets interesting now.
Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted, right? So, but still, that's
no kit though, I suppose, right?
Yeah, no kit. But you're right anyway. Like it's nice for them to feel like something is working out here. ODDIK, they have to find a way to recover the fact that they lost the second round after winning the pistol. So I think this kind of a round, you know, there's something to look for. Even if they can't win it, it's still pretty good. You know, just a little mental boost.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think we talked about that yesterday too, where it does matter. Like you know, some teams aren't disciplined when they're winning, and they kind of allow the other team to get kills and get a little too close. And even if it doesn't matter for the end result, it's so much more powerful for your team as well to just feel that you have this crushing level of dominance against another team. It's like a psychological boost to your team, and also like it feels like impossible for the other team. Oh, we just don't get spots to play.
Yeah,
that feels horrendous if that continues over time. So. I agree. It's nice for them to get something, a couple kills.
Little conversation that we had. I don't know if you noticed, but Woody had that like center view model. As a former Quake player, Dan, you've got to appreciate that. The center view model.
That's like a Quake 1 style view model there, which I do appreciate. I think I also saw an OB1 8K mouse there.
Look at how centered it is. So ridiculous. But
awesome.
It's really taken on. Like a lot of people are using it now. It's spread. It started as a big meme, and now slowly but surely, it's running its way through the Counter-Strike scene, for better or for worse.
I love it. Okay, well, there's another default here from Aurora, so they're up against the first close to full rifle round. It's a scout on Woody though, unfortunately, but otherwise looking fairly decent. Okay, so there's that Molotov we typically see to prevent any info gathering there. You'd have to drop off from that otherwise safe spot. You can kind of tuck into the wall. And now, after putting the pressure there, Aurora just going straight towards the B site. There is a timing here for ODDIK to find out what's going on. They're quite passive here, so unless they push long, I don't think they're going to discover this in time.
Double smoke in the middle, which again is really hard to read because it could mean anything, right? It could be that this is going to be the catwalk push instead, or it could be that it's going to be the B splits. You just have no way to know right now. They're really far back here. But if Matthias can get a couple of really early kills, then it might not make a really big difference here. One of them running out the window, almost shut down. What a lineup for him, but it's only going to be the one. Galil might have betrayed him a bit. The spray from Nate, absolutely not on point. I think it actually almost would be worth watching that in slow motion, even if it's a bit mean. If it's a bit mean, but you can tell that it started off with almost a bit of a panic sensation before he really, decided to try and adjust. But it was too late, and that's all they need. And in truth, even if he does get one more kill, all that does is put them in a 3v3, and they probably cannot even retake the bomb site anyway.
Yes, yeah, absolutely agree. I was going to make that point too, that the fact that the CT setup is so passive, the time to get into a retake spot is so long. So yeah, you kind of. So this is what I was actually going to mention. In that type of round, I feel like we would have seen HOTU pushing long and finding like the perfect timing for it. And that was one of the many things Astralis were able to do. And you can have less of a sense of a gamble in that decision to do a push like that if you've done your research on the team and you kind of understand via various tells that you've spotted with the research. This is the kind of pacing that I can kind of expect. And so you can kind of pick what... There's always going to be a chance that you get it wrong, but you have a higher success rate. And yeah, just not knowing that in time created a scenario where maybe you would have wanted to see the CTs say, okay, we're not seeing anything. It could be B, so we do need a faster rotate. So let's at least gravitate the player from car and sight more towards cat or something.
Oh, that actually connects really nice. Santaris getting the long spawn and deciding, you know what, I'm just going to go here. And he's going to bring the entire team with him. I always just enjoy this map. This is actually one of the aspects that does make Dust 2 a little bit unique, is that on any other map, if you were all out here and the other side knew, so like if we're talking about Inferno, if the entire team was on Banana and all of the CTs knew, it would be such a bad position to be in. But on Dust 2, it's not necessarily the case, because you can still absolutely win this. Now, they have brought Wakardia back into the middle, but they don't actually even have to, although he will go there and find a kill. That's so annoying. Nade ends up going down. He's 0-5 at the moment, and we'll see if Slox here at the catwalk position could do anything. It's Pank first up. Oh yeah, he's going to go down. Wakardia doing excellent work. Turns around, and even if he doesn't get that kill, still, the bomb is going to be going down here, and ODDIK, I mean, retaking A is easier than B, but you're still a man down.
So see what they can do.
Nothing.
It's not really, yeah, it's not looking good. Now the AWP does look really interesting with that view model. I actually love it. But I think this is one of those spots that encourages ODDIK to be more aggressive. They have to fight for some early control.
Yeah.
And because they're in this spot now where they're so passive, Aurora are able to just set up into a push, whether it's a split, a set piece onto a site, whatever it is. They're just getting bomb plants, and ODDIK aren't able to really do enough damage, have enough anticipation to have the correct positions in time. That is the dilemma. And so if you're Aurora, just keep doing the same thing. And ODDIK, I feel like they have to get aggressive in some respect. At least like play aggressively more around cat, so there is a base of retake or long or something of that nature.
Yeah, I mean they tried a little bit this round, right, with the lower dark push. But unfortunately, Wakardia, this is also why these kind of matches are difficult, because Wakardia is somebody who's, I think, his real struggle for his career has been to perform on some of the bigger stages, but typically, group stage or the online games, like he is a real menace, and he's a really solid player. And I think he's actually done a lot to overcome some of the stage stuff too, but I wouldn't be surprised if Wakardia is going to be running a little bit wild with this kind of a game, because he's going to feel like, well, I'm already doing really well. Push up towards the top of mid, and I love it. We do get a bit of that aggression coming out. We'll see if it actually works out for them, but even if not, the idea of it here, ODDIK trying to do something different.
Yeah, and it is super interesting. How do you kind of maximize value from this? Well, Knight able to take down one of the players gravitating towards the long doors, and now Aurora have to make a decision. Do they go back for this? A whiff from WOGSIK. Now, oh my god, another whiff from WOGSIK. That opens up the kill for Knight, and he can get out. 5 versus 3, and that is a beautiful result. Able to live. Even better.
Whew. Where did the second shot go for WOGSIK? It looks to me like it is so on him.
This was the situation for WOGSIK yesterday.
Yeah.
Missing some of these kind of key shots that you feel would be a given for an AWP of his caliber. And that's really why we put that. It's like you were saying with Xantares yesterday. There's a high expectation because we've seen the ceiling.
Well, speaking of Xantares, he's still alive. Not going to be ready for this one, though. Imagine if he could have brought the round back. Madja, not known to be an AWP. He's going to end up going down. ODDIK will pick up a round, so lost 5 in a row here. Trying to stabilize a little bit. They also get out with some rifles on their side, so, it's they're also on the CT side, so I think in general it's not a terrible position to be in here. But you got to keep winning now.
Yes. Yeah, and it obviously came off the back of the aggression, which is what we were looking for. Find some disruption to the early rounds, and it works out. And the interesting thing is that, well, you know, hold that thought. We've got another aggressive long take coming through here for Aurora. Not too much on the other end for ODDIK. They're playing fairly passive setups. They're not fighting super hard for this, which is totally fine. But you do need to have something like they had in the previous round. And right now, the B and mid player haven't moved a muscle.
It's a dangerous position to be in with that AWP. They have 2 of them, by the way, on the CT side. But one of them right here trying to get the jump now. The Molotovs are going to follow. He knows already. He's putting up a smoke. He's saying, yeah, I know. I know what's going to be happening. Trying to hide in the corner, but how much do they want to try and find him? Jota sneaking into it, trying to find the lineup here. When that smoke clears, the question is, what can he do? He's actually going to walk right through it. It's such a smart move from Jota, and this is why he's such a great player to watch. He does make a ton of these kind of moves, and that's going to completely catch ODDIK off guard, unfortunately. Satar is moving closer. It's Jota getting another kill before the round is over here. Pank doing the best that he can to get back into the round for his team. Falling off, though, and he has to reload at some point here. Bomb going to be planted pretty swiftly. That should be enough.
Stock's unable to find anything there. Vicardia with the headshots. Now Pank already 2 kills in this round. With it all to do. And against an AWP as well, this is certainly extraordinarily difficult. Well, I like that, but there is a problem because Major's here watching for this. Oh my god, he actually clipped him in the head. That's
okay then.
Yeah, that will wake you up in the morning. Well,
better than a cold shower.
Yeah, yeah, just
guns being shot at you. Probably right.
But this is another interesting spot because Aurora showed, hey, we feel super confident that if we get just full long control, because you guys are not giving us a fight really for it. So if we're going to get long control immediately, that's super powerful because even if Aurora don't decide to just fully scale into the A side over time like they have been, there's a lot of ways to play off of that because the CTs in theory should respect it and rotate players over, weakening the B side of the map. So it does create openings. So in that respect, it's a great part of the default if you can establish that.
Yeah.
It's not against the top teams, you don't see as easy of a time establishing this. So because I think Aurora are getting it, they're likely going to just continue to do it.
Yeah, but if you get the spawn for it, yeah, no reason not to. Flashing out or smoking out long at the moment. Flash is going over. Again, Jota going to be early in. And that's all the information. Just that one grenade flying through, kind of knows, all right, I've got a bit of a timing against you guys. Probably doesn't actually need to throw that smoke at all, but he will. Trying to play around it, but caught. That's a nice find for Pank.
Yes, and I like that they're not playing too fearfully there because they could have thought, oh my god, they've just taken long again. Let's not try to retake it. They haven't done a lot of retakes, and they're still holding this lower dark position. That smoke, Woody's going to go forward. I respect it, but he is trapped. Has to get the kills here. Has to get value because he's certainly going to die. Player coming in from mid, but still Woody is going to go up the stairs. That's actually crazy. You love to see it out of Woody. He'll die, but he's done his job. 4 versus 2 for ODDIK now with Pank on the flank.
Woxic. Ooh, another missed shot here. Pank will end up taking him down. That's why I fell in love with Woody a little bit. He's got these moments. This is the kind of, it's so crazy. Like it is the sort of Fallen inspired AWPing where, when the danger is there, like the smoke is on top of him, the rational decision would have been to fall back into mid and say, of course I'm not going to be pushing lower dark alone. I'm already scoped up, but this is the sort of stuff that he does. And I'm not going to claim that. He's some top tier AWPer, but it's the sort of AWPing that gets me really excited.
There we go. Woxic able to find one early. Knights now with the AWP on Cat, looking for a top mid rotate. Oh, he knows surely. Ooh. Okay, falling off. Knows he's exposed also to the left side, so playing it safe. The boost up though. Oh, Woxic. He knows how to play these spots. That's an early 5v3, but that lower dark position, I mean, that could be the saving grace, but it is an AWP, so easy to rush it down. Oh no, sorry, it's Matios with an AK.
Yeah, he's picked it up here. Slox picked up the other AWP, so they still have the double AWP, even in this one. Nice headshot. Centaurus going down. Woxic hoping to catch him as he retreats, but he's not going to give him an opportunity. Will fall back in. So it's really just Matthias at the bomb site here. And unfortunately, if he dies, then the round is going to be over pretty quickly. Aurora actually respecting some of the early aggression here and slowing down the round quite a bit. 50 seconds before they decide where to go with it. Slox here. This is so dangerous. Yeah, once you've been discovered, can you actually stay alive? Grenade goes down. Don't know how that doesn't do any damage. I feel like it landed on top of them.
That's incredible that Slox actually survived there. And look at this, understanding Aurora. Oh, we've created the fear that we're going A, so now we're going to hit the B side. But if Matthias can provide a performance here, this could make all the difference for ODDIK. But it's all on Matthias' shoulders. Here they come, finds the first player. They're coming through the choke, the spray comes in, but it's only good for one. And now it's a 2v3 retake, and that's just not looking doable here for ODDIK.
Yeah, unfortunately, especially double up, right? It's also the amount of money that's on the line. You can't rebuy any of this, really. So these two guns are going to be incredibly valuable. I kind of actually did like the off-angle position that he was holding Matthias in the bomb site, because that is the kind of position where you probably get the first one for free, and then you kind of only have to win one real fight where they definitely will swing you and aim in that position. But
yeah,
it just didn't work out. It'll be a 7th round here for Aurora, and I still think ODDIK could do something. I think if they can get about 4 or 5 rounds in this first half, then there is a conversation to be had. I do think the CT side in general is harder to play on this one, so yeah, we'll see. They'll save the AWPs.
Yeah.
That's a start.
I have to say, I just want to take the second to completely agree with you, Anders. I think that off-angle was really sick, because if you do get that first kill, yeah, I think a lot of top riflers are getting a really good, high percentage chance at 2 kills there, and Donker's going to get all 3, obviously. So
yes.
so yeah, I do like that, and it's cool. Also, ODDIK are playing. They're not playing fearfully, which I think is so important when you're the underdog. It's so easily to give too much respect, and I feel like we're not seeing that.
Yeah, it also makes it much more sort of watchable Counter-Strike, because there's just no way to hide the fact that this is a big overdog underdog situation. It just absolutely is. But you know, they're really trying to keep it fresh. They're trying to reinvent every round here. ODDIK, I think it's worth giving them some credit for that, because it's not easy to do. Throwing open the smoke is a great example of that. Woxic goes down. Oh my god.
Excuse me.
We all need a moment after that one. You could, oh, he's just disgusting, isn't he?
Yes.
But in a beautiful kind of way.
Yeah, full control and retake mode for ODDIK, but the bomb is not close just yet. This could be a big moment, but Xantares with the crosshair placement is going to win the battle there, and Vicardia is still in this deep position on the site, so it's going to be very difficult for Woody and Slox to get in.
Yeah. Oh, that is not a good smoke. Yeah, he's going to try and play around it. Unfortunately, that won't work either, but that smoke did actually allow for Woody for a chance that he could have done something, so maybe a little bit sloppy there. Vicardia with 3 kills, Centaurus with 2. Yeah, that first Vicardia shot that'll take your breath away.
Yeah, and that was an insane one to get, because it actually feels like, obviously it's an amazing shot, but it feels like ODDIK got a little bit robbed. I felt like they did such good work to actually start out with the advantage.
I wish I could see that in slow motion, the first kill again, because he couldn't see him, right? Oh my god! It keeps on going, Dan, why?
I don't know, it's just unreasonable headshots. Unreasonable headshots raining on through. 4v3 here early for Aurora on this final round of the half, and 4 rounds would be such a sick result for ODDIK, but how are they going to find it? The bomb is now making its way towards the B side of the map, and only player anywhere near it is Woody. We have seen some good things, but he's currently concerned with mid. But leaving B open right now has to feel so dangerous.
Yeah, but you've got to take big risks. I'm almost surprised Pank isn't just pushing here, because just holding all across the map, they're so stretched out, ODDIK. That can't be the choice here. Party is going to be shutting down Woody, and that's the beginning of the end here. Such long range. Look at the confidence on this guy. Yeah, he spots him. Of course he's going to take the fight. Why wouldn't you? He's 11-4. He feels like I'm going to be able to defeat him. Even now, tagged up, he just wants that one headshot. He's got 5 bullets. This is just, oh, so beautiful. That is the kind of confidence you just love to see in a player.
Yes, and it's the last round and a half, so it's nothing lost. Nothing lost by doing it. Unwinnable round for his opponent, so...
Centaurus is laughing at that too. He's like, all right, kid.
Exactly. Yeah, remember who the top dog is here. It is me, Centaurus. The headshot machine.
They're having too much fun, aren't they? They're having way too much fun.
Yes, it's not a good sign for ODDIK.
It's definitely not. But for Aurora, who after all should be one of the really dangerous teams in the tournament, I don't think they've shown that really just yet. But you've brought up this point in the past about peaking in tournaments. So, if they successfully do that, if they survive this to begin with and get into the arena, then again, there's actually so much more Aurora that they just haven't shown us at all this tournament yet. So that could be fun.
Yeah, you kind of have seen glimpses of it from across the team. I do agree. We'll have to see how far they can go. But it's actually a good start in this 2-2 situation. And yeah, for ODDIK, there's so much pressure. I mean, obviously there's pressure on Aurora too, but some of it's alleviated by the fact of they just know that they are just... They've got so much more experience.
Yeah.
So many more pieces right now.
Better in every way right now, is what it feels like.
Yes, I was trying to say that without sounding too aggressive, but you can't get around it.
Yeah, sometimes we just have to. Woody's got one flashbang and a smoke as well. So that smoke is for the long cross. The fact that they only have one, though, is... It just means that once they throw it, they sort of have to commit. Right? They can't throw it and wait. Not that there's going to be much slowing them down, I think. Although MIBR actually does have a smoke on his own here. He's going to set it up for that very reason. So let's see how this one plays out. They just have to go through it. ODDIK, you might as well. You've already thrown out all your own utility here. Rushing past with the Glocks. So far, so good. Although Bacardia, that's in lower dark. He gets the kill on the Pank. So now they know they can just have to focus on this A-bomb side. They don't have to worry about getting flanked in the middle of the retake. They can just set their sights on this one. Jumping and shooting. And Woxic does go down. That's not how they wanted the retake to really begin with. Slox trying to find something. He's got the P250. It'll be Matios on the other side. And they are getting whittled away right now. The Aurora retake getting slowed down, ground to a halt here. And they don't have a kit either, so it has to be a lot quicker than this. Nice shot from MIBR. That maybe could have been the beginning of something. Jota's going to get one, tries to find him out in the open, but instead it's Matios with 4 kills. And it will be ODDIK to win the pistol here in the second half.
Yes, yes. You'd love to see it. ODDIK giving themselves a chance to really show something here in Dust 2. Great performance from Matios there. And we'll see this, or maybe the next one is going to be like a really nice trade. Yeah, an instant headshot that pretty much onto MIBR, so very important quick trade. Really well done. Really well done. And also understanding how to play that card spot. Don't have time to go into it, but we have a quick movement there from Wicardia down into lower dark, and in the meantime, ODDIK, they're going to probably take a page out of Aurora's book there, keep things simple, go for that long A to the A side of the map, and just go for it. You abuse the weaponry advantage.
Oh, Woody goes down. It's such a shame that there's not... Oh, it never does matter. MIBR, how did that happen? How did he actually get the lineup? I can't believe it. Slox now, 1 versus 3. But MIBR might have just pulled a rug out from under ODDIK here. And you could see the danger tapping away, chipping away at him. Slox, he's trying to land that kill on Bacardia, but he cannot. Oh, we have to see the replay. Cue it up here. MIBR, how on earth did he get away with that? They must have lined up, but did they not have head armor?
They may not have done, which would be outrageous, but it's possible because they were looking to get nades. I think they got quite a few nades. We're going to see here in the replay.
But they have head armor. How did they die so quickly? That's an MP9.
Oh my goodness.
I need to start buying the weapon more. I don't understand how. Even in the replay, I still don't understand how they died so fast.
Yeah, that's a shocker right there. Almost clutched, but a loss nonetheless. 10-4 for Aurora.
That actually might genuinely be like a freak moment where the first headshot also headshots the second guy, and so like it just. There's another round to go back and look at. I'm really confused.
And Woxic is definitely dangerous with the scout here. If they can get the delay, but if they can close the distance quickly. Ooh, that's a very good shot onto MIBR, leaving just Woxic here. And if they can, again, scale quickly on top of him, they might be able to deal with him. But just holding there. That's going to be Nate going down. Bomb is being planted there for Cat, but this is very scary. Not much control as CTs get to this ramp position very quickly and make quick work of this defense on the sides. There's so little left to work with now. Slox here understands he's being flanked. Oh my god, how does he get that?
Just a full-on drive-by, but the bomb is going to be defused. He realizes, even with the bomb plant, he's not going to be able to do much of anything. And maybe just to turn it around on the other side, because like you said, you know, Woxic playing very defensively. Maybe for ODDIK, that would have been a moment there. If they actually pushed him aggressively, they would have killed him before the backup arrived. They maybe don't know that, but it's one of those moments where playing it slowly actually gives so much space to the CT side to help out, you know?
Totally. That's one of those things we mentioned earlier when we were talking about respect too. Maybe there's a level of respect there, as opposed to just understanding that this timing is everything.
Although it is also a moment where no matter what, you're going to be like stabbed in the back by the casters, because if you push too quickly and it doesn't work, we're going to say, oh, they should have been more defensive. And if they don't, we're going to be like, oh, they weren't aggressive enough. We'll always find a way. Nice. That's Woody getting shut down. Woxic and Wakadia. This is a nerd. This is a rat angle, isn't it? Ah, all right.
Well,
doesn't work out at all.
Your rats have been exterminated.
Yeah. Not bad.
Versus 4. 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Won't lie. If I did call an exterminator and he showed up with a Tech-9 to shoot the rats in my house, I would be worried. That is a might be an adventure, might be a bit of an experience, but also...
Well, this is the way back here for ODDIK now. Jota's backside alone, Xantares is only now just coming into assist, so it now gets a lot more tricky. They need a very quick entry here to make this one work. Xantares takes out 2 before they even get to Jota. And the trade at this point, I mean, how much does it really mean? Matios against the world, against 3 players, and Xantares just double dinks him.
Whatever, man. Like, in a way, that setup between Jota and Xantares is actually not that good. Like, the timing is really weird, but...
Yeah, Xantares was isolated for a few seconds, yeah.
Yeah, and also I don't think Xantares is meant to be the person. I think if they swung a little bit further back to the wall, then they would have been able to fight Jota while he was still flashed, and Xantares would have just been alone outside of the bomb side. But
yeah,
it just works so well also because Xantares is obviously just a complete machine. So like that's another part of it. 12-4, Dan. This is he was out of control pretty much on the start, and it hasn't improved much from there on out. Aurora, just the better team. Wakadia, a little bit of mercy, does decide not to knife anyone on the other side, but he will get a triple for it. Up to 18-6 now, looking for more. Woody will find a way to at least chill him out a little bit towards the end of the map here, but Hank and Woody are left. It is a 2 versus 4, and Aurora. It is great, I think, to see them play up to what should be their level here. They are the favorite team, and they're owning that position right now.
Yeah, and Pank looking to see what can be done. Never give up, never surrender. The running is heard, and the position is known, and Jota is going to get an easy kill to finish it off. That's map 1. So easily done there. 13-4 for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff. You know, high fives all around. But yeah, they came into that one, even losing a pistol, whatever. They were in a really, really strong position. So fantastic work. We'll see what the desk has to say.
Easy for Aurora in this instance, which we kind of expected. I think before we get into this particular map and talk about what we saw, I would like to talk about Aurora overall. What was it that excited us about this team at the beginning of the year? Because there was a time where they were on everyone's lips.
I mean, it's basically about how they were able to, just pick up Jota right there. I feel for me that was the roster move, apart from, Rops later on for Vitality. And it just everything fit into place. They made all these playoff runs, and you're looking at kind of like the MongolZ right here. All right. At one point in time, they're going to be making these deep playoffs runs. But I think that's where it kind of stagnated. But for me, the worrying thing, Maui, is coming out of that break, you're expecting them to be kind of rejuvenated, looking fresh and ready to rumble. We haven't seen that yet. I feel like today, this map, I know, caveat, it's against ODDIK, looks like the Aurora we expected to see at the event.
What's excited me about Aurora, or what did, is that they turned every map into Vertigo. And hear me out. Hear me out.
Ew, brother.
They understand on every map what is the most important piece of map control. They'll wait out all of the CT utility, and they want that map control. Then they'll take it later in the round because they know that it's essential. And you can wait out utility because there's so much time on the clock in CS2. No, beyond that, Aurora, honestly, the upgrade for Jota gave them a new honeymoon. It was a direct upgrade for Calyx. Xantares, one of the best riflers in the world. I'd still put him in a very high regard, even if this year has been a little bit slower. And then all of the pieces actually started performing well because they understood their system to a T and were able to thrive because of that.
And also one thing which we're going to be highlighting here, because he was a standout player, was Wycadia, man. Like, I love to see him just getting activated here, right? He's pretty much buys lonesome on the T side especially, just lurking towards mid and getting multi-kills at will. And this is what I wanted to see from Wycadia this event thus far, and I haven't seen much. So for him to kind of farm a bit of confidence on this map, you can just see his T highlight. Pretty much buys lonesome, catching the CTs when they're trying to re-aggress, get a little bit of map control going their way. And this is what we are used to seeing from him, and it's good to see him back in his form.
Why was ODDIK unable to get any rounds when they jumped onto the T side? I think they got one round in that second half.
Well, we could start the CT side as well, though. Like, I don't think they had any real idea as to how to approach the CT side. And you could see, it's not like Aurora tried anything too crazy. They were just getting basically fed.
ODDIK doesn't really always check all of the angles. They don't use all of the utility at their disposal to always flush out every angle. Woody said they're going to play Puggy. They are playing a little bit Puggy.
Very
okay?
Puggy.
They're taking some things for granted. And if you're an Aurora team that every now and then puts an op on a new angle, has a rifler in a new spot, then if you're ODDIK, you're either just guessing right as you're clearing angles with your rifles, or you are just getting killed by guys that you're not looking at. And it was a lot of the latter.
I mean, apart from the pistol round, the two buy rounds that ODDIK were able to win on that CT side was just unbridled aggression, but there was no method behind that aggro. It was just like an individual just pushing up in. I think the second round they won was, I believe, a player just pushing up towards top mid, getting a kill, a couple of misses from Woksig, enabling to win the round. And the third round they won, I want to play the tape for this, is basically Woody. They get a kill towards long, and Woody, with the AWP in a double up setups, like, screw this.
It's getting crazy.
It's getting crazy. He's going to start pushing lower tunnels. This is ludicrous, right? He spots a player out, misses a shot, and he holds W. There's no one with him, Maui. There's no one right next to him to trade. Gets the first, goes in for more, gets another one, runs out, dies. There's no one in the vicinity. They wind up winning the round, but even Aurora probably thinking, what the F was going on there?
I don't even know if the ODDIK players knew Woody was going to do that, okay?
And he's the IGL, by the way.
Yeah,
You just got to try everything at some point, boy.
I don't know, like, you know, Woody...
It's instilling some confidence to the team. When nothing's going well, doing a hero play like that, you know, he is the op IGL. Sometimes KDN would do that stuff too. You know, it's just bring a little bit of fire back to the team. It wasn't a long-lasting fire, but it was a little ember.
I feel this is something I saw in the game against FURIA yesterday. For example, Anubis, which I don't think is going to get going their way either over here. But whenever they went for a little bit of aggression coming out from them, disrupting the T plans, they would actually net a few rounds. What I wanted to see more from here on this Dust 2 was if they actually work together in tandem for maybe a short mid-crunch, maybe, you know, working together to, you know, just maybe push tunnels, for example. We never saw that. It was just an individual saying YOLO and hoping to get lucky.
ODDIK, when they play domestic opposition, can just get away with players setting themselves up.
Yeah.
And that's how they do have a good group of guys for Tier 2 Brazil level. I'm not, like, there's a reason that they made it to this tournament, but it's just that there isn't really that across the map connection that you get from Tier 1 teams where there's a push and pull and everything makes sense that, oh, a guy's taking space over here, maybe you should play a little bit more defensively over there.
Yep.
It feels like they all are just kind of doing their own thing. And sometimes they do it very well, but it almost is like luck if the guy on one side of the map and the other guy on the side of the map do the right thing in tandem.
I think a couple of times we noticed on towards long as a CT side, for example, right? You lose a long player, the Opper is kind of caught in no man's land, and he's like, I'm going to be playing towards Scar. Completely understandable. The moment he gets spotted out, he panics, smokes himself off. He tries to flash himself outside. I'm like, dude, you got teammates in CT in short. Just help yourself out. So yeah, a lot of work to be done for ODDIK in all honesty. But hey, it's a good lesson to learn, right?
We do need to take a look, because I'm sure you're watching at home if you're a Brazilian fan being like, why are they being so mean? They're in the final day of group stages. But they did beat two teams with stand-ins.
Yes.
It was G2 and Pain, right? So not to wipe out the fact that they're here, but it hasn't been the clearest play for them. So what do they do now? When you know that you are up against a team that the foundation is stronger, the ceiling is higher, you're taking them to a map that they have gone toe-to-toe with the best in the world on and beaten them sometimes. what do you do if you're ODDIK coming into this now? What is the game plan?
Oh, you just keep playing the way you have been. You're not going to change how you played against
in
Pain
10 minutes.
in one day. Yeah, so it's just see what works for your individual, see what doesn't work for them, continue to build the confidence in your defaults. Again, ODDIK is going to look back after this tournament and say to ourselves, okay, guys, how do we make it so our short players work with our long players better? How do we do stuff that's a little bit more interactive with our fellow teammates? Because right now, the individuals that are spread across the map, they're not bad. Like, I watched all of K-Slox and how he played mid this morning, and he's good. Hey, he throws a lot of self-flashes. He throws good utility to try to just inflict chip damage to the opposing mid players, but I don't really see him working as often as I'd want to with the guys at B or the guys at A. He's just kind of hanging out by himself a lot of the time. So he's going to get punished today. He's going to get owned by people like Xantares, who are so favored in this kind of matchup. He's got world-class experience against him. So this is going to be a moment where they push themselves to their limit. It's a limit test for a lot of these guys. So I don't think that they're going to learn a lot in between Pain in this, but they'll learn a lot after this tournament.
The small semblance of success we saw from them on the Anubis as they played thus far was the aggression coming out on the extremities of the map on the CT side. But at that time, it came out from desperation, like we saw in Dust 2 as well. Instead of that, listen, your chances of winning this game are minuscule, as we've already touched upon. Like I said, try it from the get-go. Be a little disruptive. You have absolutely nothing to lose. I don't know how the calling is in the team. Is Woody micromanaging a lot or whatnot? But if he has to, so be it. Tell his teammates, listen, I need you to flash out B main. Woody, you're hitting sorry, not Woody. K-Slox, you're hitting your shots right now. Maybe start early B. It's fine. Start early B. Or maybe if you're Woody, I want to go for a peek towards long. Just tell your team it's basic Counter-Strike. Go for the aggro plays. Try and disrupt Aurora. But at the same, it's not going to be easy. Again, like I said, Xantares, Major, they know all the tricks and tips on this particular map. But be disruptive and try and at least make things interesting.
They do play a very good Anubis. What is it that we like about their style on this map?
Aurora themselves have the disruptive CT side that Blez is talking about. In the first half, though, on the T side,
go on, write the book.
Luxury. It's a luxury now. The only thing that I've seen with Aurora that can be a little bit concerning is sometimes they just kind of keep going for the same plays over and over again, but I don't think that's going to be a problem today. The people that are tuning in that want us to say some nice things about Aurora, they do a lot of things very well on Anubis. They take mid really well. They do A splits really well. They go through Canal to split B incredibly well. They have a wealth of plays that all work for them. The players in all the various positions are good. Like Jota's good at lurking. Xantares is good at space taking. Magic can float around and do everything. Like everybody is succeeding when it comes to this map. I don't see a weak link on it. I would again want to see Woxic build more confidence. I saw some nice shots there on Dust 2. I want to see even more. I want to see some good T side hopping.
I think the only win condition for me for the side of ODDIK was the individuals kind of falling asleep for the side of Aurora. It's not happening here. Like even Woxic, even though it was some hits or misses, you have Wykade, you have Jota, you have Xantares just popping off the way they did in Dust 2. Home territory, home turf, they're just going to destroy them.
I feel horrible saying this, but damn, Aurora got a nice break here. This is a nice, easy run.
Seems like it.
Yeah, this seems like a little bit of a nice run to the playoffs. According to the desk, it's going to be a quick 2-0 for them into the arena. Let's find out after the break if they're correct.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're dequizzing the bomb once again, and we're here at PGL Astana. I got Woxic with me from Aurora. We good?
I'm not like clear as a mind for sure, but let's try to defuse the bomb.
You're not clear in the mind, so Banks asked you to dequiz a bomb just to make things worse.
And it's gonna be like timer. I'm sweet.
Yeah.
It's more gonna be sweetie here. Let's go.
Well, it's all in the name of content. You know what to do. Click on that bomb. Let's get into it.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1, and go. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while fully armored? Oh, 52? No, 57. What is the capped damage of Molotov after the first 3 seconds? 11? No, it's 8. What is the capped max loss bonus? This? Nice. Yes, who was the first major MVP of all time? Ooh. No, JW, yeah. The minimum amount of USP shots to body to be the killer and open without cover. 3? Yeah. What is the max running speed of the model with a knife? Oh my lord. 270?
Too fast.
250.
Too fast.
How much income do you get by eliminating elves? This? No.
Oh, and the explosion
because of
takes place.
6 seconds I saw and I...
Yeah, you see the warrior and you go down.
Yeah, but because also red color like, making me to be panic, you know?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's all there to play with your mind.
Yeah, how many questions I know? Like 3, 4?
Yeah, I think you have 3 or 4.
3 or 4, I think. Yeah.
You were doing, it was a point where you were doing good, and I thought, like, if he gets a JW, will be nice up there.
JW will be...
It's a long time ago right now.
Yeah, long time ago, but yeah, this makes interesting, you know, so.
Well, you didn't save Astana, but you still got time to save yourself in this tournament, and that's the most important thing. Hopefully we'll see you in playoffs as well, mate.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. We have got map number 2 up here. It's Aurora up against ODDIK. It's the 2-2 group, so you either win here in qualifying for the arena, or you get knocked out. You have to travel home instead. And right now, it is, unfortunately, you see by the odds as well, that's crazy, 10-1, basically. I don't think it's unreasonable at all, because we're heading into Anubis, which is a map where Aurora are probably one of the best teams in the world.
Yes. This will be a tough one. This will be a tough one. But, I mean, I think even though, you know, ODDIK were unable to get much done on Dust 2, I think, to me at least, it looked like there was some level of preparation. So, but Dust 2 is one of those maps where it's quite simple in how things play out, so you can kind of only gain so much value from that. So we'll see if Anubis will yield more, if their prep is there for ODDIK. They'll be on the CT side, Aurora on the T side. That in of itself is a scary prospect.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Kind of curious. That must be ODDIK having chosen that. Damn, okay. Slox is here. Smoke Up is actually pretty nice when he's got the dualies on the other side, but we'll see if he can find the kills, because they should... Oh, they've slowed it down. They don't want to go through. That is kind of interesting. He's still alone, though. The rotation was coming. Woody was running in that direction, but he decided to fall back, and now all of Aurora slowly walking away here, so...
Wow.
A lot of decisions being made at the side. There's no more utility or anything else on the ODDIK side. And there's only a couple of flashes here. So it looks like they're going to turn it into a bit of a fake instead and just try and throw some grenades and then go out middle instead.
Yeah, I think Aurora are convinced that they would get some rotation off of that pressure, but ODDIK didn't rotate anyone. This is crazy. They've moved a muscle, and it's going to work out, at least in getting the fights where they're 3 stacked on this A side. Can they get the defense going? They've got to hit those headshots. Couple coming in here, 3 coming in for ODDIK. It's actually panning out. But Maja in the back from mid, making all the difference. Now Matios, 1 versus 2. Now do they realize that he's there? they're going to realize, well, the bomb is there, so they've got to go for it. Matios with a chance here to save his team, pick up the pistol. Is he trying to find these headshots? Labored shots indeed around the pillar, but Xantares gets it done, no fear whatsoever. But what a crazy round there from both teams.
Yeah, you are right, though. They really didn't move, and that almost won them the round. I think it was working, but the double kill for Madra in the middle, obviously that swung the pistol round back in favor of the Turkish side here. It's so brutal because, you know, if nothing else, starting on the CT side, if you're going to win the pistol, that's... Yeah, it's not half the battle, but it's a very, very nice start if you can get there. Well, they will buy into this round here, ODDIK. Got a couple of HGs, we'll see. Immediately expecting they were going to be used on the stairs, but not so. Hank goes down. Knight is here, and he can't really do anything. Shot down by Xantares. And that's it. Like, there's nothing to... They should be saving this one, ODDIK. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Now, I'm curious what ODDIK will do on the first gun round, proper gun round, because I think if you're looking at any demos, I think that FURIA versus the MongolZ Anubis game that we had earlier in the tournament, was it round 1? I think it may have even been the first round. That was a really, really good showing from FURIA to like show how you can get aggressive on the CT side and actually make it work. And so there's, I think, a lot to be learned there. Despite the fact that FURIA haven't had much practice time, they looked really coordinated there. And nice there from Woody, actually able to get a couple of kills on the board.
Yeah, fair play. Up to 3 now. Too much movement on the other side, but still, yeah, optimizing as much as he could. You are right, though, that there was a lot for FURIA in terms of CT aggression, which is one of the hardest things and probably one of the hardest maps, this one, or maybe I think it is the hardest map to try and do that on. So it's worth it to know how that is done, but it also is something that typically requires, again, you know, a lot of planning and also probably some confidence too. And when you've got that first buy round, which is not going to be now, but in the next one, that's also like you finally got your hands on the rifles. You feel like it's risky to throw them away if you do something, you know, wild. And you don't feel the same risk by doing nothing, even though that can often be just as much, if not more risky, you know.
Definitely agree.
Like not doing anything is also a choice. People tend to forget.
Yes. 100%. Yeah, and I think for those of you, as we talk over this eco, for those of you that are interested, Yakindar did a great interview with HLTV, which gave a lot of insight into his, you know, loan into the FURIA squad and sort of how the dynamics have been, and a lot of talk about Fallen's role in the team, much more of an anchor rifler. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in that interview, so go check it out if you missed it. But here, Aurora, looking like they have created an option to that A site, but there's resistance everywhere here from the pistols, making it a little bit tricky, but it's okay. You've got Xantares. You've always got Xantares.
There's always that. Yeah. He's kind of fighting everyone in the middle. But apart from the early threat there, maybe they could have got Xantares eventually, but that is not going to happen. And they'll catch out a player in CT spawn. Yeah, pretty much on tracks at the beginning here for Aurora, and it will just all be up to ODDIK to show if they can derail the train early on here, if they can find a way to get back into it. We just don't know yet.
Yes, the first gun round will tell us a lot. So as we make our way to it, you know, I did really like the E-box aggression from FURIA. They had Molodoy with the AWP there, being supported in that aggression. But we do get outside of B aggression here. Oh, very aggressive there. Mate. Oh my goodness, taking down Jota. That's a great find. And now they can kind of fall back into the 5v4. But with that said, Sox is going aggressive as well. And Woxic was looking for that. Better angle. That's the kill, 4v4.
Yeah, unfortunately, gun barrel was showing a little bit too long there. Still plenty of time in the round for Aurora to do something different. There is only head armor on one person here. Always watching for that whenever I see a Mac 10 or Galil on that T side, just to get a sense of, you know, how resilient are they going to be if the fight goes on for a couple of seconds here. I do like this push out not seeing anyone at all out here is already suspicious. So let's see how they decide to interpret that bit of information. So far, Pank is going to be, now he's calling it in, saying, all right, listen, they are definitely coming for it. But look at how far away the rest of ODDIK are. They're actually falling back, and honestly, doing a retake from this position is not easy. They will have one incendiary grenade and a flashbang. There's no kit picked up at the moment. This is really tough, and when they lose Woody, it's almost time to save already. I would say there's a very good chance that this is not going to be happening. You could see them sort of stepping around here a little bit. Matsu is still really far away. He's going to set up a flashbang. It comes through, but it almost does nothing. It's a nice idea, but that went so shallow that it didn't actually flash anyone in the site, I think.
Yeah, and it's trying to fall off now, and you were so close, it's easy for Aurora to hunt these kills, and I totally agree. Like, looking at that, given that also there was no util available, really, it's a 4v4, but it is one of those where the positional advantage for the Aurora side is enormous. And so I was thinking that should be a save right there, especially after you lose that play, you go to the 3v4 at that point.
Right.
You don't have options at all. So unfortunate that ODDIK end up losing a few players there. There's always like these weird situations that can happen. Like maybe, you know, ODDIK actually do get a kill and then they're like, oh, we can go for it. And then they just get wrecked and lose all the guns. Or in that situation, it looked like they were a bit indecisive, not recognizing that they couldn't like find an in, and then they lose everybody. So there's like all these different versions of the same thing.
I do feel like the indecisiveness is the thing that really rates for me here, because it's a 4-on-4 retaking the A-bomb site. In a way, even if it's difficult, I could actually appreciate if ODDIK tried to do it just as like a show of confidence to say, well, listen, the other problem is if we concede every single time we're in a 4v4 or a 3v3 and just say, oh, we can't do it, it's too difficult, then that also will damage the mental for the team. You know, it's like you're just calling a surrender basically over and over and over again. So it makes sense, I think, to sometimes try and take these fights, because again, it's such a mismatch in terms of the skill level of the two teams here that I could see that. But the problem was, so it wasn't even that they made the call for the retake. It's like you said, they were indecisive about it. Yeah, and that was a bit of an issue, I think.
Yes, protocols can save those situations for you, but going to this round now, we have Aurora playing slow, looking for any aggression. So they're just going to just hold for the now. And ODDIK, you know, showed in that pistol that they are happy to kind of just sit on positions and be somewhat resilient to pressure, not respect it too much. I think that's definitely a good thing to be able to do. And Woody there with the AWP in a position towards a long that he could potentially catch someone. But so far what Aurora show is that they lean more towards B and mid, and then later in the rounds, the later stage of the default, then they sort of gravitate towards the A side. So the timing there not working out for ODDIK. Minute left now as Aurora take the mid position. Very long.
Presumably, not presumably, they are going to split the A-bomb site, so they're going to run through their own smoke. They're in the cam. Woody goes straight down, and he was pretty much the A defense, unfortunately. Slox with the MP9, the only one left here. Woxy even catching Pank, who was trying to find him there. Yeah, the power of being able to blow open those smokes, even though the smoke timing is really good, right, for the CT side there, it's just, unfortunately, when they still have 2 HGs left, so they were so well prepped, Aurora, to burst through any kind of smoke that might have been put up. Yeah, great stuff. Those mid smokes are really interesting, like whether they land on the B or A side of middle will tell you sometimes a lot about what's happening, but also, as you saw in this round, Aurora actually smoked both sides of it, and the reason for that is just to make it really, really hard to call for ODDIK, because if you always only smoke one side and then you go to the other side, it's like it becomes such a readable smoke. It's like, oh, but this time you're throwing both. Super hard to know what's happening from there on out.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty smooth sailing so far for Aurora. Playing those slow rounds. We'll see if they continue the pattern of their default, and if there's any adjustment, any better reads coming in from ODDIK. Because we saw here the opening for ODDIK was just that, you know, again, you never know when your opponent's going to change what they're doing. But so far, Aurora, even on the Dust 2, shows that they're just keeping it really simple. They're not really mixing it up too much. So do we get any adjustment here from ODDIK? If they want to be aggressive, the B mid aggression is where you can find contact early, and then later in the default, outside A.
Ooh, they wanted to peek down through the window there, the smoke in the middle, very forward smoke here, so trying to create a little bit of a pocket for some mid aggression. But Aurora kind of see that coming, and they blow open the smoke for that very reason. So they have a good read of what was going to happen in this round. Oh my god, that is a nice shot though. Woody trying to manufacture an opportunity. Can't really blame him.
Yeah, and Jota could be an annoyance outside B, try to keep players towards B if Aurora decided to go A again. And again, we're seeing later in the default, Aurora is still going towards the A side. So they're keeping the pacing completely the same. And this is a good timing for the push here, potentially, but is it really? It's so marginal. And it's not going to work out there for ODDIK. Right idea, but the execution not quite perfect, and it gets punished by Aurora, plays into their hands, and they get a plant.
The position there for Bacardia is one that if you have more utility, you can punish with incendiaries that are thrown from inside of the A bomb site. So you can have two people pushing, and then you get a third member that basically molotovs that position and forces the T players out. There's some really cool protocols for that kind of aggression on the CT side, but they obviously didn't have the manpower or the utility to do that. But I'm just mentioning it now in case we see some of that later, because it's so sick when teams are able to do this. Those are some of the, I think, the later evolutions that weren't there when the map came out, but people have sort of started to figure out how to do that a little bit more impressively. Bomb's going to go up. It's going to be a 6th round for Aurora. It's, in terms of the drama, there's not that much happening right now. Aurora is they're just winning.
Yeah. Keeping the default the same every single time, and ODDIK yet to solve it. And what's interesting is, you know, there's one thing I mentioned previously is that E-box aggression, and I think one of the reasons why it's kind of nice, and we saw FURIA get some value from it, is because you might, if you have the AWP, you might catch Ricardia. You know, if you're doing it at a later timing, you'll catch players moving across to the outside A long. And if it's the case that they are trying to hit B, well, you've got E-box control, so you have still a base of control there to deal with that. So it does have it's quite versatile.
They've got some nades. Again, trying for a little bit of mid-aggression. Pank, that's a very nice shot. Unfortunately, he's going to walk into the AWP scope there. Nades trying for the multi-spray down, not successful. Woody running through the flames and the smoke to try and get in front, but they already know that he's back here, and that does make it very dangerous. He's low on health here. Another good grenade on him might just do the job. Slox goes down to the back, and Santaris with a headshot. Who needs the grenades? He is 9-1, by the way. The last couple of games that we've caught from Santaris have... Like, that's the kind of stuff we want to see him warming up into the tournament with. You know, do that on a big stage, and people are going to be excited.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Aurora, you know, picking a moment to call a break of pace. They've had super slow rounds, conditioning, these super slow rounds where the CTs are not going to be thinking about having to throw early util, and then they just run into B really fast. So it's kind of the stuff that you expect to see from teams. Either they go fast a lot and then throw the slow rounds in, or vice versa, just to throw off the pace. Just nothing given here from Aurora.
They're doing everything they should be doing. Timeout called for ODDIK to try and discuss sort of what is the next part. The problem is, even for us to try and break it down, so much of this also comes down to just some of the individual fights there. If there was a chance for Pank to get more than one, or for Nate to get more than one over there, because they both could have maybe had something. When you don't do that, it's just you're sort of allowing, or you're being forced to trade with the T side, and they're going to get the bomb planted, and then you are in this awkward retake. You're really far away. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to those fights, and there's not a lot of. It's not about tactical anything. It's just about, can you win some fights?
Yeah. They had a decent go of it, but not enough this time. Would expect to see Aurora go back to the slow defaults. You know, after that's kind of been the standard. So, with that said, actually, they're kind of breaking away from that. Typically, they would open up more towards B and mid, but heavy presence outside A, so they might just actually try to contact towards A.
Yeah, I think the beauty of playing this kind of situation here, I mean, they're really far towards A, but you can slip out of an A attack really easily on this map. It's so easy to push the CTs and then run back and into connector. But I don't think, you know, I don't know why they would want to do that. Some grenades already pulled. You can see Slox has got one. It's over at the B bomb site, but they are kind of ready. Deep one. Does do some significant damage. Actually, very nice timing. See if you get the smoke down. That's not going to be possible. In fact, throwing it now doesn't even do anything at all. Tries to get the gun out. That is the right idea. But he does get taken down. Santaris on the hunt keeps on going. Does get a second death to his name. But he's pretty much pushed back the A defense. The bomb's going to be planted here. And the round unrecoverable at this stage for ODDIK, unfortunately.
I think Jota's becoming like one of my favorite players to watch on Aurora. You know, on a lineup that has players like Xantaris. I mean, Xantaris has obviously got to always be the favorite. Just, I mean, I think you're crazy if that's not the case. But Jota's been really cool to see how he plays with the team as a rifler.
Yeah.
The kind of spots that because he does a lot of anchoring in certain maps. Like some of his anchoring on Inferno was really cool, being that pit player, for example. But also seeing his capacity to be aggressive, but also as someone that can break the structure to kind of play off of intuition as well. Like I feel like there's a lot of depth to the rifling that we've seen from Jota. That's been great.
I think it's almost universally people agree it was a really, really good pickup for them to grab out of the Sangal core, which also had another Turkish player in Xfloud, who's now playing with Heroic and all the rest of it. But yeah, weirdly, Turkish Counter-Strike is actually just looking better than it ever has. They actually have too many players now to fit into one team, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
Yeah, finally. 8-0. Aurora, it's a great start to them, no question. Woody will take down Woxic though.
What a pick.
Yeah, that's what you like to see, but you still have to build something more behind it. And we'll see if they can.
I think that's the first time Woxic's attempted that peak, so that's actually kind of unlucky for Woxic because they've never shown that, I don't believe. So really, really good find. Xantaris, he's always a danger. Slot's able to take him down though, looking for more. And gotta be careful there, you got the 5v3. Well, 5v2. And it's a desperate run into the B site here to find a Hail Mary. Ooh, that is violent shooting that. But that's going to be a wrap. First round on the board for ODDIK. 1-8.
Yeah, Woody trying to talk them back into it. I mean, it's hard, I think, watching this not to also take into account what happened on Dust 2. But if we just had, a bit of selective amnesia here, if they could get to an 8-4 scoreline, if we just forget about everything else that's going on, 4 rounds on the CT side of this map, it's actually pretty decent. So there is definitely a path there. Obviously, you have to remember like the context that I think is probably hard for ODDIK not to also feel the weight of it, but there is actually a way to do something reasonable here. So hopefully they can. They'll start with a good kill, take it on Xantaris as well. Might even be okay trading that if you get him off the board. Jota out here, caught a little bit, backpedaling, and Magi, he could have been dead there too. Trading grenades, none of which are really going to do much of anything. So 4 versus 3 to start this round with. And again, it's some of that early aggression from ODDIK that catches Aurora just a bit.
That B aggression seems kind of crazy because Woxic could very reasonably have rotated into that spot and just caught them pushing out with the orb, which would be perfect. But it's worked. These risks, I mean, as you said before, you're against a team that is on paper much better. So taking big risks, you got to gamble a little bit. And they are forcing Aurora now to regroup. With only 3 players, you would expect the T side to stop lurking around and try to combine forces to hit a site. And that's exactly what's happening. And for ODDIK, currently, there's only 1 player on the A site. It's Pank, who's playing a very far back position. So this is nice. Even allowing the bomb to go down is not the worst here, but ODDIK do need to start moving.
That smoke shouldn't sell anything because they have Matthews in the middle to see that there's nobody really pushing middle. In fact, he's pushing out into the middle. They should have a bit of a read now of what's going on. Nice incendiary to really slow this down. 30 seconds on the clock. Look at him checking everything. Once he sees this, they should start to rotate. The fact that they're still in B with 2 people, I think, is kind of concerning. Now they've realized, but 20 seconds left here. Pank, if he dies, this round is right back on for Aurora. ODDIK, a little bit slow to call this rotation, I do think. But Pank rotating back in. When he dies, as he's trying to get there in time, and Pank, wide swing with the flash setup. It couldn't have been any better, and the flank is also coming in from the other side with Nate shooting him in the back, and it's a second round for ODDIK there. I really thought there was a moment where they were going to give up that round.
Pank repositioned as the ODDIK, as Aurora was moving in 4 times.
Yeah.
And so that made me very scared because if you're repositioning 4 times, that means that you're really uncertain exactly how you're like what's happening in the round and how you want to play it. Because he was playing aggressive, but he's like, oh, I'm alone. And he's like, okay, I'm gonna play for retake. Oh, but I want to play forward.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to play more aggressive. It's kind of crazy. But into the next round, 2 on the board here for ODDIK. See if they can keep these early picks going. It's a hard thing to keep going when it's expected now. Wox is looking for the E-box push. Not finding it just yet, but now Nate's out there. It feels like ODDIK really walking the tightrope with this aggression, and Pank's going to fall straight off.
Yeah, unable to find it. But again, it is kind of hard to blame them for trying, because it's the thing that has been working. It's the thing that's actually giving them an opportunity to get into some of these rounds in a different way. So don't know what else they really could be doing.
He's going to keep going, isn't he?
Yeah, why not?
He's going to keep going.
Can't unscope either, give away the audio. So yeah, scoped up, just looking for anyone on the other side. I think it's Jota who's playing out there. Doesn't feel the need to stretch it even further, although it would have been kind of fun to see. Mid-control being attempted now for the T side.
I like this from ODDIK. They're getting active on A long. They're asking questions.
Look at Jota. He's got the B bomb site. Just by walking. He hasn't had to fight anybody. I mean, this is kind of sickening. ODDIK are going to be so shocked when they sort of realize what's going on. It's a massive gamble. I get it, but at the same time, you're so far behind. It feels like making this kind of gamble and saying, we'll just save if it's a B plant. What a risk.
It's interesting because they were pushing A long. Well, hold that thought here. Oh, that's a nice connection from Woxic. Let's see if there's anything else to be had here. All right, Woody. I mean, just got to keep the AWP alive at this point. But yeah, I thought that ODDIK would actually work out that it was going to be B, because they were pushing A long kind of at the timing Jota was walking into B.
Yeah.
So if you've got to see nothing at A long, you've got to be thinking, oh man, we got to check out B, because we're seeing nothing here. And this is normal default timing where they would be here. So very odd turn of events in this round. So long as they can keep this AWP, I think they will be all right. But that is not looking great right now, because here comes Aurora. They're looking for Woody. Oh no.
They hear the scope up. That's what gives it away. Yeah, nice hunt down from Jota at the end, getting both the last kills there. I don't know. I feel like the attempt to... Obviously, when you make this kind of play in a 4v5, you're basically saying, we're going to be saving if it's planted, if our stack isn't working out. And I think when you only got 2 rounds, that's probably not a luxury that you have. I don't think like a 3-9 scoreline here, if they can get this round, is going to... I just don't think it's enough. Even that is. And I think they actually did need the 8-4. So a bit of a shame, perhaps. I do like this push coming in. A lineup is there for it, and they will trade favorably. Nicely done.
It's amazing that Aurora are not prepared for that, because that's the only way that ODDIK have been getting these early kills. And 3v4 now for Aurora to try to recover. ODDIK in T spawn at 1:30 on the clock. That's like not too common.
Honestly, it's kind of recoverable. If they defeat the MP9 here, then it's a 3v3 and they're going to get the bomb plant. So look at Matthews. What has he got to work with? Not that much. So this can definitely be one. Even at this stage. All right, they are sneaking on through. Antares going to walk it in. No grenades thrown. Just, again, like they did at the B-bomb side previously. All right, it's been called out. But still, this will be a bomb plant. And there's so much utility on Aurora. They can get the bomb planted here and then lock in some of the entrances for a really long time. Still 2 smokes and a Molotov even at this stage. Ricardia goes down. So that's a bit concerning now. 2 versus 4, but I still think the utility is a bit of an interesting wrinkle in this one. Not going to be Centaurus throwing any of it, unfortunately. They don't even get to use it. Magia now on its own against 4. They're going to flash their way through. He does turn around for it. Good spray on the first one, but I think you need to get those kills a lot quicker. Nice attempt from Magia, but it will be a 3rd round for ODDIK at the end of the day. So it's definitely something. I don't think it's going to be quite enough, but if I'm wrong, that would be an exciting second half for sure.
Yes, I agree. And you know, one thing I forgot to mention from not that last round, but the one before where Jota walked through B. That kind of like we just talked about how Jota knows when to sort of break the structure and take the intuitive play, and we watched Woody try to clear, unscope, and then run.
Yeah.
So then Jota's like, hang on.
Yeah.
There's a moment.
Yeah, so, there's an opportunity. That's sure. Yeah.
And I just wanted to re-emphasize that, because that's the kind of stuff that if Jota can continue to do that against like the top 8 teams, that is the kind of stuff you do need to have on your team to like create these crazy, weird moments where you can see those timings and just instinctively react. And your team knows how to play off of it. That's really important to have that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think even when he was on Sangal, it was one of those things you could see if you watch some of their games. The only thing that was sad about that is that Sangal lineup was it was really sick in like the tier 2 space. Like they were making like a really cool like under the radar kind of run last year, and I don't think anyone or most people didn't really get a chance to see that, unfortunately, because then the lineup got kind of split apart. But it's great news for Aurora at the end of the day. Centaur's frustrated. He's not winning it hard enough. Like, nah, I need to win more.
Love to see it. That's something you love about Apex, that you would always say.
Yeah, it's great. You know. Well, here we are. We've got some dualies in the middle. Quite a lot of pistols on the CT side, and we'll see if ODDIK can win this one. If they cannot, then it's going to be probably pretty quick here. But a nice Glock kill to take down Centaurus to begin with. Magus happy to just jiggle and throw some bullets around the corner. They do take down Pank in return. So evens up the field a bit. 4 versus 4.
And ODDIK, they are playing for their tournament life. They lose this map, it's all over. And Aurora make it through to the playoffs. So what can they do with this 4v4? Relative advantage, despite being even on numbers on the T side. You can find the numbers advantage on a site. And look at the push here from Maja, asking questions. Spots 1, but what does that mean, really? Because still, ODDIK are just playing spread out.
Yeah, but it also puts a lot of pressure on ODDIK, right? Because now they can't just pretend that we might be outside of B. He's going to know that for sure is not the case. Wakadi is moving up very close. There is a flash on one player, but he won't need one. Close with the Glock, and they take him down. 30 seconds. That front of A push for Woxic could be real interesting. Jotza, what a nice shot. Oh dear, that's really going to slow them down. But yeah, this position here for Woxic is everything. Trying to get closer. Bomb is already on the ground, and Woxic will get the kill on Matthias. So a really long and drawn-out round where you could see ODDIK like all the time pushing and pulling to try and find that one moment where they can have a real breakthrough. And unfortunately, what happens instead is that they just sort of bleed players in the middle. Like, it's such a long, drawn-out fight that they eventually lose.
Yes. And a frustrating moment for sure for whoever threw the smoke. When his teammate like peeks before the smoke has bloomed.
Sure,
That's the classic.
It happens.
The classic move. But yeah, it does happen. 10-3 to Aurora now. All the guns on board.
Everyone on ODDIK has 7 kills. That's probably, in the end of the day, means absolutely nothing, but it just seems like one of those things that rarely happens.
Yeah, no one's allowed to perform. No one's allowed to underperform.
Yeah, just keep it. It's the most... They're just playing for consistency across the team, you know.
Communism.
Kill communism. Redistributing the kills to everyone now. I mean, they do have the means of destruction. They've already seized those with the weapons. You know?
That's true.
There is that.
I appreciate that you're rolling with this. 5v4 for Aurora.
There's not a lot to talk about in the game. I'm going to be honest. Aurora, unfortunately, are just showing up as the better team. And I think all we could do is really emphasize and highlight that that's good news because we want them to be good in this tournament. It was already, I think, kind of upsetting that they lost to Big in the beginning. But since then, they've definitely been improving. Johnson with a bit of a spray here. Woody, scout in hand. Maybe Centaurus to steal that one because why not? And one more step in the right direction. That arena spot is looking pretty much locked in.
This has to be one of the most, let's see how to put it. It's one of the most like chill 2-2 matches in a system that you could have if you're like in Aurora's position. Because oftentimes these matches can be, obviously it's the 2-2 teams, so it could be like it's so close and it's like really evenly matched and like really sweaty. But for Aurora, no deodorant required.
Yeah, they are feeling so safe right now. But still playing like a very respectful game in that sense, right? We're not seeing them, run across the map with auto shotguns or negevs or anything like that. It's a very nice utility. Just showing us some of the tricks that are available to the CT side if you know what you're doing here. Woxic is going to call it out. It's dangerous time to throw the incendiary, but he'll be back around the corner. Tossing out a bit of a flashbang. Actually, HE as well goes into it. Woxic still does pick up the kill, even though he's very low on health to begin with here. Don't like the timing for some of these grenades. But so far, so good. Nate's trying to continue the spray. It's such a great read for him He's essentially just continuing, realizing that someone else was going to be pushing behind that. So I love everything about it. I think Gun Barrel is going to be showing there. So Woody trying to get the kill. Madja on a bit of a flank as the bomb's being planted. Good headshot here. And Woody's got to be careful he doesn't die. Oh, the deep nade as well. Nate, he might blow up. He's still alive in there. I don't know how that doesn't catch him. If that would have been the case, it could have been a really sick attempt at a retake, but it's a lot more difficult now. Madja, he's got 3 health. He does have the kits, but I doubt if it's possible. Gonna settle for the Galil and just try and bring that into the next round. So ODDIK actually pick up a 4th.
Yes, extra chance, extra life, I suppose, as they make their march forward and see what they can do. And, you know, some of these experiences at tournaments like this, even if it doesn't go right for them, are so important to have for all of the players.
I mean, it's going to happen, isn't it? You're going to have a couple of tournaments like this where you just don't have enough in the tank. You haven't got to that level yet. And
yeah, that's how it goes. That is how it goes. But you can't replace the experience or supplement the experience of actually playing in a competition environment, a LAN environment, against, you know, top teams in the world. You can't replace that with anything else. So this is the only way to do it, and it is extremely important and helpful for development.
So the smoke that WOXIK is looking at here is one that Aurora themselves throws from CT spawn. And whenever they do that, they almost always do this 3B, 1 mid, 1A. It's such a strong correlation for them. I checked the demos, and it's like, call it like 90% of the time, basically. This is what they're doing, which is interesting. Quick execute onto the A bomb site, so maybe ODDIK know that too, because that is a logical outcome if you see that smoke going down. Centaurus, bit of a spray here, does get traded out. WOXIK trying to find something with the scout, and he's going to get a bit of help from Madja, who shows up just at the nick of time. They have the 3v3 bomb being just slightly toyed with. Oh my god, that's not the smoke. Madja just showing up, knowing the lineup. He was just faking it out anyway. He wasn't even really trying to plant here. Madja continues and gets the headshot. Now Woody, he's already tagged up here. Very hard for him to clutch this round. Jota's shown up at the meantime, and Woody's trying to creep through the smoke. He's going to get caught and killed. No problem. It's Madja, obviously. Especially that kill through the smoke. Disgusting stuff.
Nice. Good to see. Trying to get his Lexi B on, perhaps? Just carrying the team from the IGL role?
Yeah, listen, every IGL deserves a couple of games like this. Madja weirdly has, I think, more than most. And I can never... even though it is cool, there's part of me that also thinks it's not a good sign. You know?
Because Antares is on the team?
Yes, and and
WOXIK and Jota and...
You actually want every other member of this team to be outperforming Madja. So it is sick when it works, but at the same time...
I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
It makes you ask some questions like, hang on, what's going on? But either way, you know, we're not going to see if it creates any problems here because it's so one-sided for Aurora on their behalf. Perhaps later in the tournament, we'll see where the cracks are. If there are any cracks to be shown, we'll see them all, Anders, in due time.
Yeah, I definitely think they are going to be tested. 12-4. ODDIK here with everything ahead of them. Good flash. Smokardia shutting down Woody, trying to get into that slightly safer position. Centaurus playing in front of this weird smoke. I'm not even sure what... Oh, all right. Nearly completely timed. He will go down, but at least he got the kill there. That was an awkward fight.
Oh, good timing. Good timing on the entries. And suddenly 3v2. And an afterplant is possible. So the bomb goes down. And ODDIK say not yet. Ricardia and WOXIK on the retake attempt. That's an MP9 from Ebox. Ricardia on the other side with the M4. Kits, smoke, and Molotov. Here's the Molotov. Or the incendiary. Not as good as the Molotov.
Yeah, definitely
Weirdly.
not. He's surely not throwing that for the retake. Okay, going to be getting the kill on the other side. That is a bit funky. Ricardia is still going down. Interesting choice to throw the incendiary because it obviously locks him out of any chance to run, you know, through there. But I guess if he'd got a kill, maybe it would have been all worth it. So regardless, that's not going to be happening. ODDIK will pick up another round. and keep the battle going a little while longer. And you know what? If they can obviously get rid of the money on the Turkish side, then there is more of a runway for ODDIK to do more work. And again, the comeback into overtime here feels essentially impossible. But again, you don't have, you know, this is your chance to get some more experience too. If you can run it back and make it even up to like a, you know, 12-9-8 scoreline, you're going to be feeling a little bit better about everything.
Cloud9 winning the Boston Major felt impossible before the Major started, Anders.
It did.
Maybe,
that is...
Maybe. Maybe it's not quite the same thing, I don't know.
I mean, certainly wasn't on anyone's mind, was it?
No.
Even looking back now, you bring it up, but like if you talk to FaZe about that tournament.
Okay, good opener from Pank. ODDIK, they're against pistols, but every round is dangerous as they could be kicked out the tournament at any moment now. Ooh, will they expect there still to be a player backside there? I mean, of course, there is potential for the creep. There can always be the creep. Plant goes in, and ODDIK 5-4 after plant. Okay, well, Jod has been spotted and removed. So, okay, the most dangerous element has been dealt with.
It's a fun dynamic, though, when you throw those Molotovs to clear corners, and then they don't clear it all the way. You're actually creating a very dangerous scenario for your team.
Yeah.
Because this time they check in, and that was really like great work, but sometimes you don't, and suddenly someone's hiding. You're like, wait a minute, didn't we Molotov that position? And it's like, yeah, but not all the way. I don't know why. Maybe I'm making it up, but I feel like the Molotovs do this a lot more in CS2 now than they used to.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it a lot. I forget, was it the Mongols, I believe, who have... They just kept, against FURIA we saw it, where they had the mid Molotovs outside the double doors, and they just kept leaving gaps like every single time reliably. And then FURIA are like, hang on, this is happening every time, so we'll abuse this, and they want to round off of that. So, yeah, it's definitely something that needs to be investigated, at least on the team end. Make sure that that's not happening. But ODDIK, they keep themselves alive off the B play, Anders. They're going to have to get creative, have to keep leveling up their firepower here, but actually just a hero rifle on Xantares, that's all they have to really worry about right now.
Yeah, a couple of flashes as well on Jota, so he can flash in the 5-7 maybe, if there is any reason to believe that something fun is going to be happening here, but they're playing really far away. Flashes just kind of serve as a really warning for Pank that something is happening. He's listening, he's like, all right, I'll go back and find that kill. So, very likely will be a 7-12 scoreline. And that's, again, you know, already a bit of a start here. Kind of late to start to make a comeback in the game, but obviously it would be sort of a hilarious collapse if Aurora end up in overtime.
It would, I mean, I'm here for it. I think that would be very worrying indeed. I mean, because if you're going to go into the playoffs and you feel like you're kind of just skirted by in a matchup like this, that's a sign that there is something wrong, and everyone's going to know that.
Yep, I think that's true. Nice shot. I mean, the good thing for ODDIK is that everyone is kind of here, right? Like we said earlier, you know, everyone had 7 kills, but there's nobody who's letting the team down. You know, everyone's kind of able to take some of these fights. No question, Aurora are shooting a little bit harder at the moment, but it's not a bad position to try to make a comeback from. So we'll see how far they can go.
Yeah, the T side is definitely easier.
Yes.
Well, 5 rounds. 5 rounds to go. But the thing here is that the loss bonus is going to be maxed out for the CT side. So you're not in that situation where, oh, you know, we lose a round, then we reset them, then they have a bunch of ecos. It's like, no, they're going to be able to be dangerous in almost every round now. So, so like these easy rounds now, I think are kind of out of the way with. And now it's like, if you're going to do it, you got to like level up and grind to get these last 5.
Definitely will not be an easy run. And typically in a classic fashion, I mean, if you really try and make these comebacks, a lot of the times you do end up losing like right at the end, because there's probably a bit of a moment here of total freedom for the ODDIK side, where they just think, well, you know what, we probably already lost this, so let's just, you know, like, now everyone is just, there's no pressure anymore. Everyone is a bit more relaxed, and sometimes you end up playing weirdly better Counter-Strike that way. But then in the end, the pressure returns because now you realize, wait a minute, we actually can maybe win the map. And then people make a couple of mistakes there. But let's see how it goes. We still haven't really seen any of the real tricks for Aurora. I mentioned the one how you can Molotov outside of the A-bomb side and try to go for a peek. That could be fun to see them try for something like that. This time they're going to grenade, I think, on a Matios here in the middle. Yeah, he does eat it a little bit. It's not bad damage.
And it looks like they like B a lot, and I can absolutely understand why. It's been going well for them. Getting quite deep in the smoke flash. It's going to miss Jota completely, not hitting his spray so effectively. They're opened up to the trade, which happens. One more player close. Three down for the CT side here. Oh, Xantares bursts onto the scene with 2, and that makes it look a lot better now. Just Wicardia, though, for Aurora in the 1v2 clutch. ODDIK, can they secure it?
Wicardia wants to go for this. He's like, I'm going to give it a shot. Just bursts right through, but there's 2 on the other side. I don't even blame him. I think that's kind of funny for him to try and do. You know, you might as well.
Yeah, he might catch them still positioning.
Yeah, it's definitely doable. I think when they try to actually walk through the smoke there, ODDIK, they get so flashed by themselves. Like, I think 2 of those players were kind of flashed even trying to run onto the site to begin with. So really uncomfortable moment here and definitely a chance for Aurora to defend it. But you're not wrong. You said to begin with, they like attacking the B-bomb side. And you're right, it does make sense. Like this B-bomb side, it often falls even when there are 3 CTs there. It's a hard bomb side to hold.
Yeah. And we're seeing that max loss bonus element come into play now. A couple MP9s, M4 on Xantares, so much more firepower. 3 on B now, as opposed to what we saw from Aurora previously, where they've been doing like a 2-1-2 or a 2-3 type of opening. So adjusting. Now we'll see if ODDIK have an adjustment, and they are walking up mid, so this is the hole right now. And they can lock out those B players if they go for that A split. And so these A-long players for Aurora, this is where the round could be won.
Okay, well, that's a little bit annoying. Woody misses the shot and he goes down. Luckily, the bomb wasn't with them on this side, but obviously it's not a great setup for the rest of it here. 5 versus 3. They're going to have the utility to kind of block out anyone while they're planting the bomb. So that's at least a start. It means Aurora will have a harder time getting into the site. They don't have a kit either, so even in a 5v3, this is kind of dangerous. Slox gets Madja. Jota's going to fall next. Wicardia finds one through the smoke. I wonder if he actually saw anything there. They will take down Woxic, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Xantares on the one side, Wicardia here with the AWP hits the shot, and now up close, Slox is right there, and he's been hunted down, just walked in upon. So Wicardia getting the ace to get Aurora into the arena.
And a good attempt from ODDIK. That was a great fight, and it's right at the end. They knew they had to push for space. They were locked in. They did it. They were getting kills. They fought their hearts out. You know, so big respect to ODDIK, but I don't think the expectation was that they were going to win this. Aurora, the massive overdog in this one, as described, and we saw that from start to finish. But I'm curious. I wonder what the Death saw.
I think we saw the same thing you did, DDK, and I mean, it was the same thought everyone had coming into this. ODDIK was asking themselves a very big question to pick Aurora, to pick Anubis against Aurora. It was always going to be an uphill struggle for them.
But I think ODDIK can walk away from this tournament with their heads held high in the sense that they've got 2 victories under their belt. The expectations were pretty much non-existent, and for them to at least defeat the teams with the stand-ins. Well, technically DGT was playing with Pain, but you know, he just came back into the fray, and being able to just play their own game. I know people are questioning the Anubis pick. You're playing against one of the best Anubis IGLs in the world, but at the same time, just play your own game. Like you got to get reps, and you want to play your best map against what is arguably the best Anubis team in the world. So I don't blame them.
Fair enough. We actually have Madja with us right now on the desk. Congratulations through to the playoffs. Now, Madja, we weigh in on your team every day and have comments on them and thoughts on them. I'm curious, what have your thoughts been about your performance throughout PGL Astana so far?
Hello, everyone, first of all, and to the fan also. To be honest, I think we are not in the best shape that we had to in this tournament. We're fighting every match. Every BO3 is a big fight for us. Today was most easy than the 3 days, but I think it was a rough tournament, but we still success to be in the playoff. I think it was the main goal. Now, what is the best for me is that we play a lot of Counter-Strike here, and this is good for us. The break that we had 1 month, we had some problem to fix. Like there is we wanted to do a boot camp and we cannot because there is an earthquake in Istanbul.
Yes.
And then it changed our plan a lot. And then we didn't success to do a boot camp. So then we had the visa problem for the major. Some players go to Indonesia like 5 days, 6 days just before this tournament. So we came here not as I wanted to be on the best shape. It's not the reason that we play really bad like this, I think. But yeah, I think it's also adding some things. But yeah, it's a complicated tournament for us, but we try to get our shape back, and hopefully we can do it in playoff. And
I mean, that's what we were kind of discussing because we didn't hear it from you earlier. Have you really had time to practice a little bit after your vacation coming in? So now you've answered that. But also the other question we had was just looking at your guys' body language as well in day one, day two. It seemed a lot of frustration overall for some of the players. You could see, a couple of players not really playing to the level we know overall. Was that just, the fact that you're coming fresh from the vacation, or were there other... Because you even made a tweet saying, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, like I told you, we practiced 10 days. So I had new tactics. I tried to fix the playbook because since 4 months, we cannot do that. Like it was really complicated schedule. But after that, like when we was 1 week before this tournament, 7 days, like we wanted to do bootcamp 7 days and come here really fresh. But happened the earthquake and happened the visa problem. So for 7 days, we didn't touch CS, we didn't play. And we came here like with Kazakhstan pings, we did one practice and it was not enough. But obviously, individually, I think my players are not the best shape that they can show. And also me, I think, as a leader, it's not the best tournament I do as a leader here right now. But we try to fight together. We know what we are able to do, our real level. So just a fight every day and try to not give up and just keep fighting.
Do you feel the Na'Vi game yesterday is when you, even though it was a loss, it was a very close game, right? Do you feel that's when you guys, at least for you, do you think you woke up in that game? Like, has things turned around?
Yeah, I think like yesterday, one of my players has the game off. It can happen, like it's happened. But against Na'Vi, it was close. Maybe it was a wake up, but today, like we had a good game plan, and the map also was really advantage to us. Like I knew they will pick Anubis, and like I said, okay, they pick Anubis, so I try to pick a map that they have a losing strat or they're not confident a lot. So I choose those two, and today it was good for the map for us, and yeah.
When you were, obviously you didn't get to enact all the plans that you had for the boot camp because it never happened, but with your team and you guys played 3, maybe 4 months of just really like hardcore every single tournament. How do you look at the team and say, okay, we need to upgrade this, like, I mean, it doesn't need to be like the specific details, keep that close to your chest, but like, what are like the big ideas of, hey, we need to improve on a whole?
Bro, from my point of view, I think the issue we have since 4 months that we're not winning trophy is just, for me, the map pool. I think we need to be way better on the map pool. Like, we have a strong Anubis, and then we need to find some strong map beyond. Like, we can play against some of the top 5 teams. And the goal was just to talk, to make terrorists, to bring new tactics on all the maps, try to make a better map pool, I think, because right now, I think why Vitality is top 1 of the world is because their map pool is so strong. Like they can play everything, and I think if we want to be a contender or as a champion, we need to really make our map pool really strong.
Another question I have is, you guys did the whole Eternal Fire to Aurora change. I know at the beginning, I think some of you guys on Twitter were saying like, hey guys, be sure to, like Turkish fans, be sure to support us. Just because we changed the jerseys doesn't mean we change as a team or anything like that. How do you think that transition's been for you guys?
The first day was really complicated. A lot of hate, a lot of bad message in Instagram, Twitter. Like it was really hard, heartbreaking. Then we try our best to explain the situation, why this happened, why we switch, why Eternal Fire choose to sell us, because also Eternal Fire didn't want the boss, but he was obviously forced to. So there was a lot of details. So I try to do stream, explain to my fans. It takes time, but now it's way better. The fan is behind us. We have 5 Turkish in Aurora. Aurora also is a really, really good organization because they helping a lot to make us comfortable, like the social media, try the best in Turkish language, etc. So the boss also is speaking Turkish, one of the boss of Aurora. So a lot of things in the bot side, trying to get back our fun. And I think today is way better. Yeah.
We want to say a big thank you for joining. I know you have more questions.
No, that's fine.
But we got that other matchup. So finally, from all of us,
Thank you
obviously,
very much, guys.
Aurora in the
Congrats.
playoffs. Congratulations, and we'll chat to you in that arena.
Thank you, guys. See you.
See you.
Sorry about that, Blair.
It's all right. It's all right. That was a great interview.
Yeah, they were waiting in the wings. I could chat to Major all the time, though, because he gives such in-depth answers.
Yes.
I like that we got a little bit of insights into what's been going on behind the scenes, because we didn't know about the visa issues, the fact that the team has been flying, some of them to Indonesia. It kind of puts it into perspective a little bit more when you think about how they started this tournament, that sort of slow start, if you like.
What I like about people like Baja and Yakinda, for example, is none of that PR bullshit. You know, it's straight up questions. Even giving us answers we had in our minds, but we didn't really ask. He didn't even give us an opportunity to ask the question. He just straight up is like, this is what went wrong, right? So good to know good to know what the problems are, because that means you know what the solution's going to be.
I know. It might sound, I guess, like excuses as a whole, but they're very real problems, okay? Because a lot of us seeing Aurora take a month off thought they could recuperate, they could rebuild, restructure how they want to approach things. But from the sounds of it, it was 10 days at most of decent practice, and everything else was just logistical nightmare fuel that nobody should be under in the middle of a season, too.
It's pretty insane when you think about it, though, because now they're in the playoffs. They've had that little bit of warm-up. Is this an opportunity here at PGL Astana for Aurora to finally win one of those playoff games?
I think it's that's a question I was about to ask, actually, from Ejit until we ran out of time. You know, what has changed? Have you worked on this? Because it's not just about your map pool. I agree map pool could be one of the factors, but overall, it's a mentality thing. You can't deny that. And they're yet to win any proper a matchup in the arena in the playoffs thus far this year, which is kind of an indictment of where they are. So this is a great opportunity for them just before heading into the major to not just get a win in the arena, but make a potentially deep run. That's going to do so much for your confidence.
I've been really worried about Aurora for this season just because it felt like they plateaued, hit their ceiling. Unfortunately, that month that they had off didn't actually bear any fruit in terms of getting legitimate or good practice in. But this is almost practice by trial. Like, I mean, you're going through the motions in a live environment. And if I learned anything from tier 2 teams from the last 2-3 years, that's the best way to practice. Just jam as many officials in as you can.
Aurora is making their way to the playoffs, and now we find out who will take that last spot. Virtus.pro up against MIBR. We're going to take a quick break as the teams get ready. When we return, we'll be jumping into game. See you in a bit.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
watching the last day of the group stages here at PGL Astana, coming to you live from Kazakhstan. My name is Tech Girl, Maui and Blair on the desk to break it down. Virtus.pro up against MIBR. One of these teams are making it to the arena. One of them is making it to the airports and flying home. We're about to find out how that plays out. Gents, both of these teams have had a struggle. It hasn't been the easiest tournament for them. They don't really look at form. There looks to be some cracks in the pictures that we're looking at for both of them.
Yeah, it's honest to God, it's a battle of the mid, if you ask me, for this tournament, right? In all honesty, VP, the struggles have, at this point, it's like beating a dead horse. I know there are a lot of, horses around here in Kazakhstan as well. They've struggled. They like to eat them here. And if they're not careful, MIBR might eat them. But then again, you talk about MIBR, one of the only, Brazilian teams coming in where they had the full lineup. Right? It's not like Pain would have had a standing situation. It's not like FURIA coming in with 2 new debutants in that particular team, and yet they've looked miserable despite having players like Insani and etc. But let's talk about VP a little bit here, man. This isn't it. This absolutely isn't it. Electronic calling is not it. Just looking at some of the struggles they've had, looking at the individuals you possess and the fact that they're playing for survival right now, this is not what I expect from a team that should be on paper already through into the playoffs.
When I look at a VP round, it looks like I'm watching Electronic try to build a house of cards with the window open. It is so meticulously structured. He runs it to so late in the clock, and if a single point of contact falls apart before the entire hit commences, then it's almost like they're more lost than the opposing team who's taking the onus in the round. Electronic seems to demand perfection as well. It doesn't seem like any mistake goes unnoticed by him, and I think that's to the detriment of his team. He talked to James Banks about how he wants to build confidence with some of these younger players. In many ways, I think he's been detractive. I think he's actually making Flamus and Icy look like worse versions of themselves than we saw on their prior rosters, so he needs to be, in my eyes, the most reflective of the lot as the most experienced player.
Do you think his leadership style is difficult for some of these younger players? And I say difficult because we know that he grew up in the school of Na'Vi and Simple, where you said it like you saw it and you didn't sugarcoat the message, and maybe some of the players don't respond well to that?
Well, Electronic, when he talked to Banks, said that what they need most is more strats. I don't think they need more strats. I think they just need more fundamentals and more confidence in the way that they play. I don't think that's a realistic approach. It comes across like if I were on this desk right now and I just had every stat memorized, that's not going to make me better at conveying a message. It's just that now my whole brain is loaded with all of these different ideas and I don't know where to go.
I feel like it could even be a matter of strats. Number of times I saw them yesterday in the game that had, I believe it was against Astralis, memory serves me right. Yeah, like with it's like 20 seconds on the clock, you have no control on the other side of the map, no control to the extremities or mid, immediately just rotate, losing rounds, losing to the time. These are fundamentals. This is not about individuals, it's not about the strats. These are basic fundamentals that seem to go out the window. And I said it yesterday as well, Sam. I really wish someone's put a clock right in front of them just to tell them you're running out of time, because I see that every freaking time.
Running out of time. Now on the side of MIBR, this is a Brazilian team that I would argue has some of the best pieces from the region, and yet those pieces are just not working together.
Exit would agree with you. He also said in a pre-tournament interview that they've got all the pieces to be a great team. He said himself he thinks Insani is the best Brazilian player, and I not only agree with the vouch, but I think it's great to embolden your team with that kind of confidence. We got the veto coming in though, Blah. I think the normal bans will be coming out for both of these teams, which is nice because MIBR ban a map VP like.
Exactly, and now where do VP go, right? Do they go with Ancient, where I feel like that's the only option
I thought they would go with Ancient too. I thought they would go with Ancient as well.
This is going to be, I thought Mirage would be a decider. I thought it'd be comfy with this. And for MIBR, man, you're just going to play to your strengths. You're just going to go with Anubis. I thought Mirage would possibly be the decider to go and shake hands on that, but Ancient could still come into play here as a deciding map. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, it seems like VP had an idea that they could get this to the decider themselves. So going with Mirage, a little bit more of, I guess it's a slight curveball in my eyes, because I too thought that they would go with the Ancient, but they still get it.
And the thing is, Train is a map where MIBR have leaned towards, right? Like sometimes they try to play it, and VP knew for a fact that if Anubis is going to come into play, this is going to ban out Train. So logically, at least based on the maps, it is slightly inching the way of VP.
I'd have to agree.
Slightly.
In terms of headspaces, though, even though the odds show that VP are the favorites, to me, MIBR seem like they are much more excited to be here. They seem like they are reaching in a way that they've seen the cap of their of their roster so far. They're just getting out of a 10-day boot camp in Portugal, so they've had a lot of time, with the exception of the blackout that happened in Spain and Portugal. They had a good amount of time to rethink things, rework things, and Exit, he's slotting into that IGL role with a wealth of ideas from past players he's worked with and his new coach.
When we take a look at Mirage now, what type of player are we expecting in the server?
Look, obviously, I'm just looking at Flit, right? And he's been just a hard carry for VP thus far in this event. Like, by far, I see the second best player. Even he's like, at least, what, like 0.2 rating below Flit. What I'm looking at is to see, man, how can Flamus have such a terrible event? Like, there's a reason they picked him up, right? So obviously something's going wrong there. I'm looking at Electronic to activate Flamus, activate Fame. On paper, the five individuals on the side of VP should trump the Brazilians.
Another reason that you should have some faith in the individuals on VP is the guy standing right beside them, or behind them, that is. Finn is known to be more of a player-focused coach, an individual coach. He was the guy that helped bring up the Gambit youngsters, Axile, and Shiro roster. And one thing I can say for certain is that that team wasn't the most tactically deep, but they had some of the hardest-hitting individuals in the online era, as some of them, including Shiro, carried that form over to the LAN environment. So to see Flit play himself back into form, that's great. I would love to see a little bit more from the supporting cast, including Flamus.
It is time to find out who will be joining our teams in the arena. MIBR up against Virtus.pro. To take us into game, we have DDK and Maui's biggest fan.
Ooh, you say that. I'm on to him. You know, someone just has to be watching out for Maui all the time, especially now that Kassad is not here to keep him back. I've got my eye on him the whole time, but also got my eye on the game. Dan, we are ready for it. It's another chance here, either for success or failure for one of these two teams. It's VP versus MIBR. We're going to go into the first game starting on Mirage. I think it'll be very interesting. I actually think this is secretly a kind of a hard match to predict, so we're just going to have to find out how this one plays out. MIBR going to be starting on the CT side, VP on the T side, and already setting up for what looks like just an A execute.
Yes. Yes, and Sunny looking over, peering over perhaps, towards the T ramp position, and they can play retake very easily from this, from both sort of stairs and also ticket. And in terms of retake util, we've only got safe with a smoke, so he's also got the kit. So yeah, allowing the site to be taken, and a 1-for-1 before we get into the full-fledged retake.
Oh, it's close, isn't it? He maybe could have had that shot there, but yeah, the bomb is going to be planted now. I love this push in. If they had a flashbang, it would make me even more happy, but that's not going to be the case. There's going to be a full fight here. All four members of MIBR are trying to retake from CT spawn. This is where the round is going to be decided. Flammer's trying to duck in the corner. Icy and Flit there to help out, but the Brazilian side are fighting back hard. And Electronic back here with the Glock. They have time, and they're going to set up a little bit. They've got the kit as well on top, so he's going to have to be fast with this one. Missing a couple of shots, but that defuse is already on, and he's not able to find the shot through. Insani takes him down, and a great retake for MIBR.
That's a rough one, isn't it, for Electronic? That is a rough one. Advantage on the first player. In theory, you get that kill quick, and then you're straight onto the diffuser. So not a good start there for the VP side. In my head, whenever I think Electronic, there's a part of my brain that's still like connecting his name to Na'Vi, so I hope that I don't say that. But we'll all see how it goes.
We all have those moments where I think it's the worst when people make the switch and then they directly play, like, you know, it's like when Robs is like Vitality are playing FaZe and you're like, oh no, like
oh no,
I'm about to be confused. Now, with the bomb plant, nobody's surprised. They will be buying into this one. That is the rule. We've got 3 Galils, though, which is
you
interesting.
must follow the rules, Anders.
Yes, especially when you say it with that accent. We absolutely must. It's 2 M4s on the other side. Yeah, secretly kind of a dangerous round here. VP, they could do some real damage with this. Fame going to be sneaking up. Looking to jump up on the bench to see if anyone's on the catwalk. That's a decent grenade. Looked like it could have done even more damage, but some of it was capped. 55 seconds on the clock, and yeah, so it looks like it's going to be some sort of an A-split. That palace position really gives it away, and they're going to try and bring the bomb up connector here. So Flamus will be the, you know, once they take the attention in connector, Flamus is going to be jumping through there and trying to hunt someone down with the Tech 9.
Will it come to pass? Calm before the storm. So V-Smoke gonna have to go straight through that one. And they will, up onto the stairs. Oh, safe is down real fast. A lot of pressure on those two site players. Uh-oh, bad news here for Exit. Oh my god, making that MP9 look pretty good at range, but there's just too many players. VP lose the pistol, but this is a nice round to win immediately afterwards, forcing Licalzi and Breno to get the hell away from the A sites.
Yeah, great work. They didn't even need Flammers. He was there, but they just got the kill the regular way. It's really good stuff. That smoke going down towards Connector is... It's sort of a weird one. Obviously, there's no problem in MIBR throwing the smoke, but it is a weird scenario when you throw those kind of smokes because to some extent, it can also help the Ts. Like, when they run into the smoke, if they jump out in 3 different directions as they come out, then it's very hard to hold on the other side as the CTs. Even though you normally have a bit of an advantage, it's you're almost creating a bit of a runway for them to get onto the or closer to the site at any rate. So didn't work out.
It's almost, I mean, it's like one of those spots where you need like a really good intuitive defensive smoke that's where maybe it's like a smoke that spills like really far out so you can reposition in front of them and create like a super weird fight type of thing. But it's so hard to, obviously, you know, we're like gaming it after the fact.
Sure.
So, you know, as Janko says, everyone's a general after the war.
Yeah, that's...
General Anders.
At one point, that was...
What must we do next?
That was a thing. I need to bring the jacket with the pins to some event at some point.
Oh, yeah.
I still have that stupid jacket somewhere.
That was the thing, wasn't it?
Where the pins are still there. It's in a closet
Why
somewhere.
didn't you keep it going? Why didn't it just become your identity?
I thought about it, but then I thought, you know...
Can't roleplay every single event.
Yeah, so at some point it'll be too much of a meme, you know? So might as well stop it now. But maybe now, years later, maybe we can bring it back. Nice round, though. We'll see if they can adjust their course here, MIBR.
Yeah.
I do think the map selection here is a bit interesting for MIBR. Like there's a good chance with the newbies being the second map that they're going to have a win on that one. So if they can steal this one away, I think it'll be very interesting. Obviously, the fact that they lost the second round is not a good step in that direction. But let's see what they've got. Still some MP9s. There is a Deagle and a 5-7 and also a FAMAS on Licalzi. It's very vanilla stuff at the beginning here. Safe up at an angle. I don't know if I like this. Surely he's going to get shot at the back before his teammate can help out. Oh my god. The sync with which they got those kills almost at the same time.
Yeah, just a shutdown. Total shutdown from VP onto the A site. There's not really much you can do here. It's just peering into the mid. It's the 1,000-mile stare. 1,000-yard stare. I guess a 1,000-mile stare is even more serious. It's a lot further than 1,000 miles.
Listen, I use kilometers than like a a civilized person.
That's
I don't know
true.
what. I don't even know what the rest is. But yes, this is great though. If you're on the VP side here, just picking up these early rounds, you don't really. There's no real stress. You've even stolen some of the M4s, so you're just powering through. And even the next run, to be honest, for MIBR, they're going to be in trouble, right? This is the challenge of losing the second round after winning the pistol. Is you are basically in a worse position than if you just outright lost the pistol.
Yeah. And your loss bonus has it's been reset, you kind of just are only left with the opportunity to just force buy, really. And so then, yeah, it's such a momentum suck for you. And a boost for the T side. Yeah, that was quite aesthetic. It's like synchronized swimming, kind of. But just a little bit different.
Synchronized killing? It's not going to be in the Olympics anytime soon, Dan.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
They're having a good time. Round number 4. And just USPs. Not even a single flashbang, though. They are all in the middle. I still much prefer if they just counted 3 and just went for it here. You're almost certainly not going to win this round, but if you can get 2 kills, it's still something, right? You're doing some damage, you're taking it away, and they're grouped up hoping for a mistake on the VP side. Although VP are playing this one very slowly.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen just very good game planning, just good fundamentals of how should you play the force buy, how should you play the anti-eco, how should you play, you know, just like these specific rounds where the other team only has certain win conditions. And Electronic spotted one, very expectant. Look at the coverage there from Fame right in the back. drive-by there from MongolZ, but it is short-lived. And honestly, I mean, the amount of players that in these successive rounds that have survived for VP is pretty scary. Like the money's, everyone has basically $8,000 into round 5. That's a terrible scenario if you're MIBR.
It's a lot of economy to fight their way through this. Really no question about that. But they're gonna have something here. Don't have the AWP event, which is kind of a shame on the CT side. There is one on Icy been picked up, and ooh, does do a bit of damage. It did clip the wall there, but still, he's quite a good AWPer. He's a really fun AWPer to watch, I think.
One thing that's worth mentioning about the M4s is if they win around at us, they can always steal an AWP. It's even better if it's a stolen AWP.
Yeah, the Saibu way.
Yeah.
Just don't buy it. Just take it from the other side.
I like it. I like it. And VP showing a super slow default at the moment, spread across the map. Exit is quite close to T-Ramp, so you can kind of spot any shenanigans there. Get some clearance here of the B apartments quite deep, so maybe trying to get some util out of MIBR here, give them some threats towards this B site. It's being respected ever so slightly, but no overreaction from MIBR. And we're seeing a very slow round here, Anders, and VP will be concerned about time at this point. 45 seconds to get their way to a site.
They could try and do essentially the same thing where they just try and get Flammus into the window and then they go hard connector with one player in Palace. Like, okay, it's electronic this time, but the idea is exactly the same as they did in the second round where they had the Tech-9s. It's essentially a replay of that round. We'll see if it plays out the same way now that MIBR have better weapons. Fame creeping closer as Insani is right there. Safe is actually going to take down Electronic, who was first into the window this time, but they still trade their way through. 19 seconds, and that's a long shot. No head armor or an exit, and that M4A1 will crush him at range. Breno and MongolZ, they can't really get close to this, unfortunately. They don't have the money in the bank here, so VP going to pick up a 4th round. And even if it's late, I mean, there is something about CIS Counter-Strike and playing it sort of down to the wire. They do love doing that sometimes.
And the thing about it that sucks if you're MIBR is that at some point VP could just contact rush A. And then you're in trouble because you're not going to throw... Like, if they get good spawns to do that,
yeah,
it breaks the pace in a way that MIBR won't have the insta-util. Unless MIBR are afraid of that and they just start throwing it anyway, which is definitely an answer, but then you're more susceptible to having worse retakes and playing a late round worse as well. So that's the trade-off if you're MIBR. So you got to pick one of those two options. Neither is great. So 4-1 and back to the doldrums here for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, just to say, the other way out of that kind of a dilemma is that you actually are the aggressor on the CT side, but the issue is when VP are playing it slowly, that is the antidote to aggressive CT sides, because, you know, you are so likely to walk into some weird setup when you're trying to do it, and it just can be really, really suffocating. There's a reason why, you know, James' whole ridiculous approach to Counter-Strike really worked. Obviously, it's a lot different now because we're playing MR12 instead of 15, and that just means that, you know, James saving the weapons for the next round kind of meta is, there aren't that many next rounds to make that work, so it had to change in some sense.
Yeah.
But some of the fundamentals still do make sense, and it can be very, very annoying to play against if you're MIBR.
And there's also two types of aggression too, and the better one I feel, which is the mid aggression, requires a lot of like instant util spend from the CTs, and because you're getting some map control, you're forcing the Ts to respond, and you're not necessarily losing players on the extremities.
Yeah.
So there are pluses there, but as you say, VP can still circumvent it with super slow play. And actually, here is that contact. We're getting a contact towards the B site so far. They're trying to make it look like they're still doing the same default in mid, and B is completely given by MIBR.
Yeah, this is super nice. The only thing that is a little bit frustrating, I guess, is the lack of forward regression over at the B hallways, but that's just because we can see the minimap. So from our point of view, it's like, come on, you know, there's nobody at B. It's a lot of utility use they're doing for VP. They had, you know, a smoke window, a smoke top mid, and a smoke for connector, and a Molotov below the window. So they had 3 smokes and a Molotov just for the start of the round. Now they're going to recommit this again, which again, it's going to feel to MIBR like they've got to be coming middle. That is the 4th smoke thrown in middle here from the T side. If they're not coming middle, then why are they doing all of this? To fake is the answer, but it's totally reasonable why MIBR don't see this coming, because it's such a hard sell in the middle.
Yeah, and they ran this round with this util before, and it was the connector play against pistols. So, yeah, VP, some classic stuff here, but the Kalzi might find a timing. 1v1, that's what you need. Oh, he catches the timing, but it's not enough. Flit still gets the kill. And it's Insani now, here from Catwalk to try to recover. The AWP shot misses. Oh, wow, right from range. Insani pressing forward now, just Flammes has to get both. Now the position is known. What can Exit do? Oh, he does it. Beautiful stuff there from Exit. And 1 or 2 missed shots, and that's all MIBR needed.
Oh, what a weird round for VP to lose. Great retake, and you're right, Insani some crazy kills. I think because I don't know, it looked to me in that first engagement, it looked to me like Flit was turning with the arrow keys or something. It's like if from the other side, it just looked like such a weird slow turn back. Like it was like, oh, I'm just gonna turn my gun. But yeah, Insani connecting at range.
Yeah, that was sick.
He is one of, I think him and Lukauzi are the 2 big win conditions right now for MIBR, and they pretty much both have to show up. But the thing is, the high level for those 2 players is so good that it could be a real threat to VP, in my opinion. So I do think that's kind of what makes this matchup really interesting, is that those are the 2 players, you know, obviously the rest on MIBR can also help out, there's no question, but I do think if they want to defeat VP here, it's going to come down to those 2 players.
And they might just be trying to switch it up. No default, just going to all commit through the apartments. And Breno, he finds a spray through the smoke and he kills Fame. What does that tell MIBR right now? They're not rotating, but what do VP do? Do they abandon this? They don't have any map control. Mid could be pushed. Palace and T-Rap could be pushed as far as VP are concerned. So this is a sticky spot to be in.
Just jiggling away here. I do think if it was Flit instead of Fame that they would have found, it would have maybe given them more information, because I think Flit is more often the guy that's playing a bit of a more of a lurk role over in the Palace or whatever. So if you find him, then you know, maybe you have more of an indication. But still, kill onto Flit just as we talk about it, and now it's a 5 versus 3. Window smoke does not connect. I guess it kind of turns into another potential mid smoke. Doubt that's what they wanted. Flammes has the... well, they have another one. If they really wanted the smoke window, they could. But creeping on past the timing, those 2 AWPers actually dodge each other by just a couple of seconds. So kind of interesting. Electronic, deep pressure with the Molotov here. Icy goes down. Safe finding the kill at range. But a good headshot. Flammes trying to make his way through, and the running spray just works out. Insani goes down. We're at 12 seconds here, and unfortunately, that bomb is so far away. I doubt this... Yeah, Electronic is going to call it off. I don't think you can run back in there. And he's going to die. Nice. MIBR, they're clawing their way back here. I think this is really, really important because, again, there's such a big opportunity for MIBR if they win this map to win the Series 2-0.
Yes, and I really liked actually how VP played the bad start there. They dropped the opening kill in B apartments. They were wanting to contact through, and just the spray there, you can't really predict that. And the fact that it just gets the kill so quickly is terrifying. But then, okay, we talked about it. They gave up map control. And what do? They decided to just turn it into a cat split, like a B split, which I think is honestly one of the best options they could make. It has its risks, but it was a really good look. And again, as you say, MIBR starting to really come alive in this match.
Yeah, safe. Good couple of shots in this round.
Doesn't even break the vent.
Doesn't even do that.
There you go. I love the details there on that.
A subtle but interesting change to Source 2 that we now have that kind of technology. 3 for the scoreline. We highlighted earlier how much money VP had, and it's kind of helped them out in continuing to be able to buy even after losing some of these rounds. But even that is going to come to an end eventually as they are dropping a little bit lower on the cash here. So VP want an easier way to have a great first half, then winning this round is the way there. Otherwise, they're going to be struggling with the economy. Even if they have a bit of a loss bonus and they can, you know, if they get the bomb plant or whatever, they get the, you know, 600 bonus.
So So the pause on the mid defaults for VP.
Look at where the bomb is, though. It feels like this is going to be like the sell mid, go back and pick up the bomb and do something completely different. Although they're having to pay a lot. Fame dead at the start of it. Electronic in such an exposed position. That's kind of madness. Almost jumping into it, Insani, but yeah. Why? Lucas, it's not necessary. You've pretty much won the round and now you've given it back instead. Breno in the middle. 1 versus 2. I can't believe it. Yeah, the bomb is back here, but is he gonna? Does he know about that? Has he found the bomb? He might have. He might stumble into it. Icy is right there. Surely he wouldn't be playing this if he didn't know. How crazy is this? 20 seconds left. Moving forward, has to be quick with it. It catches the timing, picks up the AK, back for more, and he clutches it for his team. A sickening display here for Breno, saving the madness on the Brazilian side.
Wow. So that is one way to everyone can just collectively agree. Let's all just forget about how we got there. We've won the clutch. Let's move forward. No one has to dwell in what would be a demoralizing situation had they lost after having a 4v2 here. Again, as you say, the Cowsey just dropping straight into that one. Oh dear. And it was such a good movement, Anders. The pause in mid, what a great response to everyone just crunch it from MIBR, showing the confidence. But looks like it's going to be a straight-up A hit now for VP to maybe take things back into their own hands with a wonky buy.
Yeah, I do like it. Okay. That is a dink, but it was through the box, so safe. I'm going to take too much damage for it. This might be one of those rounds where it's better to concede the bomb plant and just go for the retake. I don't mind safe playing around here, but it is dangerous. Trade it out. Get everyone over here. There's no question what's happening any longer, really. Yeah, the full rotation is going to be coming in as well for the CT side. Like I said, you don't really have to do much more. Though the freeze in the middle of the round here for VP... I mean, MIB have already shown that they are liable to overplay their hand when, you know, when this stuff happens. They did it in the last round, right? So if you're VP, you're basically extending an invitation for MIBR to do something similar, where if you're going to keep peeking, you want to jump up on the ticket booth again, go for it. We're going to be ready.
Yeah, and this is scary because they didn't get the scaling onto the site, so this pause.
How much can you see with the boost?
Oh, he sees it. Pulls it out.
Sani. That's getting the job done. That's... For a minute, I was wondering if he could stand up and look up at the ticket booth. It could have been really interesting. Flit, though. They are low on health, but the time is really the big issue. Sani with 3 kills, but more importantly, it's MIBR winning the round with only losing 1 player.
Yeah, that was a good result, and it's an interesting spot where VP are like, we aren't on the site, but we can suggest that we've rotated off. And I think it's what I'm enjoying a lot from MIBR is, which we saw in the previous round too, which they almost gave away, but they had a good answer for VP's mid control, where they just picked the right timing to just punish VP. So MIBR now, I feel like they're really taking the game into their hands. I'll have to see if that continues here. The AWPs are online. Just the AWP online here from IC.
Look at it's the same setup. Bomb is back. Got 4 people over on this side. If it plays out the same, or 3 people plays out the same way, then maybe we will see like a bit of a push into underpass just to check it out. Hopefully with greater success from VP's point of view than last time.
And one interesting spot, we can't know the answer to this, but MIBR with the info play on T-Ramp, they may understand that if no one is there, that might indicate certain setups for VP.
Yeah, it is nice to get that bit of info, but yeah, bomb's going to be picked up here. Electronic, he was wallbanged down quite low already. They know that he's back there somewhere. If they have an HE, then they can get rid of him without even having to really take the fight. But look at the amount of people they have to throw into the middle to make this work. Flash, unfortunately, lands behind Insani. So Electronic, he just needed that to try and escape, and I don't know, yeah, they just got to go. They've kind of run out of space here. VP, this is a risky round at the moment because it's a bit panicked here. They've lost mid-control. They don't have any other plans. They just have to try and flood out onto the A-bomb site. And the rotation is so strong for MIBR because they were all just in middle. So they're all the time just a step away. And now the rest of them are locked in Palace. And honestly, you could make an argument that they just saved this round, even though it's kind of a boring outcome.
Yeah, there's There's no way out.
I don't think so.
There's just no way out. Yeah, and again, a lot of this is because MIBR is being active. They're being so active. The T-ramp aggression early, and then we saw, you know, later, they're asking questions in mid. They're just constantly getting into VP's face, and that is actually one of the best ways to deal with what VP's doing. We talked about the aggression. You've got to be cautious with how you execute it, but MIBR found like a really good balance of timing and risk profile where they're disrupting VP's default and consistently putting them into a spot where they've had to adjust. I think almost every round of the ones that MIBR have won have all had that quality to them. They lose a player early, there's a crunch at the wrong timing, there's like players getting info, there's like pushing for different setups, and in the middle of VP just trying to work out what they want to do. I think they have to go faster, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it's coming back to haunt them a little bit now. And especially maybe you see in that moment, I do think there was a bit of a sort of a panic situation, you know, with Electronic realizing, okay, I'm not going to survive here. And then, okay, he dies, so now we've lost all map control, basically. And we just have to try and go. And it was like, so it was all down to whether or not that, the one VP player that did make it onto the site, whether or not that person could even get the kill. All right.
Yeah, as bring up Electronic, as the in-game leader on a T side, you have to account for your tactics having certain results on the CT side, but I don't think this game is readable for Electronic with how MIBR have been playing.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job. In the middle again here, I see. He does see it coming in. Unfortunately for Lukowski, he just was not ready for that wide of a swing. Grenade doesn't blow open enough of the smoke. Otherwise, actually, there could have been an opportunity maybe for Insani. That is something that, you know, even that if the grenade mechanics there are really strong, sometimes you see people just, you know, they throw them too shallow, too far, and it doesn't really get the result that you're looking for. So, player advantage now for VP. Classic boost is spotted for quite a bit, but they will dismantle it anyway before anyone shows up. It's honestly so tempting here for MIBR to take a bit of a risk. We'll see what that ends up being, but I doubt if they're going to be playing like 2A, 2B like they've been for a while here. Yeah, so they're gonna pull safe back towards the middle and just leave Breno inside of the site. It looks like it's the wrong choice, but you can totally understand the logic behind it.
And if Breno gets an overperformance, it's on. Let's see if Icy finds something here. The creep up Cats. He clears these positions. I think VP, they've wanted to end a lot of rounds on B, but they've often been stymied by something. Breno, is the overperformance here for him? The question is, how many does he get? Oh, it's just the one. That looked like it could have been nasty, but under control here for VP as they take the site.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the multi-spray down. Like, once there was something but head showing there, the spray maybe could have connected. What do they want to do? They have quite a lot of money, actually, on the MIBR side, so I think that's the reason why they're going for this. Even though they might be risking the AK, it's just that they can still buy in the final round, so you want to put some pressure on. I admire this. They've got some kits, they've got some flashbangs as well. Sneaking up. It's going to be a late retake because they're taking a long, long time to even get into the position. Ooh, are they just going to look for exits? No, that's such a boring result. I know you can't rebuy the AK, but I do feel like I kind of want to see them try and do this. Giving up this round.
And you're like the gladiator arena. You're like the guy that's always like putting the thumbs down. To, like, have the guy like kill the other gladiator or whatever. Yeah. It's just like, no, I must be entertained.
No,
show me blood.
Fight to the death. I mean, the fact is there was almost no money either on the VP side. So if the exit kills had come through, if they got every single one of them, then that would have been the other really big success, I think, for MIBR, because then they would have limited the money a lot. But still, I actually think they could have gone for that retake. It's a low percentage one, but the only downside is you're going to give away the AK. And even if AKs are good, it's like, yes, but also, you know, you could have had something going for you. Anyway, we're going into the final round here. You can see the 2 MAC-10s in play, and that's as a result of some of those exits. So, you know, maybe some more credit to MIBR than I'm giving them here. Maybe you don't need to fight to the death all the time. Going to be another B attack, and this one much quicker. That's the MAC-10s doing the talking here. Jumping out and running straight down into Lukowski. Breno has to do so much in this one. The backup is coming actually rather quickly as well, but so are the grenades. They find him at his feet, and there's nothing left on the other side. 3 versus 4. The bomb going to be planted here. There is a flank coming in, but it's with the AWP.
Timing's there for safe. but it is a hard approach. Now your position's known. You need teammates in shop to somehow create a distraction. And Molly would be really nice here to help those teammates get out of shop, forcing a reposition there at the back of the side. What? Oh my goodness, the headshot's found, and as well as Fame going down to the fire. So getting a little bit awkward here. Exit in the 1v1, knows where Electronic is there. Swing, and the swing is great for Exit. And once again, Exit able to clutch on this B site to end things 7-5 for MIBR. And after the start, that is an incredible showing.
It actually is. They won the pistol, then they lost and went on a bit of a loss streak. And then MIBR still find the strength to dig through the VP economy and make it back with a 7-5. I think that's really impressive stuff. I'm so confused about just a couple of seconds there. Like the Molotov, the fact that it actually killed him. But I guess he was hoping that, like, he was expecting to get peeked. So he's probably saying, I'm going to die no matter what. So I'm just going to stand in the fire and hopefully get a kill before I go. But when that doesn't happen, it just looks so silly.
It is poetic, I got to say, Anders, because Exit was that was the first round that they won, was that crazy clutch.
Yeah.
Where Exit finished it off with the defuse on B, and the way that they finish it was, you know, same thing.
It's fantastic. Yeah, they come full circle at the end of it. I like it. Second half, and we'll see what they bring here. MIBR, if they can win the pistol now and not lose the second round, then they are set up for something interesting. And the reason why it has such gravity, just to highlight if you're just joining us since the game started, the second map in this one is Anubis, and MIBR should be a lot better than VP on that map. So there is a huge opportunity if it goes their way here to make it interesting.
Oh, the spread.
Yeah, but...
Spread.
Surely you'd have known that. Anyway, good stuff.
We're not all pyro scientists.
I guess not.
And just like yourself.
Oh, yeah, also, it's not an exact science where Molotovs go or don't go, to be honest. There is a smoke and a Molotov on safe. Let's see where he's going to be positioned at the moment. Down towards the underpass. Yeah, so could smoke, like, you know, top connector and Molotov out the window. And try and make some sort of a push that way. There's a P250 here. That is exactly the weapon that you'd want, but unfortunately cannot connect onto Icy, who is playing that corner. They are trying to creep into it. Electronic does have a single incendiary himself, but not in a position to do anything fun with it at the moment. Still plenty of time in the round. The bomb is at top mid, and let's see if they actually use the grenades here in a reasonable fashion. So Icy throwing out a couple of bullets here. They're getting very close. Ooh, they could Molotov out the position here against Fame. They just need to... If they throw the Molotov, but no, they're not doing that. They are just positioning Lukowski here, and they're going to go back to the B-bomb side.
I love that. Just digging in the lurk, just digging him in. I can activate the sleeper cell later. And
yeah, but
we've got to deal with this guy first.
This is one of those few times where the incendiary could be absolutely nuts. Oh, look, the bomb's... Wait a minute. I'm all wrong. Look at the bomb. It's in Palace. I've been faked out by this too. I didn't even notice. 25 seconds. There's one player on ramp, and that's where the fight's going to be. All of this is just for show right now. It's about planting the bomb. 18 seconds left. Still waiting. Flit is here with the dualies. Oh, and he fires a bit too early. 14 seconds. He hasn't got the kill, but he will pick it up this time, running in to try and stop that bomb plant, and he's not successful. The bomb has been planted. 2 versus 2 now, and they are running to try and stop that defuse, but they're already on it. It's a 10-second defuse, but they're deep into it. Exit gets one, spins around, and executes Flit. That is so insanely close. What a pistol round.
That is so elaborate. Pistol rounds are usually pretty straightforward, Anders, and that has to be the most elaborate pistol I've seen this tournament. We even got to see Lukowski get activated, and you can see precisely how that unfolds. Catching the players rotating into shop to deal with the B push, and yet it was still close to the level of danger with the dualies coming in from T-Ram. The margins were so fine.
I can't believe it. Oh.
What a treat. That was a gourmet treat there from MIBR on that pistol.
I think you could take two, like, either it's a highlight for how cool the tragedy was for MIBR, or it's a reflection on me, but I really truly did not see the bomb going that way. I was like so sure that it was going to be B. If they can fake someone who has a mini-map to look at, that's pretty cool. Yes, I love that.
Yes. Oh, that was delicious. I feel satiated.
Yeah.
See what else we get, though, from MIBR. Because, I mean, they've just been looking more confident overall in general. I think the fact that they were able to dictate the first half is going to feel... That's just something that doesn't feel good on the T side. You kind of feel like you're almost failing when you're calling those rounds where it's the CT side that they're on top of you, You know, you're supposed to do things where you take parts of the map away, then they have to rotate and respond, and then you find more position and ways to make their lives worse. But it was the opposite. And so you're now going into the CT side as VP where you've got to find ways to do that, and we'll see if VP can do it. It's a tale of two halves after all in Counter-Strike.
It is, but surviving this one, MIBR, they've won both pistols, but in the first half it didn't go so well. This time, it's a lot better. They're building something behind it. It's 9-5. Money is here for VP, but if they lose this early on, X, he's been mental in the last couple of rounds. He had a quad kill in the last round, and he obviously clutched the pistol. Now they're running it down. It's insanity to get the final spray down onto Fame, and the bomb is going to be planted here. Electronic, does he want to run and swing and try and stop that bomb plant? The flash is right in his eyes. I think he wanted to. If he could have stopped the bomb, it would have been a different round. But now he's in trouble. He doesn't have the kit, and all he has is this FAMAS to play around with, tries to get the spray, but the timing is great, the communication is there, and MIBR, one of the most important rounds, maybe outside of that pistol in the second half here, that they could have won. That's taken away the first gun round from VP. Right now, MIBR really, really close to making this Mirage game work, and with it, very possibly the entire series.
They are just looking like they're outclassing VP now, that is for sure. And we go back to that conversation about the peaking into a tournament. You know, we are getting, obviously this is to get into the playoffs, and you're fighting for your life. And so this really is the moment where you have to turn up and continue to show best of 3 by best of 3 that your level is increasing. And I'm loving the energy we're seeing out of MIBR, the focus, the power from the individuals. And VP gonna find their way back now. Some good kills, but the aggression of the Brazilians, it's hard to stop. Don't like that, Anders.
even without the translation, we can tell.
We can tell what's going on there. The frustration is known to the world.
Yeah. Electronic, not happy with the teammates. Kind of being a vibe terrorist, I believe they call it.
The vibe terrorist. Wow. Right now, another fast pace from MIBR straight into the B side. That's a good double from the hero rifle of Flit.
That's, oh my lord, how? He's just found 3 kills. Weirdly, Electronic, who's, you know, lurking around in the smoke the whole time while Flit was doing all of that, doesn't actually get anything for it. It's still losable here for VP, but what an opportunity.
It's a good smoke as well. That they can kind of take forward space with that into the site, but the freeze here from MIBR, they don't know someone's like walking apps on them. So I like the Safe is kind of creating a new path potentially to try and find information and potentially get a flank, but the bomb is isolated on the B site, and that truly is the problem, because eventually VP might decide to storm this site, and that would leave Exit totally vulnerable and having to kill 4 players by himself unless Safe can get back in time, and this is now getting dangerous.
Oh my god. Flit was playing that so well. He knew the position there, trying to find the shot against that player in the corner, Flamus. And he's going to get the kill. 26 seconds. Icy with the last one to take down Safe. And there's a lot going on in this round. But some part of this can be boiled down to one single thing, which is that there was no smoke towards the market from the T side. And that's what allows Flit to have this kind of a setup. And you've got to wonder, why is then... Oh, there was.
It's too late.
They peaked before then. Well, then that's the answer.
Yeah.
They would have probably won the round with it if they just had waited one more second for that smoke to pop.
Yeah, hero rifle. That's the only rifle on the team. But now that's a great way to find your way back into what has otherwise been a demoralizing round. And okay, that's a great way to answer back. Insani onto Flit, but Icy onto Exit to equalize. 4 against 4 as we reset. 1 minute 40 to play with. And MIBR, I mean, they still got mid control at least, but currently rotating the bomb back through T-spawn towards the A ramp.
Insani is just hitting that, had that particular mood. I think, you know, Exit had a couple of rounds like it too, where it's not long fights. The the accuracy is so on, and they're so quick to shoot. Now again, it's going to be a bit of a fake towards B. Into a Palace execute. Flammus is the first point of contact.
And Sani does have the Molotov and smoke. He's actually going to rejoin the bomb and safe as well onto that A site. And in the meantime, can Breno find anything here? That would be really nice if he can show himself, find something, not die, would be optimal. And he's going to make some noise, dropping onto the site. And VP haven't heard anything towards A just yet. So do they start to rotate? Two players have their attention on this, but just die straight away. So now they know VP, it's going to be the A site.
Flash here, trying to get into the site. Flammus already pretty decent job. Icy, he can't find the shot up on top. Still, there's the Kowsy going down. It leaves safe. He's going to have to go and pick up that bomb. Can he get the bomb planted too is the question. 15 seconds here. They have so much utility, including that HE. And an incendiary. I think he's in trouble right now. I don't think this is an easy clutch, but he does swing for it, almost too wide. And Fame just doesn't even give him an opportunity to reset. Sprays him down for the box, down to the 1v1, which if you're going to lose rounds right now in MIBR, you have to make them this expensive. You have to make sure that VP really pay. I think there's a lot of criticism that you could leverage against the way that Breno was playing that one. It's fine that he's trying to get into the site, but the way that he stutter steps and like slowly walks it and then jumps down and slowly walks it, if you're electronic listening on the other side, it couldn't be more clear that there's just one person. It must be so obvious to him just from the audio alone. He also had a smoke and a flashbang, Breno. So if he wanted to do more than this, I think like once you start making noise, you might as well just like throw the smoke, underhand the flash, run, and hope that they think it's more than one person basically. So I think just a lot of words to say. It's a really, really soft sell on that B-bomb side.
Yes, and now VP are kind of back in it. And so we get MIBR taking the tag timeout to, again, ice the kicker, perhaps. Try to slow that momentum down a little bit, cool VP off, and also work out precisely what they feel like has been going wrong, what adjustments they want to make. Perhaps, you know, the coach is like, hey, if we run this round, this would be a very good answer to the setups we've been seeing or the openings we've been seeing. Or it can also be the case that sometimes the coach just has to remind the players, hey, you guys have been getting into a favorable spot by doing this thing. Run it again. You got into a good spot. You just didn't, you know, hit the shots, or, you know, there was some variance there. But this is otherwise, like, by the numbers, a good play.
They're going to invest a little bit in this round, but there's only one Kevlar on Lukowski with the Tech-9 here. The problem is, you can't even criticize them for it, but the huge downside is, in theory, it should allow for VP to build finally an economy here in the second half, which they just haven't had at all. It would be a great luxury for them if they could. AWP on IC, M4s on the rest, but you can see they've got no money in the bank here. This is one of these rounds where the difference between getting 1 or 3 kills is unbelievable for MIBR. Or none.
And we'll see what they're able to do in that respect. There is going to be a couple players around Connector, one on Cat, so opportunities for fights. Not favorable fights, but fights. And there is perhaps the most unfavorable fight. Fame takes down Safe and understands there's more players. And ooh, we get the boost. The boost is nice, but will it be looked for? If it's looked for, it could be a problem. Is the awareness there for this? Oh my god, they're all in the smoke! And they managed to run down Flit and the spray over the top of the smoke. So it all gets shut down. So in the end, just 1 kill, Anders.
Yeah, super well played. You could see how careful they were setting up the smoke, setting up the counter HEs. That's the kind of discipline that, at least for one of the rounds there in the first half, MIBR were lacking, where they almost lost the 2v4, and Breno had to sort of pull them out of the fire at the end with the clutch. VP making sure they don't run into any kind of nonsense like that. It's 10-8. They just lose a single player, which means, again, their money is going to be building. There is an AWP on Safe. He's actually got 17 kills, so quite a bit better than Icy at the moment. But a default kind of setup. Insani's playing the A ramp. See how aggressive he's going to be. It's actually going to be Exit will take out Fame at the start of it. Very, very important kill. Pushing the B hallways is Electronic with an MP9. He's quite far forward. So, see if he can stay there. All right. He doesn't want the challenge too much. He wants to set it up for Icy maybe, so like a bit of a bait setup. It's also the 3 people at the B-bomb site, so it's a whole round is being rolled into this site. That's the risk they wanted to take. Breno, oh my god.
He missed the first couple bullets due to the crouch and the fast movement speed of the MP9, and that's it. That's a wrap there, and
that's unforgivable.
Now, VP, they might feel more confident about really going for this one. But interestingly, MIBR creeping up Cat, and they're bringing back Insani from A to pick up that bomb. And they're gonna, I mean, they surely will be hitting the B site here, and VP are rotating away from it.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of perfect for MIBR on the approach.
It is. It's really, really good mid-rounding at the moment for them. Icy all the way back here, see if they can line a good grenade to try and get... They have an incendiary on exit, but it goes really short. Not going to hit anything. Icy gets a couple of them, and Flit is there to help out. And the VP, in spite of rotating slightly away from the site, they still were in position. Really good job. And honestly, I hate to say it, but Breno throws the round away from them there. That, whatever is going on, that's a fight you just have to win every single time. I think it's one of those, like, those sort of slightly caught sleeping moments.
That's tough. It's tough. Icy with a great performance on the AWP. On the, you know, again, in terms of the numbers, it looks good, but the AWP, it's always that factor that can deliver big results. And it's another heavy B apartments opener for MIBR, and the game is beginning to slip away from them. Yeah. After that crazy momentum, looking like they were totally outclassing VP. Now it's the shoe is on the other foot. Glove is on the other hand.
Can it be though? Just hand. That doesn't work, does it? Maybe it doesn't with shoes. I can be honest, I've never understood the origin of that saying. Whenever people hear it, I just nod and smile. Like, yeah, sure, yeah. Shoes on the other foot, great. Well, if I have to pick sayings myself, Serbian sayings are, you know, the ones that I tend to go for. They go really hard. If you don't know, if you know, you know, I guess. Here we go. Flashes and smokes in the sight. Pretty good spray down, honestly, from Fame. That's not necessarily easy when they're running across your screen like that. Insani's found a headshot, but oh, and another one. That's so clean. That's so disgusting. Unfortunately, it will come to an end here with Exit in a 1 versus 2. He's going to pick up something, and he does have actually Kevlar, no helmet, but still in a position to do some damage. Going to fake the bomb and hope for more. He's got 30 seconds. He could actually escape to the A bomb side if that's what he wanted. It looks like he's going to try and see if he can move close enough, and VP see it coming. They're playing so defensively. That's so incredible. Headshot as well because of the lack of head armor, but the fact that they are so sure that he's going to be aggressive, that's, you know, it says something about how much they know about the player and his style. Real interesting.
And that's another moment, like with the MP9 and the B apartments, where you got the kind of both players are moving into the angle at the same time, and that first bullet, if that first bullet that M4A1 lands and he sprays, he might just get both there. So that's actually insanely close. Thanks to Insani and those Deagle headshots. But we're all tied up 10-10. Can MIBR change their fate as they move fast here, it looks like, or at least that's what they want to do, into that A site, but those pre-nades are slowing them down here for MIBR.
Look at the read as well for VP. They basically have 4 people here doubled up in the shadow position. So hard to read if you kill one player. You're going to be spotting for the next one too. You don't always know that. Icy moving forward into it. The spray is actually really good. Oh my god, Insani. He finds the entry in spite of the fact that there's 2 people right behind him. And now they're just inside of it. Who's going to get who? Nobody knows right now. Breno gets one, but then comes the big question. We already asked it. Do you check for the second player? Are you aware that Fame might be here? They're going to try and blow open the smoke, and he does eventually get taken down. Important kill for Lukowski. Flit up on the stairs, looking for it in the back line. The confidence is there, and it just leaves Electronic. Bomb is not planted, but they got plenty of time for it. Wait it out, just to find out where Electronic is. That is the most important thing, and he's going to give them that information. Deep grenade, it outright kills Lukowski, and actually brings him into the clutch again. Sure, it does reveal his position, but that's not really a big deal. 40 seconds here, they crouch around the corner, and the trade is in. Exit, 1 single headshot to survive. And does get MIBR a bit closer here. Oh my god, these rounds.
Really nice set piece. Again, like you said, 4 players there. The util was really good. And also, Breno was aware constantly of this setup. And again, it could be just prep. It could just be... but I don't know what it was, but Breno just knows that there is a player in this smoke. and he can't spray it because it makes him very vulnerable to getting killed back. So yeah, it's kind of an awkward exchange, but very chaotic, but well handled by MIBR ultimately. 11-10 at the most important moment. They're getting back into action. The AWPs here in mid, got to be careful. And we've got the nade to blow it open. What do we get from Icy? Nothing much. MIBR evade early problems.
There is no money on VP. If they lose this round, they lose the map and get so much closer to getting knocked out of the tournament. I don't want to say they can never win Anubis, but it's not necessarily going to be easy for them at all. Breno here holding. We've already seen Electronic walk down this path and actually defeat Breno earlier, and I think it was one of the most grotesque moments in the game, just because that might have been the way that MIBR, they might have already won the map, to be honest, if that hadn't happened. Smoke up. They are trying to get in here. 4 people in the middle, 1 in the palace now. Lukowski's going to be the first victim to go down. Flit finding a bit of an awkward angle there. And Flammer's holding it. We'll see if Insani could do anything on the other side. He does just have the Galil, but it's still winnable. It's not a lot of helmets either on the CT side, but that's really slowed down MIBR. They're not really sure where to go with this from here.
Flammer's is looking at that palace from Sandwich, and he's going to win the position against Insani. The Galil not good enough. 3v5 now for MIBR. Less than 30 seconds. Yeah, falling off now. I don't know that they can do anything at this point. So they are going to get away from danger. But Electronic is now going to press the issue. Wants an upgrade. He wants an upgrade, and he might get it. The MP9 is scary, but Exit survives. And now they know where they're saving. So they might decide to maybe invest one more player. There's a world where they could try to do that. But like you say, the money is so rough for VP. Likely going to hold on to all their guns. 11-11.
One of those rounds that just feels disappointing if you're MIBR here, because they lose a player in middle, and the only other plan from there is for Insani to find the opening that they need to get out of the connector by basically trying to find a palace. Once he loses that, there's no more. There's no other plans. That's it. You don't, you want to see something else. Like, it feels like it just kind of slips away from them.
Yeah, they didn't get enough position out of mids before they received a death. Nothing left.
Here we go. It's going to be Exit just, taking away the attention at top mid, and the rest is going to be the normal execute that we've all seen before. So, yeah, Exit needs to live as long as he possibly can. Nice damage on the Flammers here. That's really going to weaken him. Let's see if they can land a grenade on him. They actually don't have any, so I'll take that back. And Sani goes down. Fame with a good spray, and now they're getting a bit closer. Counter smoke comes up, but they do find Fame in the corner. It's a really nice kill, and there comes Exit with the late flank in. Shuts down Flit, and Electronic and Icy. Again, the money is so bad that losing this would be disastrous. Electronic can't steal away the M4. I appreciate that he tried, because they do need these guns. Even surviving the last round, it's not a lot in the bank here. It's going to be MIBR on 12 rounds. It's so much mental strength here for the Brazilian side to keep reinventing this and coming back and finding these rounds, because they've been so close to getting crushed at a couple of times here for VP. Honestly, the comeback for VP has been really sick, but MIBR, they do not break.
And the ways that this round could also have fallen apart right at the beginning for MIBR, just like contacting with the AWP. I mean, it's definitely not a bad play, especially if you're expecting that the AWP on the CT side won't be ticket, but it was. And so, that's a whiff shot, a jump, bad timing maybe for the CT AWPer, and the whole team's in because you're already contacted up. So, big pace here from MIBR. That's an important find too on Fame.
Once they find that, everything else just slits into place. Like every CT player from their point out is looking the wrong way. They're all looking they're all getting shot in the back. They're all getting swiped somewhere else. 12-11. It comes down to this. What a great map this has been. Both teams looking to survive in the tournament, make it into the playoffs here. You want a close game. The last one that we had, obviously, really one-sided in favor of Aurora, and it is what it is, but this has the level of action that we could appreciate. Flammus, how far do you want to go down the ramp? He's going to be flashed in from Icy, but if the timing is off, then that won't really help out. You could see he's got back here jumping. Also, being flashed in with the FAMAS, maybe it's my bias, but I just don't trust that weapon for it. But here we go. Wide swing. There's no one on the other side, and he gets executed. The grenade instead becomes a signal that he was going to be there. Flit with a very nice spray down, but they still lose Icy, which does leave Flit nobody there to help him out. I think MIBR, they might have found a way here. Opening map is looking more than likely for them. Electronic and Fame trying to hold on to it. Exit does go down. That's at the edge of the smoke. And honestly, MIBR were paused for that kind of play, but they still couldn't really find it. The bomb, they were in the sandwich position, and now everything slowed down.
Battle of nerves, a battle of patience. And now the edging coming in, and Lucalzi finding Electronic and Fame to lock it all down. Mirage, map 1 goes to MIBR in this series, and indeed a 2-2 matchup. They're playing for their lives. And going into the next map, there's so much to talk about, so it's time to hand it over to the desk.
We get a chance to walk past Virtus.pro, and we walk past just as they lose this, and there's just an uncomfortable silence across that entire team, because I think even they're asking this question: how the hell was MIBR able to do that? Because at one point it looked like Virtus.pro was going to take it.
In all honesty, it felt like VP overall had a better game plan. Like, it looked like we had less criticisms about VP, but gotta give credit where it's due. MIBR on both the sides, they had issues on the CD side, Maui. They adapted. T side, they were finding issues, and in the end, they're like, let's A bomb side. This looks spicy. They went for it, and they won it 3 in a row.
Recognizing the weak spots and the solutions was key here for MIBR in the battle of adaptation, which they ended up winning out. Totally agree, Bled, that the beginning of each half felt favorable for Virtus.pro, but for MIBR, the team that is less experienced, that has younger players, generally speaking, think of VP. They have 3 major winners on the roster, and yet the mid-half adaptations for MIBR were better. That is a surprising way for MIBR to overcome the odds.
I loved how they changed stuff in the mid-game as well. Whenever it wasn't working, they were very quick to adapt, to change it up, throw something different at Virtus.pro, and VP didn't have answers for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And also goes to show, for the side of VP, when Flit's having an okay game, it was not like he had a bad game, right? We could see still a couple of them not really stepping up to the plate. I feel like Flamus once again, bottom of the scoreboard.
He was targeted.
11 kills. He was getting targeted. And again, I'm just wondering, if you're Electronic, if you're a VP team, what are you not doing to set him up? But on the flip side, we talk about star power. We talk about firepower. Insani delivered. But a really cool thing is, Maui, the kill spread between the top 4 players of MIBR were so very, very close. Like a difference of like 2 or 3 frags.
It was a team effort that got them over the line by the end of things. I do love that Insani's kill, the heat map that he's got right here, so concentrated towards Palace, because that kind of tells the picture of, or tells the story for how MIBR got this one over the line with the ending with the A hits and everything. Insani, I feel like you said, we could have picked a couple of the guys that were on the MIBR side who did pretty well for them, but more than the individuals, to me, this was just about the team effort and recognizing how or what was really working for them and prying at those points.
And a massive mental boost for MIBR as well. You just beat Virtus.pro on their map pick. Even though it came so close, you were able to make the difference. That's a huge one.
And this is where I want to give credit and praise to Exit, because I was criticizing him quite massively in the first couple of days. I'm like, you're looking at the firepower you have. You have the entire 5-man unit here, no visa issues, no stand-in situation, and yet you're not able to activate your teammates. But here, they were not just activated, but a calling, as we're saying, Maui. Let's just bring up the rounds. Round number 5, that's on the CT side, and you're going to see how terrible the setup was from the side of MIBR. Yeah. Just look at this, how static it is, right? 50 seconds on the clock. They're all grouped up, playing one player towards jungle over here, one player towards connector. They get the first kill, but it trades from VP, very efficient. It's going to pop out, instant trading, and they isolate the final player towards Shadow. That's it. Rounds done and dusted.
MIBR for the first 5 or 6 rounds of CT side played pretty stagnant on their heels. It's the trap that a lot of teams fall into. If you're winning just by playing default, you just think that you could do that against anybody. No, VP is a team that knows how to finish onto bomb sites. If they get themselves in a position, even if it's a 4 versus 5, they've got that one flash, their trading's good enough, they're going to breach the bomb site. So MIBR, they had to change things.
And they did. Round number 10, just roll the tape right there. And this is what I loved from the side of MIBR, right? Just look at the aggression. 1 minute 40 or 150 on the clock. What's the first move that the CTs do? They push down ramp, right? right? They're going to be pushing down ramp. You're going to see two of them, not too deep, mind you, but they're just going to make sure, all right, it's not going to be an early hit coming in. They're going to hold on to ramp, and they're going to cut, and they hold on for a bit, no sound being made. Now, a lot of teams would just be okay with this, right? Just having that ramp control, then going back. But no, what do? They re-aggress mid and a minute on the clock, pushing up, catching the T off guard. What does this make VP do? They rush into the A bomb site, but they don't have enough time to deploy the utility, and just constant re-aggression, poking and prodding, making VP feel super uncomfortable. Great adaptation in that one half.
That's just beautiful CS through and through. That's exactly what you want to see from MIBR. They don't full send it either. I think a lot of teams fall into the trap where they get that A ramp space and they're like,
start wrapping.
Let's start flanking, you know, like let's try to go for the home run here. Like one guy's going to push all the way, the other guy's going to fall back, the guy that's pushing gets caught out by a lurker or something like that. No, they actually, like Insani was one of the first people that pushed ramp, and then he was also one of the guys that fought mid. Like it felt like 2022 heroic when they were moving around just as a whole unit, a blob of people that are just going to push and pull, make sure that they have information, that they're going to fight together. That's exactly what you want to see from a team that we know that they have the potential and the star power, but it's just about making sure that you're not relying too much on the individuals, that you're working together as a unit.
Yes, absolutely.
As we break down this game and we go into those final rounds, we do have one round 13, Maui, that I think you wanted to showcase as well. So we bring it up?
This one was a little bit crazy, and it was necessary for MIBR to win it. Okay, they basically ran a very spread out default pistol, poking and prodding in multiple areas. And in a round like this, where it's very confusing, very hectic, barely planting the bomb, like last millisecond Insani can, Flick goes for the 10-second stick, but the player that's at CT and Flamus has maybe like 1 HP, it's red HP, Exit just charges him down, and maybe with a second left on the defuse, that Exit's able to get the kill right there. That round in itself just was a little wacky, but if they didn't win that, they would have that 3-round buffer that they built for themselves by winning that, the conversion, the following round, and it felt so essential, and it was just down to the slimmest margin.
And I know we don't really have any more rounds on tape to show as to how they were able to adapt on the T side, but what VP did very well on the buy rounds were what we were praising MIBR for doing. They were playing deep inside of apartments, they're getting that ramp control, really cool stuff, but what MIBR found out with that A bomb side, it's not just them going for fast A execs. One was a fast A exec, then it slowed it down, mid-rounded, late A. Just well-conditioned final few rounds, and that's where I want to give credit to Exit, because when it comes on to 11-11, Sam, that's where VP run away with it, but MIBR said no.
I think the round history here tells such a great picture that, you know, in the first 5 rounds of the first half, VP are up 4-1. In the first 8 rounds of the second half, if you just kind of isolated it, they would have been up 5-3. But then it's all about the ends of this. It's how MIBR closed, which is not the narrative that I would have expected to build into this game, where the less experienced team of the younger players is the one that actually breaks through in the end of the halves.
And now we're going to Anubis.
Yeah.
We know how strong MIBR is there. What has Virtus.pro got to do if they want to beat them on their map pick?
If I'm a VP, you would have obviously expected this map to be coming into play, and you would have watched how MongolZ on their T side were able to abuse the CD side of MIBR's. What MIBR love to do, they love playing this heavy A main control with Breno or Berenazan, however you want to pronounce his name, and Safe playing their kind of total up together. I'm not a fan of that, because Safe, when he's unleashed on his CD side, that's when he finds impact. That's what is going to win you rounds. So they like playing in A main, not a lot from the bomb side. So they kind of give up mid, and Insani can hold mid alone. So VP is going to get free map control at mid. What you do with it, that's a big question.
It's about how they're going to just execute down the stretch and make sure that if MIBR throw a wrinkle that they can adapt to. Again, it's so surprising to us the way that MIBR was able to finish these halves. I'm a little worried about Lukowski on the side of MIBR. He had some whiff moments, even though I think by the end of the game his scoreline corrected because he played well with the team. There were times where, you know, as an E-Box player, as a con player, you just have to win a lot of fights. And right now today, yes, the scoreline's okay, but the eye test for me isn't checking out. So that's a point of emphasis. If I'm VP, I want to take control of that, try to pull off some B-splits too.
Is there a concern around VP? I mean, if they now lose a new...
Yes, there are lots of concerns around VP.
This is the thing. There's far more concerns around this team than maybe what we have about MIBR. And my question to you is, what do you think is the fundamental flaw in this lineup right now?
I think there's a list of them, but I'll just tell you right now, I don't like the vibes of that team. I'm looking at how Electronics, his reactions and whatnot, it could be a cultural thing, but look, you're looking at Flamus who played an international team, someone they picked up to do good because he was doing really good in his previous lineup, and it's just a pale shadow of what he was once upon a time. And you can see the vibes just seem so very off. And again, you got to remember, a lot of these players are still very, very young. So maybe, I'm not saying electronic style is necessarily bad, but I feel like there's a massive conflict in mentalities and attitudes here.
The worst kind of coach or leader is the 2020 hindsight coach or leader. And too often does it feel like Electronic is berating people after a round is over when everybody knows what went wrong. Like, they're professional players. They definitely know that, yes, they should have done X, Y, Z better. Just move on, make another plan, foster an environment where you're actually building towards an objective instead of saying why we weren't able to complete it in the prior round. I hope that as a moral leader, he adapts quite a bit. But again, I think the strats sometimes are a little bit too intricate that if one part goes badly, it doesn't feel like there's ever a plan B. Like, he's trying to do these really calculated crunches onto bomb sites, but it's sometimes just up to the players to try to like go above and beyond, but everybody's afraid of misstepping because the reprimanding is constant here.
It's so funny because normally when teams are losing and an analyst goes, oh, what's the vibes? I'm always like, what a cop-out. Like, of course they're unhappy, they're losing. But in this case, I actually play 100%. They don't even look happy when they're winning. It's weird with VP. We don't know what's going on, but maybe in the last few minutes, they've figured it out and they can potentially win on Anubis and try to take this to a third map. We're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll find out if that's the case.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We are back to dequizzing the bomb here at PGL Astana. And I've got MIBR's Insani with me here. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. Now, this is where we're going to put your mind to the test, especially when it comes to Counter-Strike knowledge. I know you're good in game, but how do you feel about coming into this?
I'm getting kind of nervous here. I don't know what the questions are going to be, but yeah, let's do it.
Well, I'm here for moral support. I'm sure you'll be fine. You know, I believe in you. I'm going to give you that extra boost of confidence with it. So put your hand on the mouse. Don't forget to read out the questions as well. And click on that sign that says dequiz the bomb, and it will start.
How many rounds must a team win to win a match MR12?
Easy start.
Rounds? Yeah.
Easy start.
Easiest one. For how long does a smoke grenade last after popping and before completely fading away? It's 20 seconds for the smoke to fade away.
Nice.
Nice. The minimum amount of deagle shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar, it's 2.
Good.
Nice. How long is the fuse of a high explosive grenade without hitting any surface? Oh, this is hard.
Bruh, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm guessing like 1.8 maybe. Yeah, 1.8. Let's go.
Okay,
let's go. Who was the top ranked? Oh, in 2027?
2017.
2017, all right. No, it wasn't Coldzera. Oh, it was Coldzera. Yeah. How many CS majors have there been so far? Shit. I don't know. Maybe. I think it's 22.
Oof.
Wow. What is the max running speed of the model with a grenade? Okay, I don't have any idea of this. Maybe. The first major MVP of all time? I don't know. Maybe I'll guess Freiberg. JW. The minimum amount of USP shots to the body to kill an opponent without Kevlar. I think it's 4. 3 shots to the body? Which country? Egypt?
Oh, not enough time.
Did you
were
know
so
that?
close.
Did you know that?
No, I don't know that.
Oh.
I've never looked to what country Dust 2 is located in.
Yeah, me
I'm
neither.
gonna guess with the writing on the rule, maybe Egypt?
Yeah, I would guess Egypt, but I was too slow. But...
We'll have to find that out afterwards. You got so close though. It was almost there.
How much time did I get? Did you know?
So it took you 1 minute 41 seconds to do, but you got up to like one answer away from defusing it, and then it got tough from there. That wasn't so easy at all, but thank you very much for playing, Insani. You almost did it, but instead we all exploded, and Astana will be no more.
Yeah, it was fun. No, it's okay. Thank you.
We are back, and look at this Insani. He's just all business. Even at the threat that James was throwing at him there, that everything might explode, he's just like, I just don't care. He's not interested at all. Ice cold is what he is. We're heading into the second map. It's on Anubis. It's MIBR's map pick. They have a much higher win rate on it than VP do, and also VP just look frustrated. Look like they don't really enjoy this right now, but they're going to have to summon every last bit of strength here because this is the test. If they lose here, they get knocked out of PGL Astana, and instead it's MIBR headed to the playoffs, headed for the big stage. It's VP on the T side. It's MIBR on the CT side. And let's see what they've got. A lot of smokes on a Molotov. This could be anything, but it feels like it's going to be an A-execute with this kind of utility.
VP want that good start on the T side. Starting to creep forwards through A-long. There is a point of contact, a line of sight. The save, but it won't be tested.
Yeah, they were expecting a reaction there. I think they just wanted to check it out, but yeah, so they can smoke a couple of different positions. The Molotov could easily be for the pillar here. Safe already getting one. Oh, I wonder if they do still want to go for it. They might have to change their minds now. That's really awkward. The Flammer's Molotov is so good for clearing out the pillar on the A-bomb side, but you could see all the push coming up from MIBR. They are actually moving into the front of the A site here. This is great information. Also means even if this B hit happens, they're so close for the retake. So Electronic is guarding it. He is well aware that something could be up. Throws up the smoke. He's still not getting shot in the back. And on the bomb side itself, Lukowski is here with the dualies in hand. They have to get at least a kill here on the defense, otherwise the backup won't be there in time. A third man's already rotated in, so they've got a bit of a position here, but it's an awkward start. And Flit will get the first one. Icy to pick it up, and the Molotov in the corner. They'll shoot him in the shins. Exit goes down, and Safe now trying to get there. The bomb has been planted as well. Oh, VB, everything just fell into place. It's Flit with the triple. Once they pull the trigger on that B-bomb side, it was actually perfection.
Everything looked absolutely terrible for VP. MIBR was so well set up to win that round. But when push comes to shove, as we often say, it's all about the headshots. It's all about getting the kills. And the initial contact with the dualies was just towards E-box, which is far too arduous and unproductive. And that was all VP needed to roll on through. 1-0 for them, getting that much-needed T-pistol. And it's a full save from MIBR. USPs all around, not even the flash and the stack behind the doors. Oh, yeah. Imagine just looking at that. At least your entire team knows what to do, but with that said, the bomb is kind of far away.
He actually jumped into a wall of USPs. It was an absurd scenario.
It's like playing some tower defense game where there's like all the towers just like stacked up. And
yeah, that is what that felt like. Building a human pyramid on a map with pyramids somewhere in the background.
Yeah. Do you believe the pyramids are power plants?
I don't.
The Giza power plant theory?
Absolutely not.
I'm a believer. But
it does make me laugh whenever I see it. I feel like anytime somebody discovers, like, if they discover, like, some piece of metal, like, anywhere in the pyramid, they're like, oh my god, this could be ancient, it might be extraterrestrials. It's too much for me.
Is Anders, what do you mean?
Maybe. I doubt it. They could use some alien technology, though, right now, MIBR. Get him back into the game early.
Yes. Yes, we'll see. I mean, they did the full save there as well, so... I mean, I always like that, especially with the CT side, just because it's interesting to see the CTs get off to, be able to play a full start full util a bit more quickly. Obviously, you might not have the AWP, and there might be some things that you're missing, but I just like also that the Ts don't just get to run over you for a couple rounds in a row, too. So we'll see how it works for MIBR here. They made the CT side on Mirage work quite well without having too many AWPs as well.
They did actually sort of save and steal the MAC-10, but they're not going to use it in this round. So even though they had the opportunity, and there probably are some teams in the world that would have, I feel like Boomich over on Bad Boom, he would have kept the MAC-10 for some reason. But M4s, it's a nice idea with the boost up as well. They do a lot of damage here. Safe, 5 bullets left, and Flit was considering whether or not he wanted to keep pushing that. Lukowski's moved up here, and actually the bomb is right there. They're stacked up for him. This could be a bit of a disaster. The spray down is almost in full effect, trying to take on over. Oh, Fame, how did he die? How did he die? Did he blow himself up?
I don't know, Anders.
He must have.
I don't know. We need a replay of that one. Electronic in the 1v2 here. Bomb is lost, and so is his head.
2 health left on safe.
Crazy push from Lukowski as well. And I never trust those full-range spray downs with an M4A1. But
tell me he tried to throw the grenade and hit his teammate. Please tell me that happened. I'm actually so confused. All right, so maybe we'll have to get it. Oh, just ran through. All right, it was all the way on the other side. I thought for a second it was in the middle. That would have been way funnier. But he died trying to toast the beans over there.
Yes, toasty beans. It's a 1-2 scoreline for MIBR. Let's move into the next round. We've got Bareno on the MP9. And VP looking like a quicker approach towards E-Box, closing the distance a little bit. Just Electronic with the pistols. Oh, and a sneak through the smoke in the mid. Well, has been found out.
Not that sneaky.
No.
That's really nice. A huge opportunity for MIBR. The fact that they've already won the 3rd round is obviously really great. If they can keep it going, then they're going to pull so much momentum out from under VP, who do need to build so many rounds on this T side here. I would say 8 or more is what VP are going to be gunning for at this stage. Nice kill from Flit to take down Lukowski. Insani, though, this is a lot of territory to be claimed, and they've got to be careful. Exit, he does go down, and the chaos is actually just everywhere at the moment. The bomb trying to make its way past the MP9, busting away, and it's working. How has he done that? Flammers now. He does have a better gun, but the bomb is lost, and there's 40 seconds left, and he makes the drop down here. It's dangerous. He stands in the fire to take the fight, and maybe didn't have to. Flammers just barely saving VP in this round. What a start to the second map.
Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Silver's trying to wrap my head around that. But VP, at least for them, getting back into it. A lot of damage taken, of course. But a really huge result, given that we're now in a spot where we're going round for round. Great bursting from the MP9 there. Not picking up a better gun. Standing in the flames. Reno is really showing us he doesn't give a single F.
No, he was ready. He was ready to give everything, even if it was going to cost him his life. He actually got the dink as well. He would put him down to 14 at the end there. So there absolutely was a way. But
yeah,
what do you do now? They buy into this round, Dan. that's risking a lot. This is the kind of round that you end up talking about towards the end of the half, because if they lose this run, then VP get, you know, all the way up to 5, and then even then, the MIBR buy is not going to be that impressive.
And it's interesting because VP, it's not like they all have AKs. There's like multiple MAC-10s here. We've got a couple MAC-10s, a Scout, and only 2 AKs. So for both teams, it's a little scary. VP have a big util advantage. And I mean, they're looking perhaps to just shove those MAC-10s straight into the A site. Breno is going to be close with the MP9 as a smoke as well. And I mean, this is a scary round for both teams. MIBR stacking towards the B side, so they do have the option to just full save if they kind of guess wrong. That is an option.
They're surely going to be going aggressive in middle, right? Yeah, they will, because they've given up the A-bomb site, so... But yeah, you're probably right. If this goes wrong, then you just save what you have and say, never mind. It's a disappointing outcome, but it makes sense for MIBR to try and do this. Electronic will find one. The round is already over. So yeah, definitely just save whatever you can here.
Yeah, not worth even challenging Electronic. At best, you take a MAC-10 or get rid of a MAC-10. That no one cares. No one cares.
Not this time, even if it's an interesting skin that he's working with.
That lizard skin situation.
Yeah, I like it. It's like...
like his gloves too, actually.
He's
really into lizards. Or lizard skin, at the very least.
Into lizards, Dan.
Some people, they like a reptile.
Stop.
Or two.
We're getting off into the wrong... We're going the wrong direction. I did like the fact that he threw away the Molotov before he went for the, just try to do the hunt, because you really don't want to give away the Molotov to the CT side. It's obviously a bit of a niche point, but they are significantly better than the incendiaries.
Doesn't really make sense, does it? CTs, it's more expensive, and you'd imagine CTs have better technology, as opposed to just, the flannel in the wine bottle.
Yeah, but that's not the case. 4-1. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a terrible change, but it can be very frustrating sometimes when you feel like you should be doing so much damage with those incendiaries and then you just don't. Here we are. A little bit faster. Fame going to sit in this position. They don't have any utility, really, MIBR, to get rid of that position. Flash to set it up. So yeah, if the smoke fades and the flash is good enough, then I guess Breno could swing with the MP9, but I feel like they're already doubting if that's going to be the case here. And VP with a slow start, I don't really mind it.
IC is able to punish an info play for Ebox, so can't get the flash out there, forced out of position by the Molotov.
Nice try.
Yeah, you gotta have those tricky plays to try to get something going, but so far so good for VP. And MIBR, you either at this point stack or try to push something, and they are wandering around mid at the moment. We are faking the B site right now, if we are VP.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of rounds that can be a little bit frustrating to watch, because you feel like they've already won the round. They're doing pretty well. They've got more weapons. Just get on with it. But it is good Counter-Strike.
They are slowing down. They are quite slow here. So
yeah.
MIBR is actually rotating back.
That is definitely one of the downsides to it, but they have so much utility that even if they rotate back here, there are going to be smokes up on the high ground and on the other side. I think even the rotation here is not going to be working out. Deep grenade on top, look at how low they are. And now they're pulling the bomb back anyway to the other side of the map because they have Electronic in CT spawn. So, again, it's such a, I would say it's a very, very safe way to make sure that VP do not lose this round by playing it so slowly. But... from the point of view of the entertainment, it's lacking a bit.
Another round!
At least knife him for our sake. Electronic, come on.
Yeah.
Play it up to the crowd. Config would have knifed him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's in the mood for that, does it?
Definitely not. Definitely not at the moment. But, I mean, maybe the mood will change, though. This is about to be a 5-1 scoreline. Again, the money is the constant concern here for MIBR. Okay. That's a bit more showmanship. We'll give him that.
Okay. 5-1, and it feels like we start to get to see the real CT side now of MIBR. We've had a lot of weirdness because of the round for round, forced by Madness, and now AWP in the hands of Safe. And I'm curious what the plays might look like with that. Icy has shown the propensity within the default to spy on the E-box aggression, so Safe is to try to pick from there. That could be an issue, and just like he's going to the E-box. Wow. A fast one, and wow, okay, super aggressive. Safe finds Icy, but Flit, he's so good. 2 quick kills, and they're going to roll on through.
This is an insane move from Flit. He ran through the smoke on the CT side. When we see the replay of him, you're going to see him essentially ignoring the smoke to do that play. And oh, Flamus right through as well. Look, Housie was trying to just stand still to dodge the bullets coming through there. But I'm actually in awe of Flit's decision-making there. That is so cool to see.
Renault might be in a spot here. He could actually be in a good spot. He's going to take down one. The bomb is there. That could have been the round, or at least a great chance at it. But now it's gone. Best chance is gone.
Well, you're right. If he would have got the second kill, then 2v1, they got the bomb in their control. It's not going to give it a shot here. The problem is there's another player somewhere on the map that he just has no chance to find. So even making his way through the map is going to be very, very difficult. There is also an AWP somewhere, so yeah, he wants to pick that up.
Give it to me.
Yeah, he's going to give it, take it right at the end. But yeah, so so MIBR set up a strategy where they throw that, semi-deep smoke in the middle so that they can jump out of the window in and rush the middle. And that's a sick play, and it would have worked, but Flit had the ultimate counter to that, which was essentially running with them, through the smoke that they threw and just with them into middle. It's actually sick.
Uh-oh. Oh, this could be dangerous. Need to keep this AWP alive. Oh my god.
He died.
Oh, he died.
It looked like he died into the next round somehow.
Yeah, that was really weird. It's so close. That's a huge pickup. That is a crazy, awesome pickup to get. And that's also the risk as well, like you say. Does that drop down? Oh, that second kill is nasty.
Sick.
A couple of chances for MIBR despite that play from Flit.
Well, listen, this brings me back to my other favorite talking point that people are going to be sick of really soon of listening to, but I keep saying Anubis is the most treacherous map to pick as your own map, and this is the reason why. You pick it, and you start CT side, and you can't get anything going, you don't have any money, it doesn't really matter how good you are on the map. It's, at the end of the day, you do need some cash to play with.
This is actually Anders.
Actually.
This is why you should not pick Anubis.
This is why I always say you should never pick this map.
But, I mean, I think it's got a lot of legitimacy based on what we're seeing here. VP looking really strong. And just the economic problems here.
Do they have the Molotov to get rid of that? Oh, never mind. He's already moved away. They have the Incendiary on Breno. I thought they were going to try and burn out that forward position. Looks like they're going to flash their way in from Insani, maybe? Yeah, that's much later. I was hoping for aggression outside of the bomb site.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for MIBR. I mean, it is so hard to hold this, even with multiple players. We'll see what the pistols can do, though. Electronic has gone pretty deep on E-Box. So, okay, so Calzi, really no chance to do anything there. Makes it. Also getting sprayed here. Staying alive for a few seconds longer. Yeah. It's impossible. Impossible there for MIBR. They've had so many rounds, and is in this half now. Okay, I'm going to go back to the thing that you said. I forget which round it would have been, like 4 or something, where they decided to force buy.
Yeah.
And we're now having that conversation, I feel like, where if they just give it up and they don't play the battle of the force buys, then, we get more gun rounds.
Yeah, I think
and more loss bonus and so on.
Legitimately, have they had, like, 1 real rifle round so far? Maybe 2?
Maybe like one with an AWP.
One with the AWP, yeah.
One without.
It's such, and even like the other buys were still pretty, pretty loose. It's just, it happens, and it's obviously a risk that MIBR understand. It's not like they don't know what we're talking about here. But when you take
they're really surprised. Oh my god, we don't have any money anymore.
What's happening?
What the hell happened?
But yeah, when you take that risk, when it doesn't work out, this is the other side of it. It can be so detrimental. 7-1, great work from VP. I really thought this is. I mean, The fact is, it just isn't over yet. MIBR can still recover this. If they get even 4 rounds on this, honestly, even if they get 3 rounds, it's not like VP are out of the woods. So there's a lot of potential for this to go wrong. Double AWP now on the CT side.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we want to use these double AWPs? Are we going to play passive? Are we going to play offensive? It seems like playing aggressive has been hard, but at the same time, that is just a story for the CTs. So there's risks that just have to be taken.
I think so. Okay, double Molotov so that they can run quickly down into the middle. They don't have the bomb with them here. They're going to find Insani, though. Oh, it's such a mind game. Insani hears the drop down. He knows that they're running down the middle, so he wants to peek, and then Flammes is waiting for him. So they use the footsteps to lure him into a little bit more of a peek here. Breno in a lot of trouble. The flashes are everywhere, and they will take him down. It's already save time. I hate to say it.
And 2 players are so low as well. Oh, you've got to get out now, surely.
Yeah. Exit. He can stay alive. That would be a start.
Yeah. Electronic always on those lurks. It's interesting the different positions that an in-game leader might choose to play. You know, the AWPing in-game leaders, the lurking in-game leaders, the in-game leaders that are kind of like part of the pack. You get a different perspective.
Yeah, for Electronic right now, he's the heavy fragging, in every fight kind of in-game leader. He's taking it upon himself at the moment to go really hard at it. Oh, let's see. Fame going to end up with a shot against Safe. That's one of the 2 AWPs removed, and obviously all the other rifles too. What is the plan here? Look, Howsey. He's at least going to be able to get this one, but honestly, this is a bit disappointing first half for MIBR, no question.
Yeah, and Flammes had already been on the worst end of that fight initially against Insani. And took him down to 12 HP and then just a spray through the smoke. It's absolute heartbreak. MIBR looking to try to salvage something here, and the MP9 and AWP need to be put to good work in this round. AWP is on the B side. They're going to be looking for a push outside of B. They will see nothing. And VP holding the water outside of A. And Exit's now starting to move forward, looking for information. So right now there's, I think, a good way for MIBR to know what's coming. But they don't have much to stop this. Big numbers powering through into the sites. Very little left for MIBR to do anything here.
Just getting completely blown up.
Yeah, just back to saving again. This has really been like a cast where we've just been casting the saves. So it's one of those so far.
Yeah.
The pistols and the saves. Okay, that's good. Play aggressive to play defensive. Now they've got to question all these angles. It slows them down, increase your chance to survive.
It is such an interesting dilemma with this particular map. Because MIBR really typically will have, a better performance, a better chance to do this. But you're going to go into the second half right now with very limited options, right? There is a way back. It's a little bit like one of those old, maps like Train or Nuke, if you go far enough back, where you basically won, 90% of the rounds on the CT side, except that this is on the T side. So it feels different, but MIBR, a real struggle here. They will pick up an AK and save the AWP so that, again, even at 9-3, they're still somewhat competitive. There is still a way, especially if they win the pistol round, but we are stretching like the amount, like the way that they have to run back here is just, it's not going to be, no matter what, it won't be easy now. VP, what a roll.
Electronic with the script.
Yeah.
Only 2 pages.
That's, you can't.
What if it goes to a third map?
That's it. Maybe
that works, right?
Maybe he's got more paper somewhere else, It's possible.
Okay, I suppose that's possible.
Last time out for MIBR, it's still the first half, and they've just burned through all of their time out here.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, it's all gone according to plan, and there's no reason they should change anything. MIBR have looked not competitive at all. They will have some more money in this one, so they're going to be able to buy some more rifles. I'm not even sure if that's really what's making a difference at the moment. VP just looks so solid. And Icy's 1 and 3. He's got 1 kill, 3 deaths. He's just hardly even... Basically, the 4 other members of VP have done all the work, and Icy's just kind of been there as a silent observer of the whole situation.
Well, the Kalzi's defensive AWP on B. You don't get many chances to shoot when they run in. This is potentially so dangerous for the Kalzi.
Oh, yeah.
The nades has to get connections. Exit picks up 1. Oh, that's a big one. And Zani coming into the action as well. The Kalzi going forward into the smoke, trying to juke these players. Finds himself another one. Icy goes down, and what a performance from the Kalzi, blowing up that B push. No fear, and they're on the board with 2.
It says something about the level of, desperation on the MIBR side to get rounds at all. Pushing in like that for Kalzi in almost any other situation, would have been very, very dangerous. But obviously, it's an insane move, and it's so crazy that VP don't even expect it. They're not thinking that's an opportunity there. But yeah, good job overall. He said Insani showing up, even the 1 kill that he got there, making a bit of a difference. Second round. Again, if they get a third, it's definitely still doable. There is a way back here. But last round of the half, and VP would love to claim everything. They are hunting for a third map here. It's Kalzi to go down, maybe, impressed by his own performance in the last round, wanted to push it into more.
The problem is this is such a favorable peak for the T AWPer, just because of the nature of the distance advantage and stuff. So it's like, it's just painful. So painful. Gotta take the angle away. That's why I think we see a lot of CT sides trying to have that win that mid-pressure battle too.
Yeah.
But Electronics looking to take the position, Molotov in.
Also, sometimes if you want to take that peek, you can get somebody from the A-bomb side to throw a grenade onto the AWP that's playing out there. You can basically dunk grenades right on them through the window, so there are other ways to try and improve your chances. Wow, they are going to be 3-man pushing this. Feels completely crazy. They will get Icy, trade their way forward. Electronic is right there to catch them. The bomb has been picked up in the meantime. It is a 3 versus 4, but are you going to expect for 2 more people to be here? I guess that's the question. Breno trying to walk forward. Flammers, he does go down, but Electronic is so sharp. 11 and 5 on him. 30 seconds left. They know that exit is here somewhere, and he actually tries to fake them out a little bit. It's just safe left. Gets the first one, in through the smoke, and Flit is there to catch him on the other side. It's 10-2 in the first half. A map that was picked by MIBR, but that's, again, not worked out for them.
And you need a pistol now. That's the thing that really sucks, is you just have to get the pistol. Yeah. I would never pick this map. I just don't want to ever pick this map. It reminds me too much right now of the classic example of it in Counter-Strike history, which is in 1.6, just train.
Yeah.
CT side train. If you get 2 rounds on the T side, oh, that's a good half.
Yeah, it is. It is a very similar dynamic, or at least it can be. There definitely are. There are many examples of people who find a way to turn it around. The best way to do this is just to win the pistol on the CT side. Yeah. And if you do that, you're off to a pretty brilliant start already. But
I think you're right though with regards to having more solutions to deal with Icy's angle on the T, AWPing on the T side through water to E-box. That dynamic didn't. I mean, you can see there, Icy's always seeing the opponent AWPer first, always.
Yeah.
And so you have such a favorable spot there. You have to have something that gets him off the angle if you're going to take the angle. So it's certain layers here, perhaps not there for MIBR. They can improve upon that if they do make it to the arena. But will they get there?
Look at the kills on MIBR. They have so few of them to what VP are doing. The pistol round is coming up, and if MIBR do not win this, then, well, you all know what's next. Breno's got a bit of utility to work with, but they are set up at the beginning, just kind of waiting for it. Also seeing a P250 on safe. Good that we catch that on the camera, because that is obviously a nice way to even out the fight against any USP at range. But yeah, they are waiting around. They want to see if VP are being very aggressive here. And honestly, they might be, but a little bit later on. There are 3 men in the middle. I don't think they're going to stay. Well, they might be forced to stay, but I think they did want to push out. Nice shot from Insani.
Yeah. 5v4 for MIBR. Have to continue to connect those shots as they make their way across now towards the bomb. Exit grabbing that one. So VP gambling a little bit on the B side. And
yeah.
Seems like a good gamble.
It is a very good gamble. Electronic's going to be checking this, but that won't tell him anything. In fact, it might force them to walk away because they're saying, yeah, there's nobody there. It probably isn't going to be some sort of a B push here. Yeah, they're slowly escaping the site. Oh, there's the setup for it. 2 clicks and one of them connects with Flammers. He's already dead. They're trying to get back into position right now, but it might be too late. The smoke is up. The Molotov is trying to push them out on the other side. 20 seconds here for the bomb plant. Insani's going to be able to find Flitz, and they can't stop the bomb. It's just not possible here. Fantastic round for MIBR. They hit every shot they needed to. They had plenty of time left. In 20 seconds. They could have even dropped the bomb, and it would have been fine. Electronic, the last alive, as the P250 on the other side just connects with fame. It's Electronic here. Good shots, but it's way too much. All right, first step in the right direction. I don't know.
That's why I always buy P250. LT pistol.
It's such a good feeling. I buy the Deagle because it's so obnoxious.
You buy the Deagle?
Yeah. Because it leaves people on the CT side wondering, is he stupid? Like, why is he buying the Deagle instead of the B250? It's confusing, you know? It's like they don't understand.
But okay, all right. That's just gonna. I'm moving on. People. I will allow everyone to judge you, and we will move on.
I'm here to be judged, Dan. Let's go. I'm calling it now. MIBR making a full comeback.
Okay, definitely possible. I mean, they first have to circumvent the MP9 and the pistols.
I feel like VP already look like a team where the mental isn't 100%. Even if they were celebrating a bit here towards the end of the first half, I still think.
Yeah.
Couple of big crushing round losses here. They could be right back where they were on the opening map.
Yeah, resiliency is something that's hard for us to measure from the outside. Pop flash play a long info for VP. There's nothing here.
Ooh, this
Walk up mid.
You're kind of scary. They could be sandwiched in the middle for the CT side. That is at least an opportunity that they have. There are smokes. Okay, so they're going to smoke up, but they are walking into the stack now instead. Interesting stuff. 40 seconds. They are committed to this one. I don't think they're going to walk away from it anytime soon. They're getting very, very deep in here by the time they realize what's up. One player by the cake is Electronic, just trying to distract. An important kill on the Flit. So trying to make sure that it doesn't go too far here. Safe. Just fantastic work. That was a really big threat there that they could have been overwhelmed. But Safe ends up with 3.
Yeah, 1 HP too. Just at this point, just live and let your teammates do the rest. Although he'll be the next man to peek. Flamus, and it's going to be an AK.
Let him get the AK. Did he get it? I don't think so.
No, I think maybe a bit too far.
Yeah.
Okay, so well handled by MIBR. Just losing a single player, not giving up the gun. And they are on their way. And also, obviously, the money was spent here for VP. So this is really not a great result. Don't get to carry anything through to the next round, and didn't get anything done on this round. So this is, if MIB are going to come back, as you say they will, guaranteed, I think I heard was the word.
Yes.
Then this is the way to get it going, of course. So we'll see what MIBR's T side looks like, and if they have as many answers as we saw from VP.
I mean, MIBR should be confident. This is a map that they win a lot, and they play it a lot too. So there's no reason why they wouldn't feel strong on their T side. All you need to do is survive a couple of buy rounds here, and it's already going to be so much closer. I mean, you know, barring any madness with the Deagles, we're already looking at a 10-5 scoreline. Then there will be the next buy round for VP. If you win that one, then you're up to 10-7. It's like it's so quick. And you know, obviously by then, sure, there might be a bit of a round loss thing playing into it that might make some of the rounds more dangerous. But overall, the road back is a lot quicker than it seems, even in spite of everything. One flashbang here. So actually, I do like this from VP. Just if MIBR went into the middle like they did last time, you can try to shock them from this position. Smoke goes up. It's very tempting to try and say, okay, now is the time that we want to go for it. Molotov as well. Yeah, they're going to push. I love it. It's a great idea. It doesn't really work out the way that they had planned, but I still like the idea.
We are fans of ideas. And sometimes those ideas work.
It's the thought that counts, you know?
Not this time. That's just cope, isn't it, though?
Yeah, that's what you say when you've really screwed up something, you know?
Yeah.
Like your way out.
It's cope, it's cope.
Split here. Looking to ruin exit, stay at the beach. Won't allow it.
Nope. It's like COVID all over again. Get off the beach.
And everywhere else. They didn't lose a single player in that round, did they?
No, I don't believe they did. So it's going quite swimmingly for MIBR. I was going to say safe, but I meant the team. So
Safe is playing decently, so you can shout him out, single him out if you want to. That is the first timeout for VP. And you got to remember as well, MIBR burned all of the timeouts in the first half. They don't have any more left. If it goes into overtime, they can get another one each, but still, 10-5. And the conversation here for VP is one of the all-time important ones. Just to put it into context as well, this is a battle for VP to get into a third map, or if not, they're going to get knocked out of the tournament. I can't imagine a worse way to get sent home than winning a 10-2 first half on the second map and then losing to a giant comeback for MIBR. But that can absolutely happen.
Because that's actually a great point, because MIBR, that if they have that, they have less pressure in that respect. Yeah, being a map up, that's a good point. Well, we'll see what MIBR can do here on the T side. VP as well. Orbs online, icy and safe. Oh, looking for this this player on the A-long. Be careful. If he dies there, that would be a huge problem. Huge problem indeed.
Ouch.
And a lot of pressure. So VP either have to just commit to holding the B setup, or they have to start playing for information. It's really the only two options. And this really feels threatening to A right now. So do you give it the respect? Do you start rotating players if you're VP? They smoke off E-Box, and they fall a little bit.
Okay, they don't keep as many people as I would have wanted. There are some crazy A fakes you can do on this map. If you push the CCs back from that front of A position, it's so hard for the B defense to stay put, and then you can sort of run up through connector and into the B bomb site. But they are going to be going through the middle for now. We still have Breno outside of A to throw some Molotovs. One of them might be for the connector for the cam position. Yes, he's going to throw that in case there are any CTs there. It could sort of force them into the fight. So that's what they're there to catch anyone who might have been playing on the corner. We're down to 35 seconds though, so they're going to have to be a little bit quick with it now. Flashes to be set up, trying to see if they can get in. We're running the clock down very low, sub 30 seconds. Icy finds his third kill of the map. Electronic is there as well. Oh, it's fantastic. They have shut it all the way down. VP so far back that the utility there for MIBR just unfortunately didn't do quite enough. Double flashbang to try and get them in, but I'm not really sure MIBR were close enough to even push behind the flashbangs. It felt like they were too far away.
And it almost seems as though the Molotov into connector backfired quite enormously, because that was the moment precisely when that Molotov was heard. VP suddenly knew exactly what was going on, and they just rotated into perfect positions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if they had, let's say, just contacted the whole way, obviously it's a risk, but obviously with hindsight, we understand that would have worked out a little bit better. So VP very prepared to understand what the util means.
It's also, the position that IC is in can be flashbang from where Brenner was holding outside. It's just that it looked like a huge gap in the timing. Maybe Breno thinks that his teammates are going to be running right afterwards. Okay, wait a minute. Safe. Picking up an early kill there on Flammus. That's actually super important. If they lose this round, MIBR, they lose the map. There's not a big question about that. They don't have the funds. VP would be a 12. They've already got 3 AKs picked up. The VP are in a prime position. It doesn't get any better than this.
Taking a risk, walking out of E-Box. This is dangerous here for MIBR. I don't think they're going to expect a timing like this. This could be the move to get them back in the round. Oh my god, the angle's so good! Oh my god, he still recovers! Flitz finds the headshot. He's exposed though. Is he able to get back out? He's got the cover from his teammate. He has escaped 4v4.
That was such an awkward fight. It looked like he was covering too many things at once there, but he did make up for it. Bomb is all the way back in T-spawn. Not an issue just yet, but I mean, that forward movement flipped. Back finding another kill, second one He's aggressive, yeah. He's 1 HP, but how sick is that? 45 seconds. Bomb's been picked up once again, and they're going to go into the middle here, but what do they do? If they go towards the A bomb site, it's icy with the AWP, and if not, they run into a triple stack at the B bomb site. I don't think there are any easy choices right now, and because they're all in the middle, they can't really Molotov icy away from this one, so I think it just will be a hard fight against him no matter what.
Walking through the crossfire as we set up, big kill there. And with that kill as well, Electronics doesn't want to take the fight. He's walking back to the B site. Can they close in on Flit quickly enough? 1 HP, he's so low. This kill is everything. Can they find Flit or will he find them? The time forces the bomb plant. Flit gets 2, he's got 1 HP, but he won't die. Nobody's even there to put him in his in the crosshairs. And the CTs win the round. VP 12-5 as Safe will save the AWP, but oh, that's not what MIBR wanted.
Oh, look at the reaction. Yeah, that's devastating. Flit ends up with a quad kill in this round, down to 1 like you said. And then that kill alone is probably the round-winning one. There's about 7 seconds when he picks up that one, stopping the bomb from going down. Oh dear, 12-5. They have nothing left here. MIBR, they need to win every single round from here on out. Safe trying to run through. Icy is there to catch. It's not been a great map for him, but a couple of kills that have made a big difference here in the second half, and that's all you need. Look at Electronic. He wants to put them in the grave right now. Lukowski will be the first victim. And 3 kills away from getting a 3rd map in this one. I'm really impressed with VP. Hard comeback to make after what happened on Mirage, but Ancient will be the battleground of most likely the site. This Insani trying to get onto the site. They're going to go for the bomb plant, and I think they should be able to do that much, but the after plant will not be easy.
Are they aware of Electronic here? Has some support as well. Breno on the AWP, waiting patiently. Oh, the debris kicked up there. Hard Breno, low HP, it turns away. In comes Electronic. Now just 2, that's all that stands in VP's way of winning the 2nd map, and they are locked out of the sights.
They do have a Molotov, but there's a smoke on the other side too. So yeah, they're going to throw up that Molotov, but I do think there is a smoke still right on top, and now the defuse is on. That last bit of utility might be enough for VP. Panic spray through. He's not sure what he's shooting. He actually will find the shot, but it doesn't matter. Oh, maybe it does. The kit picked up once again. Oh, it's close. But VP, they put an end to it. They don't allow for any kind of a comeback here. A huge return for VP. I'm so impressed by the fact that he managed to get the job. It means Ancient will be the final battleground.
Absolutely heartbreaking for MIBR. They lose their map pick, and it just felt like not enough of a buffer in that first half. Just not enough rounds on the CT side for them, and they paid the price here at the end of the game.
Listen, credit where it's due. We were super critical of Electronic, of VP after the map 1 loss, and we felt like this one was done and dusted. But I love how they were able to reset their mentality, the way they were able to claw it back on this, especially in the first half, mind you, Maui. And I don't think MIBR necessarily had a bad CD half. They were playing aggressive, they were playing in your face, they were being disruptive, which is what we were looking for, and yet VP were able to handle it.
The eye test of watching MIBR CT side was good, but the results were not, unfortunately. Couple rounds that were decided by a single kill, a pivotal moment, a player looking one way or another that just cost them. But in terms of the activity, I have to agree. I think they played it the right way. But also, this is VP on a good day. This is VP when they're actually in the lead, when everything's going well. They were calmer, they were less emotional. The frags were coming to them. They were able to just kind of spread out. They understood what MIBR wanted to do in most of the rounds, and they were able to capture a lot of those plays and move on with a pretty simple flowchart after they were able to get 1 or 2 opening picks.
Yeah, like I think the couple of setups from the side of MIBR, which I was a little worried about. I did say, Mongols were able to exploit that, the way they were playing A main position, and that's what VP kept abusing. They kept abusing that A hold, that A and mid hold time and time again. Insani just not able to hold mid, right? So sometimes he overcommits, trying to prevent them from getting space, and it gets taken down. Also, credit where it's due, the utility protocols of VP on the T side were pristine.
Is this one of those instances where we get a glimmer of what we expect from VP? Because that's what it felt like. We go, oh, wow, yes, that's the team. Show up again.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is VP when when they play some of these other maps, I think of even, say, Mirage or just maps that have more layers to the offense, they kind of just trip over themselves. They take too long. Like, we're moving to Ancient next, and we'll get to it more, but just kind of like it's a map where they'll just take so long. They try to make a really big site hit in the last 18 seconds, and that's when anything can go wrong, and oftentimes something does go wrong. But Anubis, everything is so much more compact. It's constricted. It's much easier for Electronic to say, oh, we're already in the right positions. Let's just hit the bomb site. And that sometimes just the abridged way of playing an offense actually behooves them. It's not a map that I always see them go to, but the way that they were able to dismantle MIBR, you win the default, you just go into a set piece, or you just go into a bomb site split. That's when VP can play some well-oiled CS where the fundamentals do come out, where the players are able to play off of each other. And for the MIBR side, they just got constricted. Like, if they lose a guy, like, they didn't know what to do next all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, as we pointed out for MIBR, like, they weren't afraid to push to extremities, especially towards B main. I kept saying, they're going to be pushing B main, fighting mid and whatnot. But just the default protocols from VP are just too strong. Also, it helps it flit. You can see all in a kill spread of it's all towards, towards Dark, E-Box, whatever you want to call it, outside of B main. On the other side, even though Fame only had 11 kills, it feels like every one of those kills was towards an A bomb side, and it was just opening it up time and time again. So everything clicking in place for VP there.
With the exception that he ran into his own Molotov.
Well, we forget about that
He
one.
was very good over there.
Yeah,
Just
overall.
have to bring it up, of course.
I like how you remember that. He won. It doesn't matter.
If you're going to hate, we got to hate properly.
You gotta hit properly. Okay, we do have a couple of rounds that
Yes.
both of you wanted to break down. So let's start with Blair, specifically round 9 and 10. Tell us what we're looking
Back-to-back rounds. I love how VP approaches this round, right? First, they're going to abuse Insani. He's going to be all the way towards mid as we roll the tape. There we go. Utility dumped towards Insani. He's going to be caught out in no man's land, trying to battle it out. He's going to be blinded, spam through the smoke, gets taken down. Now, what do VP do after this? The utility bombardment towards Breno, and Breno feels like he needs to take this fight, and he spams away through the smoke. Boom. They nade the smoke. Flash as well. He's blinded, out in the open. Faces two people, and just like that, the round's done. We even had a flank taking place from exit, well handled, and immediately VP win the round. Now, what I love is the next round immediately. What do they do? Contact A. No utility being thrown, no nothing. They creep on up. Fame's going to be leading the path, and you can see actually 2 or 3 plays for MIBR. Jiggling out, catch them off guard, just switching up the pace of the round. Great conditioning, and again, Maui, as I said, this A main control from MIBR, while they have found success in the past, when they went up against the Mongols, when they're going up against the likes of VP, it is something that's being exploited again and again and again.
Practically everything was working for them, but definitely a focal point that you properly identified there, Blair.
Thank you.
And now, Maori, for you, let's keep going. We're going to do some more focal point focusing. That didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to try and speak like that.
Focus
Maori,
point.
just tell us about the round.
Let's just get into it. Yeah, round 12. I mean, if they're doing all this great work towards the A site, I thought that they were going to focus a little bit more on trying to take away this connector E-box position, and they just threw the MIBR players in the torture chamber. Okay, they get that one incision, that one pick, and then you could see that player that's playing around Pillar, how he's just dancing around it for such a long time, doesn't know which way to look, and again, when VP get really close, and it's a compact bomb site, I'm not talking like a Mirage where you have to put it together from Ramp, Con, and Palace at the same time, but it's just E-box and moving through B main. It's so simple, and the players on VP are so experienced that they know exactly how to tether off of each other to clear the bomb site so procedurally.
And what I loved most about VP here was kind of like sharks in the water. The moment they smell blood on either of the bombs that they get an opening kill, they pounce immediately. I think that's something which has been lacking for them on all the other maps. And I guess, yeah, because of the map size and the bomb site size, that may be something which worked in their favor. But it feels like sometimes they get the opening kill, and there is a timing, where you just go in for the kill, just going into the bomb site. And I felt like they relied too much on the laid out plans rather than thinking on the fly. Here, they switch it up, and the result speaks for itself.
It is now one map apiece. We moved to Ancients. We had a chance to speak about it at the start of the game. We'll now bring it up again as a decider. How does this play out for both these teams?
Ooh, this one's tricky.
I just hope that VP play a little bit more like we saw on Anubis and not what I've seen from them on Ancient in the past at this tournament. Too many times on Ancient, they're trying to construct this methodical, like overthinking kind of 20-second execute where they try to split the A bomb site, but they have a lurker on the other side of the map at the same time. And that's when it feels like the House of Cards just gets blown completely over, where everything needed to go perfectly instead of just using the manpower and sometimes even using the opening pick to their advantage. I would like them to just simplify and just go for splits a little bit faster, which they were doing so well on Anubis.
Especially when you have someone like Flit and Fame, we just saw on Anubis as well, getting these opening kills. What we saw from VP against Astralis, I think the last time they played this map, was they get the opening pick towards B, and they just kind of stall themselves out.
Yeah.
They were like, all right, let's just wait and see for a reaction. And when the reaction doesn't happen, they get into their own heads. And with no one lurking towards Donut, no control toward A main, I saw this happen twice and a half. Just running towards Donut, one smoke, round's done.
That's exactly what I mean.
And they should
Those
do
rounds,
that. Stop
those are
it.
seared in my brain.
Stop it.
Yes, they
Stop
hurt.
it, VP.
They're nightmare fuel.
But we saw the complete opposite in Anubis. That's the thing. They know how to do it in Anubis. If you just replicate that, I feel like this should be the map in their bag.
Copy paste, VP. Is that the TLDR?
Pretty much, actually, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Deep dived analysis done. Let's head to a break. When we get back, we'll go to Ancients.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Spot the difference, Counter-Strike version, PGL Astana 2025. I got Pank with me here from ODDIK. I got Stan with me here from Astralis. Now I've got Ninjas in Pyjamas, Shush with me here. And I've got the content machine himself, JL from Navi. 3 differences. Mirage.
There's a huge ass carpet, but I think it should be there. Wait, no.
There's a what?
No, this carpet on the wall towards short. This carpet should be on Mirage. Mirage.
We are on Mirage.
Towards TV. So remove the carpet.
No.
It's there.
The carpet's there, but like you're on the right path.
I've never noticed.
No, but you keep focusing on the carpet. What's wrong with it?
Easy. This easy, guys. The thing I don't know the name on English. The carpet.
Yeah,
it's carpet.
Yeah.
The carpet is wrong.
And the carpet is way too long.
Yeah, well, there's a big one I can see right there. The thing on short, the carpet.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no carpet.
It's not that long.
Nope.
There is a carpet, but not that long.
Oh,
yeah.
it's not that long. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, the pattern.
Yeah, I'll give him the pattern. We can show him that one.
Yeah, I've never seen this pattern on Mirage. Hey.
That's the real one.
No, but...
what? What excuses are you going to give
It
me
wasn't
now?
supposed to be that long. That's bullshit.
That's the difference.
That's bullshit.
That's the difference.
You scam me of my point.
Yeah,
right
wait. You're on some bullshit if you think that's bullshit.
No, but you can't extend it and say the carpet is not
It's
there.
a difference. Spot the difference. It doesn't matter if we extend it.
Yeah, the carpet was not there.
Bro,
you extended the carpet, so it means the carpet was not there.
No, the carpet is there. Look at the carpet.
No, but...
You can't see all the carpet. We just like rolled it down.
It's already rolled down.
We rolled it down.
Okay, I take the L. I take the L on this one.
I don't know, the window has moved a little too much to the left.
The window is wrong as well.
Okay. Okay. Okay, this is okay. The window is offset to the left.
And second big thing, the window is way too much to the left.
Correct.
Yes. And the last thing, let me see, what could it be?
What else is missing?
I don't know.
I don't know what the last thing could be. I was thinking something with the wires down there because there's two.
Oh, not quite. I like where your mind's going.
But I was also thinking that could also be wrong.
Yep.
What can it be?
Then it could be. Oh yeah. Maybe I think to the left of the posters, the thing on the railing, maybe.
No, that is there. That is there as well.
I was just thinking when you boost underground. Well, maybe okay, it is there. I was just thinking you have a clear vision, but okay. James, this is
close,
a hard
by the way.
one.
You are so close. Like,
Okay, what's the other difference?
where's the other difference? Yeah, come on.
This one's hard.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it looks perfectly fine.
It looks perfectly.
Oh wait, no, it's bullshit. This railing, it's supposed to have like a metal sheet behind it. No, it shouldn't.
The metal sheet's there. I can see the metal sheet. You're very close to the problem right now.
Yo.
I think I'm dumb, guys.
No, you're not dumb. I'm not saying that.
Guys, I think I'm dumb.
So.
Because
you.
That thing on the wall on cat short. I don't know what is the call out. Short.
Yeah.
Short. The thing blue on the wall.
The corner, okay. Give me some hints here. What corner?
Oh yes, it's exactly. No, I'm not going to tell you that.
Oh, a sign.
Kind of a sign. Almost. We spoke about it already.
We've spoken about it, not on this map, right?
No, yeah, exactly.
It's a B sign.
Yes,
we're going to be. Of course, we're going to be on short. Yeah.
See, look, when it's not there, it just looks normal anyway.
Yeah, it's true.
But when you bring it back, then you go, okay.
Direction is good.
There we go.
Good.
B.
The B.
Yeah, the look. B on the man. Yeah. The B. Yeah, I forgot this.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, it's really tough. But I was watching and thinking that I have something wrong with this. Yeah, but I didn't remember.
Oh yeah, I think I know what it is.
Yeah?
There's a like graffiti towards B.
Yes, there is.
On the corner.
Oh, there should be a B sign on the metal sheet.
There we go. He gets it in the end.
2 for 3, not bad. I don't play mid, so it's not my...
You've never fought in mid in your life?
Never.
You've never been there?
Never, I don't even know the call.
Even on your T side, you
no.
You don't even know the call.
No,
you liar.
I'm playing like a wingman mode of Mirage. It's either A or B, and no mid for me.
I'm going to go through a demo, find you in mid at some point on your T side and say, you've been here.
On C side,
now you changed it.
Yeah, whenever I cross the short lines, I die. So I don't really check behind me. So yeah.
It's not good. I think you were pretty nice at that though. That was pretty good.
A third and final map here. MIBR versus Virtus.pro to decide who gets to go to the arena, who gets knocked out of the tournament. And honestly, I was very sure that it was going to be VP after losing the initial map on Mirage, because Anubis, it's kind of a home playground for MIBR, but they completely failed it. It betrayed them once again, and now the question is, can they recover the mental? Can they get back in and fight on this third map? Ancient is coming up.
Yeah, Anubis really was like an aura vacuum for MIBR. It's all gone. All that aura from Mirage completely gone. Reset into Ancient. VP on the T side, MIBR on the CT side as the mid push comes in from VP. Fast and furious, looking for those headshots. And it's actually safe to find the first one. A return from Flammus as the battle rages on, but forward ground has been won here by VP.
Where's Electronica to throw the smoke? Okay, he's finally thrown it from all the way in T-spawn almost. Icy gets traded out here. Smoke's going to be landing on B, so it's actually to try and create a space for the flank so that they can run onto the site, but it doesn't matter if they don't get their exit, trying to make sure that's not that case. Great work with the dualies, and now just spamming away Electronic, the last one there. But he wasn't meant to be the main point of attack. This is such an elaborate pistol strategy from VP. Oh, it might still work out. Oh, but he's reloading, and Breno takes him down. He didn't realize there was a third player there. What a shame. Honestly, I wish I could have seen that worked out, because so the whole point there was to smoke off the cave and then have to run through all the way in Red Room, wrap around the B bomb site, and try and see if you could get there, basically being covered by the smoke. It's an insanely elaborate strategy from VP, and ultimately it gets shut down by the dualies here.
Dualies will ruin your day. And it's cool to see them have so much impact in their current era at Counter-Strike. And what a start there for MIBR. Talking about the Aura Vacuum, at least they start to pump up that energy here into the third map. This is, again, for the playoffs, for the arena, to get to play in front of the energy, in front of the crowd, feed off the energy. It's such a big deal for any professional Counter-Strike player. And
yep, for both these teams, right? It's got to be such a relief if you can make it, because it really would be disappointing here. It's been an interesting matchup already. I think once they make it past here, surely execute straight onto the B site. They will go a bit closer towards that cheetah cave. Insani's here. Not a lot of utility left either on the CT side, but they did have the one smoke thrown down. That was the last smoke as well. With a minute on the clock, I mean, VP could just say, that's fine, we have time to wait, although Safe is there on a flanking mission. They're boxed in right now, whether they know it or not, and they are starting to drop players rather quickly here. This is all kind of falling apart right now. Bomb plant might actually be almost a bit of a luxury. They'll lose no more players before the bomb goes down. That's interesting, but there comes a bit of a flank. Safe getting the first one, and Flammer's caught in the open. Icy cannot save this round.
find a cheeky kill, but that's about all he can try to hope for. Shut down and a great answer. You know, I do love it when you see a CT side say, hey, we don't care if you get the bomb down because we will keep every member alive and we'll just shut it down. So you're sort of trading the economies in that way. And I like that trade-off a lot on the CT side, especially where it's more expensive. So
definitely worth it if the alternative is that you know, either completely lose the round or, like you said, just make it a really expensive one. So sometimes it's better to make the choice early on and say, fine, whatever.
Yeah. Because the other team's not getting kills on you, which doesn't feel good for them, and you get buffers.
Yeah.
You get more economic buffer.
Also, we're not living in the world where it's the $800 bonus for everybody anymore. And, I mean, not a big difference, but still, you know, it is something. So, you know, you're giving up a bit less. Right for the smoke. See if they can hit that B ramp. They don't actually want to go for it, which makes me sad because I think those B ramp pushes are super fun. Even if the early incendiaries are down, you can make it through. Lucazi traded out. That's very aggressive, and that could really cost them quite a bit here. Exit on the site, open to hold them back. The spray is phenomenal. That is so well played. I think that saves a lot of the round right then and there. Another bomb plant coming through, but again, not necessarily a big deal for MIBR. Just make sure you don't give up this one in a 2v4.
A lot to do with the Galil and the AK. Nice HE coming on through, but the repositioning from Icy might catch them, but no. Breno able to shut that down, and indeed, Exit coming in clutch with those two openers.
I have another thing that I love to hate on this map.
Okay.
Which is specifically how so many teams on the CT side fail to hold the B ramp. I think if you are the B anchor, or if you're the person playing the front here, Lucazi in this case, pushing down could be okay, but you just can never take your eyes off the B ramp. And there are so many high-level games where whoever is holding it is suddenly looking somewhere else. And if you look away from the B ramp for even a second, it could be just all over. There are so many teams that are good at sneaking up and looking for a kill there with the AK. So yeah, it makes me anxious whenever I see that people are looking away and they're busy doing something else. I really just want you to do only one thing in that moment.
We might get a battle of the Orbs here. Safe and Icy both looking on that A side of the map, and good find from Safe. It's onto Flammers.
Okay.
And this is nasty for VP. Flip though, moving on through to Donut, very fast, but Safe. Oh! Flick shot, shuts it down, and suddenly everyone has to make these individual plays because they got to find something.
Electronic has gone down, you're right. A bunch of individual attempts here. Breno in the back flashes up. He could have peeked already. The fact that he doesn't means they're probably so sure that he's not here. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have? He peeks way later. I'm so mad right now if I'm Fame. It's like, why did you even give me the opportunity to think that I was going to live through this one? Icy, even saving the orb, I mean, it's a long time for him to be running across the map, 50 seconds. But VP, I think, at the beginning of the half here, attempting to exploit the fact that very often on this map, there's going to be either one or no players on the A-bomb side. It's very common for there to be 3B, 2 middle, nobody A. If you're the A-bomb side early, maybe you run into, you know, just a, you know, you can just get a quick bomb plant. But MIBR were super ready, safe with a couple of kills. And Icy now being hunted, even as we speak.
Got to be careful. Don't lose too much here, Icy. If he wipes out the entire team, that actually becomes a problem. So you got to be careful. They have backed him into a corner now. They know precisely where he is, but it's still an orb, and he can use this cover to kill absolutely everybody. It's Icy after all, but oh, great distraction play, and it will get the orb out of his hands. So ultimately ends up being a great trade for MIBR, and I think they've lost about 9 players in 4 rounds now, which is really good.
Yeah. Nicely done here, shutting down some of the early attempts for VP. You are right, though. I mean, there is definitely a limit where if you lose way too many players in that last round against the AWP, it could be really awkward. I'm curious if VP are going to be able to fight this middle. We had the conversation last time we saw Ancient, but it's such a constantly evolving meta for who gets to control it and how they do it that we'll see if VP have the grenade technology to get in here. This time they're not even going to be challenged, so that's fine. Basically, MIBR saying we'll play further back and just allow you to pick it up early on.
Yeah, that mid control coming pretty easy. But also, MIBR, an easy way to get shut down is to hold on. We've got the P coming in on Donut, and that's shut down completely. Oh, the panic reaction coming in. Sandy trying to back away. Oh my god, the fade away with the USP might get one more, but no. Traded by Fame, but still 3v3 with a minute to go. And lots of space here for VP.
Yeah, Electronics got the P-bomb site. He knows. They're all rotated out. I can't believe Xani got the headshot against Flamus. He was the high health player. Then somehow just got straight bodied. You're right, it did look like pure panic at a moment there for Insani, but he recovered himself very nicely. Strong position for Flit in the middle. If he turns around, he might be able to find 1 or maybe even 2 free kills, but so far he's pretty much just locked in. They're not looking at him either. What is happening? Nobody's checking this. Okay, there we go at a distance, but he misses the first couple of shots, and that could get him shot. I think Exit's going to be coming for him. Oh, this is so awkward. Everybody's missing the shots here. It's Fame to go down, but Electronic holding the site. And safe with the AWP, he can't really do this retake. What a weird round of Counter-Strike.
Very weird round. Safe will at least keep the AWP in hand for MIBR, but that's an unexpected one. And you know the theory makes sense for MIBR in a lot of ways, where you give up the position which is really susceptible to be rushed by pit. You know, this is a typical thing you tend to do on the CT side of many maps.
Yeah.
There are teams which will say, we know you're probably going to rush that, so we'll just mega util dump it, and then if you run through that, you will just die. And that's one other way you can do it, but it has its own risks. And this time the passive approach, it's not foolproof. Nothing is foolproof in Counter-Strike, and that backfires. So interesting turn of events here, Anders, for VP.
Yeah, a bit of a slip-up for MIBR potentially. 4-1 though. See more of the grenades into the middle, but there's nobody there. This is going to be the fast to B, and like I said, you've got to be ready on the B ramp, because otherwise you will get blown up. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah, I mean, this could be safe territory. This happened so incredibly quickly. There's so much post-plant util remaining for VP. And with that said, MIBR are just going to have to give this one. You got to give it. No one likes to do it, but you've got to. Like the dish.
Do not take your eyes off the B ramp. They were running in there. They need utility. There's a reason. I would say that one of the good teams to study for how to really hold it is probably Na'Vi. Alexi and JL play this position together, and they actually do a really, really sick job at it. And it involves very much the same protocols. Like, you always throw the incendiary on the ramp. It's not that the incendiary actually stops this kind of a rush, but it will give you the warning, because they have to throw a smoke to put out the incendiary. They can keep the rushing for the smoke if they want to, and they do. But at least you know what's coming, and then you have a bit of a chance to to follow it up. But this definitely was not the play. You could see, I mean, one, they were a little bit late to get there, and two, they didn't even have the guns out. They were sort of jumping around the pillar to try and get their timing call out for MIBR. I totally understand why.
Yes. Couple of shocking rounds. The previous one before that was pistols, and that was a weird dynamic round, and then you get this fast rush. So VP haven't even really established a full gun round default yet. They haven't really established any conditioning, and that's actually part of why I think these rounds are going, well, this last round went as it did.
Yeah.
You just go full rush. I don't think MIBR, I mean, they obviously didn't expect that timing, so really nice calling coming from VP.
4-2. Still, MIBR helped by the fact that they are able to, to sort of repurchase, save a couple of things here. So they're still a bit dangerous, but it is kind of on a knife's edge at the moment. If they start to give up too many rounds early on here, then the economy will obviously disappear for them, and things will just get much, much worse from there on out. Mid control is here, which is something you can hold for a while on the CT side, but not forever. Eventually, you have to walk away because you run out of grenades to smoke off the choke points. Oh dear, Fame. He's surely dead. Look, how's he? Oh, it's so fast! He takes down Flammers as well, and he's got Exit there to help him out. Almost pulls out the knife. He's just doing whatever he can. Running out of bullets. He stabs Electronic, and he just wanted more guns. If he could have found another one, he might have actually had it.
Wait, was that a flash kill as well? What just happened at the end? Oh my god.
Surely not.
That's insane. That was so wild.
Talk about using every tool at your disposal. Use minutes away from sharpening up a toothbrush and stabbing him with that as well.
Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. That is great. Well, I mean, that's one way to deal with the B ramp, I suppose.
It is totally legitimate way to try and do it. Definitely scary stuff, and there are ways for that to go horribly wrong. I actually feel like a lot of those B pushes they've been used so much on the CT side that it's also becoming a bit predictable.
Let's check it out again. Oh my goodness. The second kill from MongolZ was pretty insane. Oh my god, what's going on? What's happening?
Oh man, all right, it was just Insani spraying in
flash assist.
That's amazing.
These last 2 rounds happen so fast on the B side. We're into the next one already, so somewhat of a switch up. Varmus, oh my god, just a gun barrel pointed into his neck.
He was about to get the kill in the middle too. Oh my god, if they would have, they were ready to push on the other side too. Electronic goes down. He snuck through the smoke and got caught by MongolZ.
Wow.
There are way too many mad things happening right now.
I know.
We need to cast the timeout.
Well, a reroute here for VP to try to find one way to win the round, and they're just gonna ship it to the A site. Nice position for Brenner, the AK2, feeling good from the spots. The rotations coming into 2 extra players, quick to help, necessary. So Brenner can get the smoke here. A little awkward, but found a little space to work with. Swing comes through, and it's just the taps now, creating such a problem. But Fame finds a way to maybe get this bomb planted.
Oh.
Died for the cause.
Devastating. Icy sprayed down by Insani. It's a really nice, pitch to try and do something in the round. But Breno played it super well, right? Now, getting the kill, staying alive for as long as he really could. Another problem, which is that this time it was the Molotov and the spray down, but even when you get this bomb site with all 5 members alive on the T side, it's so hard to get the bomb plant. Like, you can take the site, but there are... It's no joke. Between CT spawn and Donut, you can spray every plant position, like through the smoke. Not that always happens, but you always have the fear on the T side that you don't know quite enough, and also because you can blow open the smokes. So it's so risky.
One thing that's interesting from VP's perspective, or not super interesting, but just like annoying, is how oppressive MIBR are outside of B. They just every single time they are just out there, just disrupting the positioning and the places, getting kills before VP can set up. Finally, they're chilling out a little bit as far as VP are concerned. I'm
gonna try and go into the middle. It's Flit, I think, leading the charge there. Pretty good grenade coming back in. But they have some control if they want it here, VP. They might not realize it just yet, but they actually are in a position where they can pick it up, and they're gonna rotate back. I'm assuming if they do this, they probably have to execute critically onto the B bomb side. I don't think they can wait a long time because already Safe is realizing there's really nobody in middle, so there's a real clock running against them. Safe takes down Electronic. He was trying to peek from the middle there. That's interesting. Yeah, and they should rotate people back to B now. They might have missed their window here, VP, if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, it's looking grim because the AWP is now in position, like you say. Defensive smoke too, so that is just absolute horror for VP. Having to force their way through. Can they hit the headshots though? Flamus with 2. Maybe there's a chance here. The trade's coming. 2 versus 2. Flit, Flamus on the site, planting now. They've managed to win the bomb site, but their health is low.
Pretty good, even if he doesn't catch anyone. Oh, wait a minute. That went too shallow. They might have to check it anyway. I was going to say, just not having to check the pillar is a nice idea. No more grenades left really on anyone here of interest. Low health on VP, but with the AKs, it's kind of doable. No one's trying to get the wall bang either. They're just both on the ramp. They tap the bomb once. Straight headshot from Flamus. He wants more. And Flit is here waiting. Peeks out into it. He does reveal his position, but the clock's running low. Insani, he's quick to pick it up. And that is as close as you can get to giving up what would have been a massive advantage for MIBR. They had everything down. Like you said, the defensive smoke. They had the rotation coming in. They knew everything they needed to know, and they still almost lost the round.
Yeah, 3v5?
Yeah.
Crazy. Oof. VP is around that sucks to lose, but the fact that you, like you say, were able to get it into a winnable spot, there is some feel-good factor with regards to that, and the feel-good factor for MIBR too, because Insani's able to clutch the 1v2, so, but still, 7-2 advantage now for MIBR.
It's also, it's the kind of round where a lot of teams on the B bomb side will choose not to fight as hard as MIBR did, because you can just do so much damage from them. You can just stay further back and throw grenades onto them while they plant a bomb. Like, there's so many other options. But here we go, back to the same well. The B bomb site once again being assaulted by VP. And Exit trying his best to hold back. A double kill is all it takes, I think, to slow this one down. Icy traded out. Again, it's expensive on the CT economy, but they're winning the rounds. They might not care about losing some of these rifles because the momentum is with them. This is looking like a really strong first half. And you can see, though, for VP, even though it looks a bit one-dimensional, they're so close to winning the fight at B. How would you argue against this? Like, we're almost there. One more trade in our direction, and that's it.
Yeah, they've been really close these rounds, and it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough to also call the switch up. MIBR threw the aggressive CT rounds in at like just the right times. Like earlier, I think in this game, where VP were trying to set up and consistent pushes down B ramp were disrupting them. It's a great pick. First time we saw that too.
That's really nicely done. I mean, the other way to maybe approach this here, VP, is to go back to something more like what they did in the pistol round, where you try to put more Ts in that red room. So that could either be just one player, or it could be, you know, 2 or 3 once you win the mid fight. If you do that, they are going to be smoking it up, and they're not exactly going to take control. Molotov and HE is to try and stop any CTs from rotating that way, because otherwise the CTs will be run boosted up there, so you can try to slow them down for any kind of a fight, but nobody was there. Lukowski is keeping an eye on the B ramp, at least for a second. Exit now in a bit of an awkward position here. They're getting very close and run down by the Tech-9. This is getting out of control. The dominoes are falling at the moment. Insani trying to escape, but Flammers will not let him.
What a great call from VP to just keep hitting that B side hard. Just like you say, they're getting really good fights there. And
yes, but also because they took their eyes off the B ramp. Dan, I hate to say it, but it does make me angry.
Actually, Anders is back.
It makes me mad.
Anders is triggered.
If I was coaching a team, I don't know why I would be, but
that's already something's gone wrong.
I'd be so angry. There'd be like an in-team penalty, you know, where every time you do it, you have to pay something.
The electroshock, negative reinforcements.
Yes.
that was your coaching style would just be based off of electric shock therapy.
Shock collars for everyone on the team.
It's a controversial approach, but maybe it could work.
As soon as they look away from the B ramp, I'm sapping them. It doesn't even matter if the round is still live.
Well, this is a great recovery for VP again. I really love the composure and just the temerity to continue to call this. Getting that third round on the board, and now we're back to a full buy for both sides. No orb for Icy though.
Man, it's a shame there aren't more rounds left, because finally the MIBR economy is low enough that VP could do something, but obviously in round number 12 it doesn't really matter, so VP, best they could do is 4 rounds. It's not great, but it's also not completely lost either. Flammus seeing the push coming, but the flash goes on the box and pops right into his eyeballs. He just couldn't see a thing, could he? Breno just guessing for the smoke. Only 1 bullet left. I really hate that. Typically, you don't try to use all of it. Electronic is handling himself over on the other side of the map. He's actually shut down both players pushing through, and now it's a bit of a weird round because Safe is on a flank with an AWP. If he scopes again, they might be able to hear him, but if he stays here, it could be a free kill on Icy, who's got the right idea, but the wrong gun. AK there, and Icy goes down. That's the bomb lost in the corner as well. The incendiary, that nearly could have killed him. Flash around the corner, he's trying to bait it out. He does spot up Flit. Oh, it's such a great idea, but Safe, he couldn't do it. The bomb is still there, though.
Safe is crazy, and here comes Breno. The orb, though, it has proved to be indomitable on these peaks for either side. And Insani in a 1v3. All these 3 remaining players are weak. And the bomb is only just now being collected. So Insani might have a go of this if he finds a good timing. As he makes his way forward, HE comes on through. Another smoke. Is there a frag to be had? No. Turned away. Still, though, he's gonna surely hear the running, just maybe barely. And he's going the right direction. There's a chance here.
Big chance, only 10 seconds. If he actually stops the bomb plant, oh, he's going to be a little bit slowed for that one. We'll see the jump there. Tries to get a couple of kills as they make their way through, but they double swing him, triple swing him. In fact, in Fame to trade out the kill. A 4th round for VP, and they do recover it just a little bit. I will just have to reiterate, Breno spending his entire magazine shooting through is not something that typically you want to see at a high level. You very often see the opposite, in fact, which is that people will, you know, shoot the first, whatever, like 7 or 13 bullets and then have just enough left that you're trying to bait someone into walking through thinking, oh, maybe I'm reloading, you know, but then you actually don't, you have a lot more. But yeah, that got him killed, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least, even if he didn't get him killed directly, it pushed him far enough back that he couldn't do anything.
It gave up the position, yeah. And, I mean, the crazy thing is that VP in that 3v1 probably had no idea how close they were to losing. That just, like you say, if he just sprays the box, or, you know, there's just so many ways to lose that round. So managing to hold on, and again, I'm very impressed that they managed to get some of those rounds in the fashion that they did, just off of the B rushes, showing that the team still feels confident.
Great work for Electronic here, too.
Yes.
Both these fights.
And that, honestly, that that peak from Safe is quite wild. He's so, it's like, it's beyond telegraphed. He's sending up the flares.
Yeah.
It's crazy, but hey, he was feeling it, I guess. 8-4. Second half, the last half for this matchup.
I always hope they use the Molotov for the afterplant here, but it never happens the way that I want. They always use it early on to clear out, but it is going to be a B execute here. Throwing all the grenades from outside. Flitz, right a bit spotted there, actually.
I think he saw the gun, the barrel of the pistol.
Yeah, they're rotating in a third plan, or a third member here. It's going to be Electronic. He's got to smoke himself, so they can really try and shut this down. We'll see if they're going to be successful or not. Fame already getting tapped up a bit. It's Insani in the middle. Smoke goes up by the donor, but absolutely nobody cares about that. It will be down to the B defense, and let's just see how they play it. They are very close with the dualies. And if the smoke goes up from Electronic behind him, I mean, you're running through smoke into, you know, so many pistols on the other side. There comes the Electronic smoke to set it up, and he's going to play inside of it. This seems truly crazy. This actually could be a bit of a mistake, but it isn't. They've run right past. Flammers goes down. Here come the dualies. He's flashed by Electronic, though. He couldn't actually see more for a kill. Fame gets one onto Breno, and it's a 3 versus 4. The bomb has been picked up again, but it's disastrous for MIBR. They're completely stuck in here, trying to plant the bomb, trying to cover as well. Electronic does go down. 3v3. Icy with the dualies on the one side and Flit on the other as they just crush the offense here. MIBR, they couldn't make it.
That play into the smoke was genius. And I was thinking there's almost a moment there where it's never going to happen. I don't know how you could possibly call it, but like if everyone could just exit through cave, for example, in the 3v3, there's like maybe a chance, but this fight otherwise is so horrendous.
The thing that scared me is that they all ran right past Flit in the smoke, but if they bump into him, then they will be able to call it. They'll say, I'm not moving. Like, you realize at some point, it might take a while, but you're going to know. So that was maybe one of the ways, but it doesn't really matter. VP win the round.
Huge. It's on for VP now.
It is.
And we don't have anything here for MIBR deciding to go for the full save. Although, of course, we can't forget the single flash. By Insani, holding on to that one for dear life.
Yeah, delicious.
Don't want to drop that. That's your chance. That's your ticket. It's the golden ticket.
Yeah, you should always get just the one. I think they wanted to use it in the middle if there had been more, stepping in for the CT side. You could also just use it to get onto the A-bomb site. You can throw it through narrow ceiling that's out there in the hallway, right above where exit is.
It's kind of like a lottery ticket, really, because it's useless most of the time. But there is a chance that it could be impactful.
But can't buy them at the local, kiosk.
No.
Probably for good reason.
Yeah.
Imagine life would be kind of tricky if they were just flying around in the streets.
Yes.
Single grenade still in effect. I mean, they're all here. Look at the rotation. If it wasn't already going to be impossible, I was going to say, oh, one flashbang made a good bomb planted. I don't think that's happening now. Only question is, I think, how many kills they might be able to get if they can sort of, find a good opening. But yeah, bomb plant is off the table. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, everyone dead in like a second. So shout out to the CT defense.
Yeah,
cleaning them up. Everything's so calm right now. The whole game feels somewhat reset. After VP win that pistol, they convert the next one. And we're in the closest game possible now. And it's, of course, the third and final map. This is the qualifying map. And the disqualifying one for the team that loses. It's all on the line here between MIBR and VP. And we get the mid-take.
Insani, he just really wanted to go for it. I do kind of admire it. Does get pushed back by all the grenades that were there. Flits flashed for a minute here, but yeah, that battle for mid is just so important. And the fact is, VP weren't doing a very good job. Like, there were times where they were granted the middle by the fact that MIBR just weren't holding it, but their actual fights there, they weren't that impressive. And it takes away a giant part of the strat book. Like, the fact is, there are so many things that VP never even got to try on that first half. This, though, is really cool. Dink onto Lokauzi as well, and Insani is already low from the start, so even if it's just one kill, it is a very weakened MIBR at the moment.
This is the bonus for VP too, effectively.
Yep.
3 MP9s on board against the AKs. And Insani and Lokauzi will get chewed up. The MP9 is almost better to have than an M4 at this point with how weak those two guys are, but are they saving?
Well, they're throwing away the guns with nothing else just so that there isn't, because they don't, might not, why leave an extra AK on the ground? But yeah, they are
given all map control. You don't often see this like on the T side, actually. But yeah, I think like you said, that you do not just don't give the AKs to the players that have the MP9s.
Yeah, because what could be better than, for a bonus round where you get MP9 kills and you get to upgrade into AKs? Like, it's the Electronic is looking for it.
And each weakened player is with a healthy player. They split them up, which is also good.
Well, there we go.
So VP's only now kind of realizing maybe that
it's a full unsafe, yeah. I don't think it dawned on them either. Funnily enough, there would have been a chance for a bomb plant, but obviously there's no way for either team to have guessed what was going on at the end of it here. Yeah, not the most exciting round, but honestly, as a choice for MIBR, it just does make sense.
Yeah, it really does. And again, like, the stakes are so huge.
It's very hard to predict who's going to be winning this one. Timeout called. Again, there's such a huge array of strategies that were never available to VP because of how little control they had. So much of it revolved around just essentially getting the jump on the B-bomb side defense. And fair enough, I mean, it's not that's a bad idea, but typically there's a lot more depth, right? There's the entire donut area that was hardly tested out by the T side in the first half, and again, that red room position is one that can be used to, like, even if you just get a T player in there, as the defense shifts around, that player can pick off anyone or just listen to them. Like, there's so many other options. There are also some really cool out of spawn A executes that just test, you know, how nervous is that A defense, or if anyone is even there, and you can sort of throw all the grenades and still not commit to it. So, yeah, there's a lot of options to go for.
Well, heavy B presence once again. In fact, they are maybe going to take a page from VP's book and straight in. The spray there for the second, not going to be found. And the stoppage on the choke, massive for VP. Can they continue to stop them as they come on through? It looks pretty damn good for that. Just 2 left in the 2 versus 3 for MIBR. Now, trying to scale onto the sides. Safe. He's going to have to connect something here. 3 players. I mean, they can wait for the plant before they do anything here. There's lots of util left. There's that incendiary forcing him out with the peek from Flit. It's perfect team play. MVP shut down the B site completely. The bomb is lost on the B ramp as well.
Because there were actually 4 people at the site, nobody knew that Flit was going to be in that corner either. Even without the incendiary, I doubt they would have been able to check it, because Icy fell back from his position making a lot of noise. And I think that's somewhat intentional, because the more noise he makes, the less attention there is on Flit on the other side. 45 seconds. Bomb obviously lost here.
2 chances gone. And with that, I don't think there is a chance now.
No, probably not.
2 1v1s. That's really the best I think you can ask for.
Get a wallbang. You know you want to exit.
25 seconds. There are kills. It would have to be something quite ridiculous. A timing as well. There's 1. There's 2! There's 1 more to find! Oh, and he's so close, exit! Looking for the 1v3. It is painfully close, but not to be. As VP, hold on.
You could see that first fight was that CT player was not expecting to get peeked, because he's got a teammate that he thinks is covering from the other angle. Oh my god, that's such a sick attempt. Really well done.
So insanely close, my god. That would have been the clutch of the match.
Oh yeah.
Potentially, depending on how the game would finish, of course, but look how low Flit was. And he got Exit got a few bullets off there.
Yeah.
Oh, back to pistols for MIBR. 8-8.
Classic utility coming out from VP. The Molotov, or the incendiary, into the HE to try and stop anyone from running past here. Electronic going to be walking in to check it. No more grenades thrown from the B bomb site, but he will throw down a smoke of his own. See if they find the timing that they are looking for here towards the middle of the map. Smokes up, Molotov's in. They do. Oh! So sick.
Ooh.
Oh, why is he like that though?
And VP are kind of scrambling to get onto that gun. I think Famus, yeah, he's rescued it. He's rescued it. Very well done. But in the meantime, MIBR taking some space in mid.
Can he do it again? He's low on health here. Surely he's not got one more deal shot like that in him. Fame backing up there. It's kind of close, but he's still stuck in a weird corner. Underhanded grenade, I do like it. And Flit shows up. They do lose Fame, but it's still sort of slowing down the round, I think, enough that the rest of VP should be able to do something. Spray is in, Safe and Lukowski. See if they can help each other out here. Actually, Lukowski has a bit of an opportunity. Smoke's going to be fading. Weird position for the CTs, and the Dink is in. That was the opportunity. If he gets that one, I think they might have won the round, but now it's safe to try and do a bit of a clutch here. With only 20 seconds, it's so unlikely. Flitz, I think, with a triple in that round. Pretty good hold, but there was a moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of sweatiness happening right now for VP. Trying to just get through some of these rounds that it seems so good, but there's always a chance with MIBR. Both teams, of course, so locked in right now. 9-8 for VP as they finally take the lead for the first time in this one.
Okay, so we're going to see a lot of flashbangs going over. 3 or 4 in total from CT spawn to allow Insani to, you know, continue to take the fight there. There's nobody there from VP, so it's a good round for the CT side to basically not spend too much utility, say, yeah, fine, you can have middle, but we'll have more grenades later on, and hopefully that'll play out in our favor.
Yeah, that's a great point, because there's only one smoke for Breno, and Fame. Okay, they've got 2 players on A, but quick push there towards the A holes, and sees nothing. So they can shift away from the A site, shift the setup to be better for mid and B.
This is the thing that we discussed earlier. You get one player close enough to Red Room, then as you control the CT rotations, that player can be so pivotal. So right now it's Exit that they've got very, very close here. And let's see how they decide to play it. There's also a lot of strategies where you put pressure on B and then you run back through middle into donut into A. And then that mid player is the one controlling them. Ooh. How's he alive? Look, how's he? But now that they know that push is on, they know there's 2 players there. So why not try and push the middle of it? Exit leading the charge, Flit at a massive off angle, but it also means he can't escape. He has to fight to the death in this position. Grenade goes down right in front of him. He's going to try for the spray down. Quick trade there for Breno, and just one player at the A bomb site. Fame in the back, 23 seconds. He can win the round. He can still do this. If the bomb is dropped in a weird position, it might be on once again. Oh, but never mind. Insani is absolutely a freak right now. He's got 15 kills, but some of the shots that he lands are just devastating.
Double setup in Donut, and here's the AWP. Oh, it's perfect. You couldn't have a better gun for that spot in Icy. I don't think they can do anything now. That was the kill to shut it down. Retake is blown up, and MIBR, they're going to tie up the game. And if we take a look at the money, it's not amazing for VP. They'll still have a buy going into the next round. Well, actually, hang on. Flit. Hang on.
He's got some.
Hang on. Where? He's got a stash, Anders. He's tearing the mattress apart in this next round. He's going to supply his team, but...
Yeah, he's been accumulating that interest. It really is the ultimate time here for MIBR to actually win a round because, like you said, the money, even if there is a bit of a bonus there on Flit, it is not far from dropping quite low. There is a huge opportunity, even though is a bit of a cliche. At the end of the day, on the CT side, so much of this is going to be down to the cash and how long they can keep it going. Really great trade here. Great understanding of what was happening on the macro in this round too, because of the double push down the ramp at B. They take an educated guess that there's not going to be more than 1 or 2 people on the A side, which is quite likely. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the Util's in mid, but MIBR, it's the B setup they're interested in.
Look at the forward push, though. Fame is so far ahead, so they can rotate 3 people over. MIB, they're pushing into a giant stack right now. This could go horribly wrong. Flit is good for the early spray down. Electronic is there to help out. There's a lot of utility on the site, sure, but MIBR are making no headway. Now they are getting nuked on the ramp. Grenade after grenade, a 3rd kill there to take down Exits. My God, that is utility damage off the charts in that run. I think it was 3 grenades landing on them.
Oh my God, yeah, it's an airstrike, and that's horrendous because MIBR just picked up a round and they get completely destroyed there. And it was just way too easy. They did 0 economic damage to their opponents. This really feels like their backs are completely against the wall here. I don't know quite what the buy option looks like. Okay, so they're gonna go for it. We see the AWP there picked up by Safe. So they're going to go as deep as they can to get as much on board as possible for this buy round. Couple Galils there, so it is not looking good. Exit's going to be fine, but they have to win this round, Anders.
This is also the potential danger of MIBR never having tried for some of those faster A executes, because suddenly it allows Fame, who even if he got no kills in that last round, he is the architect of what allows them to have the huge setup over at the B-bomb side. And that's the issue when it becomes, I don't want to say predictable, but when you don't put enough fear into the defense over at A, then suddenly they become a little bit more happy to go and peek. It was a perfect round to do it in.
Definitely. Yeah, lack of the overall default to catch stuff like that, and VP, typical mid opening from them.
Yeah. Flashes on over. Look, how's he coming in from the other side here, so they're going to try and crunch the middle on the T side from 2 different directions. Fame, he didn't even want to fight. He just wanted to put down the smoke, but can't when he's dead.
Big pace, but well, they expect Electronic. He's got a great angle there, so 1 for 1 though. Flit picks up 1. There's no trade, and there's no position for MIBR. They're going to have to abandon the push onto that site.
Yeah, but that might be fine. It's still, there's a lot of time left. And VP are the ones that might be a bit panicked here. Safe has walked in. I don't know if they've heard the scope, but they certainly are worried about it. Flammers, I don't think he heard it. He goes straight into it. Icy coming up next here. Safe. He should be able to win that fight, but he doesn't even have to take it. The bomb is going to be making its way to the site. Planted way out in the open here. And to be honest, VP, they don't have... They have some money, but it's so risky if you run out. They're going to back out so far away from it. Going to tie up the game once again, 10-10. Great call on MIBR. Like you said, that there wasn't an opportunity to trade the initial spray down from Flit there when they were coming out of Donut and deciding to call it off, which is really hard to do, right? In that kind of a moment. It's, yeah. Sometimes you just go into, you know, pure fight mode. And it's like, no, we just got to keep battling.
Yeah, and then just Safe is just in a position to just instantly set up to hit the cross, have a line on the cross, when every CT's now trapped on the A side, and they have to cross. And do you flash that? Are you expecting an AWP to be holding the line there? I mean, probably very rarely, no. I mean, in that particular spot, so it's too perfect for MIBR. And they're back in it again.
It's also an insanely hard position to flash because you have it basically that flashbang has to bounce off a bunch of walls, and he can just go into the corner and hide. So like even if you throw the flashbang, there's absolutely no guarantee that it's actually going to do what you want. Very, very tricky stuff there.
Man, this is so close. Again, we highlighted had MIBR lost that round, their money was so destroyed. So
yeah,
we're 10-10 right now, and let's see if VP can get themselves back in winning ways. The initial challenge by Insani is not good, but Flit makes good of it. 2 kills to follow it up. 4 versus 3 for VP now.
Where was Lukauzi? He was behind. He was supposed to be able to help out this mid push. Insani did his job, but I feel like Lukauzi should have been there to punish Flit. That's the whole point of the mid crunch that MIBR were trying to execute. He must have been distracted by something else, but I'm not sure what. That'd be worth going back to look at.
They're resetting into the stack, though. Oh, hang on. Well, maybe it's not a stack. We've got Flit kind of asking questions of mid, but it will be the B push here from MIBR. All in on B.
Speaking of which, he's playing in a crazy game. He's got 19 kills. He's outfragged everybody in the server. And Icy, he's holding his eyes on that ramp, which warms my heart. Now, there are 2 Molotovs, and they can Molotov both the position that both Flammers and Icy were in at the moment, so that could make it kind of awkward. Also, that Jiggle Peak can get killed, and it will. Safe goes for the shot, and now Icy's in trouble, and he knows it as well. They're all coming through the cave. 30 seconds, backup is going to be there. But Molotov on the one side here, deep Molotov onto Flit, trying to keep him back. He runs in front. He's actually going to be forced back. He was trying to run through it, but now he's alone. They've killed everyone else. Safe with 2 shots of the AWP in this round already. And now Flit in the back line, walks straight into it. Safe with the triple. A huge round that could put MIBR just over the edge to qualify for the playoffs.
And I got to say, I'm sure Caster said it before, but Safe, the safest pair of hands right now, because these situations are so high pressure, and getting that instant kill on a jiggling player, that's everything. If he doesn't get the kill instantly here, like that kill, I don't know that they have any position whatsoever to win this round. So unbelievable performance in the last 2 rounds here from Safe. What an absolute godsend for MIBR. And now they put VP on their back in terms of the economy. Couple MP9s, they have some util, a single M4 now that they've lost Flit early in this round.
Yeah, probably the hardest player to lose at the moment here. Sneaking in. There's no grenades to be thrown for Fame, so he just has to cross his fingers and hope that he can find a bit of a gap here. He realizes Lukauzi could be there, but he hasn't really been able to spot him out, and it's dangerous. Teammates are coming in. It's a long spray, down to 7 bullets, trying to disconnect from the battle, but he can't make it back, and that was the issue. If he'd taken that fight 2 seconds earlier, then Exit was further away, and he would have been able to escape. Not that he could have known it. 4 versus 3. Still plenty of time here on Breno. He does have the right idea. Oh, he spotted it out. Electronic shot in the back. That's a question of pure timing. And now we're down to what? A 5-7 and an MP9 in a 2 versus 4. There should be no way. There should be no world in which they can make it back into this one. Grenades are set up there. Breno with a bit of a long spray, but it will connect. A couple of good kills for him in the round. And Flammers sent packing. The bomb is being pulled over to the site here. It will be 12 rounds for MIBR. I think Flammers has to find a gun and get that into the next round. fight for overtime.
Yeah, and their money's so wrecked. It's crazy.
And I think Exit is holding the weapons.
I mean,
yep,
Safe has to be, if they win MIBR, Safe has to be the MVP for me. Some of these shots he's hit, and there we go. Flammer's taken down. 12-10, one round away from the arena. Here at PGL Astana. MIBR so close now.
You can give it to Safe if you want. I'm so biased. I think some of the shots Insani have been hitting, I actually still don't know how he does it. His name couldn't be better. Like, it's so crazy. Timeout called. VP. Last one that they have. They need 2 in a row to get this one into overtime. MIBR. Listen, it's a really long flight back to Brazil from here. We are in Kazakhstan. Go look at the map. They don't want to be flying home just yet. They want to keep it going.
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be really, really tough to come back with what VP have in hand in this round. But we'll see if they can come up with something creative to do so.
There are so many things that haven't happened in this game yet that normally happen. I don't think I've seen a single wallbang kill at B yet. And that's the most common thing that happens all the time. Still haven't seen those fast A plays that are like right out of T spawn. So just a different kind of meta that we're watching at the moment, which is really interesting. Double nade in the middle, right on top of Fame. Could have been a lot worse, I think. Insani gets dropped at the beginning. Okay, one step in the right direction.
Hero M4 for Fame. Wow, deep positions for the CTs.
Oh, look at this. Look, Housey. He might just keep going on the B ramp, to be honest. What else is he supposed to do on this side? Yeah. Oh, he comes back for it and way oversteps. I think that's a big misplay.
Okay.
Not even going back, but running back in that way, I don't think is necessary.
There's over a minute. 5 CTs. They're going to be able to collect that AK. And they're going to reshove into the A sides. This is going to be so incredibly hard for MIBR. Safe has to deliver an opening kill again. They're going to contact it through. Breno, first man.
They want to boost.
The boost, there's one. Over the top, can't find it. 2 against 4 right now, and they are getting gutted. Just exit in the 1v3.
With it, sub 40 seconds here. Oh, that's a pretty good adjustment, to be honest. He probably should have died right then and there. 1v2 now, at range. A bit of a burst coming out. And that M4 is very low in the corner. Exit runs like he knew he was there. He was going to hard clear that one. I honestly thought he would have had the kill at the very least, but that's not going to be the case. They will pick up the round.
The most unlikely round.
Yeah, but there is a lot of money still on the T side. So it's not like MIBR just auto, lose this next one. Oh, I think, look how... I don't think there's any justification for him swinging it that wide and making that much noise. I did like his positioning otherwise, but 11-12, gone to the 24th round. It couldn't be better here. We're trying to find one last spot in the playoffs here in Astana. Outside of B, we go again. They did steal an AWP and the AK onto Flit, but otherwise, could see they're still lacking something on the VP side. The money's really been an issue for them. If they get this into overtime, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? It'd be a bit of a miracle, to be honest, if they get that far.
Boost here with the AWP. I don't know that we've seen this with the AWP here. Safe, self-flash, flash, peek, let's go. Blink, doesn't land. Looking for another one. Is there a victim to be had here in the sights for Safe? Surely there's no peek given. The AWP's on the angle. Well, there's the smoke to take that angle away. And MIBR, they need to get some map control if they can't find an opening pick. So we'd expect them to start pressuring forward. Mid has to be next.
Yeah, they thought Icy was going to be AWPing B. And we know that because Safe throws the flash, and that's something you'd only do if you think that there's going to be the AWP on the other side, so you're trying to push that AWP away so that you get a better angle, but AWP wasn't there, and it still isn't. Icy's all the way on the other side. There's an attempted wallbang. Like I said, normally a lot of kills come out that way in modern-day Ancient. Electronic. Weirdly, these angles are so hard to clear out. Like, everyone knows they exist, but it's not easy to actually get the job done. We're down to 20 seconds, by the way. They have to go for it right now. There's the MP9. It's so much damage for the kill. Not quite there yet. Flammers drops low. Wallbang attempt as well, but Exit is the one to really pick it up. 10 seconds on the clock as they flood onto the B-bomb side. They need a couple of more here. 3v3. The bomb is planted with barely any time left, but there's a deep flank as well. Fame coming in on the other side. He's going to stop Exit, and now it's down to Breno and Safe. Let's see what they could do. Overtime or bust here for MIBR. They spray it down. Breno, it's such a long fight. And Safe now to try and stop the defuse. They do have a kit onto Flit as well, so they haven't tapped it yet. And Safe, he's not quite sure. Sneaks into it here late. Oh, he shoots him in the back and tries to escape. Ducking around the corner, and now it's on Flitz. He's tapped it once. He's all on defuse. He's not going to come off it now. The peek is in. Safe with the headshot. He shuts it down. An epic clutch to get MIBR into the arena. And the celebrations and honor. Who could blame them? What a relief for the Brazilian squad.
Devastating loss for VP. They fought so hard and came back so many times against this dynamic Brazilian squad, but who else other than Safe? I mean, it's so fitting that he gets the execution for the clutch to bring his team forward to the arena. Oh, I gotta take a breath, and see what the analysts think.
TDK's got to take a breath. I think Safe is taking a very big breath, probably a sigh of relief after that as well. What a moment to have to stand up and carry your team to the playoffs of PGL Astana.
The final few rounds was pure cinema, Maui. That was just such intense Counter-Strike. And yeah, commiserations of VP, man. They really brought it back there in the second half, but MIBR, despite all expectations, they come out on top.
Great to see Safe close it out with the 1v2 right there. So many ways that MIBR tried to finish things for themselves. Tried the fast plays, the spread out ones, but it really came down to the clutch. And man, this was exactly how you want to send off a group stage. And MIBR, man, a bit poetic that they are getting the better of a team to birth themselves into a playoffs, defeating the same VP that took them down early in Katowice in this year.
Yes.
It was so close. It was so hard fought. You could see how hungry both these teams were coming into this third map. What was it that MIBR was doing that allowed them to claim the victory in the end?
I feel like, especially the first half, right? Just such a solid CT side from them. And honestly, for VP, again, comes down to what we discussed earlier, Maui. Just overcomplicating a lot of these rounds. When they were trying to make it simple, that's when they were able to rest a couple of rounds going their way. And then at the very end, I think, again, it was about simplicity from MIBR, just grouping up together, trading efficiently. But you gotta say, it was the individuals. We saw Insani with some pivotal rounds coming out from him. And Safe was, as always, such a reliable player.
Just sick execution at the very end for MIBR. I mean, they slowed it down just a tad. They knew the full-on B hit wasn't really actually striking a chord for them, but just kind of at least waiting out the early utility, not running in with a full-blown rush, just kind of letting the round sit for a while. And I mean, again, you could see how much it means to these guys. The fact that they've had a pretty bad season, all things considered. Sure, they're making it to the major, but really, in terms of results this year, they haven't made any playoffs. They've come in nearly dead last place at a lot of the events that they've been at. But we've known that there's been a lot of skill on this roster, and it feels like they've been close in a lot of the matches versus higher opposition. So to see him get it over the line here, really a welcome sight.
And also for me, like having watched the first couple of days of play here for MIBR and looking at the pieces that they have, I expect them to do much better. I was way more critical of Exit and the calling and everything, but it seems like everything's kind of fallen in place when it mattered the absolute most. So yeah, well done, and shout out to Exit for leading from the front, from the front.
What's quite nice, our standout player is with us now. Safe, how's that heart rate after that last round? You feeling okay?
No words, to be honest. You know, we were on the flow there, you know, just trying to communicate. It was tough, but we're blessed to be on the arena.
I have a quick question, Safe. Like Anubis, you know, it's a map that you guys love to play and everything, but that was your CT side is something where it felt like VP knew exactly how to abuse. So can you just expound on that?
I think, first of all, I think CT side Anubis is the most difficult half on CS right now. So it's kind of tough because it's our pick, and we always start on CT side. So I mean, that's something that we're trying to work. Of course, I think against G2 we have a good CT side, but it's not always that you're gonna have a good CT side. And yeah, that's how it is.
Safe. The season for you guys for MIBR has been pretty rocky, a lot of kind of low place finishes. So what does it mean to get into the playoffs here at Astana?
It's amazing, to be honest. We are really enjoying the country, so being again on the playoffs, it's really good. I don't think we were in the arena with this roster. I think just at the major, which even the group stage was arena.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the first time, so it's going to be really cool.
What is I know you guys were boot camping in Portugal before this. How much did that help for your guys' results here at this event?
Actually, the boot camping in Portugal is always tough because of the ping. So the results on the screens are always bad.
Okay.
But we were working really hard, trying to talk a lot. Because we knew even with the bad results on screens, it doesn't show the map that we have, the pool that we have. So that's something we are always trying to talk and trying to figure things out.
I'm just looking at your guys' results on day 1 and day 2, and then 3, 4, 5 onwards, right till today. It felt like you guys were ramping up. It just felt like you guys are finally coming together. Can you talk a bit about the struggles, I guess, for the first couple of days for you guys?
I think we had a good start against G2. But then we faced the Mongols, which is an amazing team, It's really tough to play against. They're really aggressive. And then we have FURIA, I think, right?
Yeah, I think
FURIA.
so. Yeah.
And that's a game that we thought that could have been our ways as well. The Inferno was really close. So I think just keeping the calmness in mind and knowing that we can come back from those results.
What do you think as a team is your biggest strength that you're going to be bringing to the arena?
Definitely resilience. I think the resilience that we are having, it's been really, really good. Everybody's trying to step up, so I think that's it.
I think the resilience showed today, actually, Maui.
Yeah. I mean, I had a question about that because even just thinking back to Mirage, you guys started both halves pretty poorly, but then you made really good adjustments. I mean, talk about resilience, but there's got to be ideas too. Who's coming up with the ideas?
I think everybody is trying to help, everybody's trying to help. We have a lot of aggressive players, and Exit is being amazing as well. JNT as well, trying to call the timeouts and trying to come up with something. And yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. You got a little bit of time to celebrate now in Astana, at least until tomorrow when I'm sure you're going to be practicing. So we're going to send you on your way. Goodbye. Well done.
Thank you very much.
And there you go, ladies and gents. MIBR make their way to the playoffs. The Brazilians are going to be showing us what they have to offer as we go to the arena. And gents, we now have our entire set of teams that are going to be heading to that Astana arena to showcase to the crowd their first time that they get a CS event here, what is on the table and what we have to offer.
I think it's pretty stacked, right? All the usual suspects coming out on top. We obviously have MongolZ, Spirit, Navi, Astralis. I think a few surprises here. And of course, Aurora kind of snuck it at the end over there. I expected it to be a little bit easier.
Should have been cleaner, probably.
Should have been way cleaner. But I guess the big surprise would have to be, for me, FURIA and MIBR.
I mean, I'm surprised about, FURIA, MIBR, NIP are the 3 teams that made it to the playoffs where I'm very pleasantly surprised with all 3 of them, especially FURIA. I mean, NIP, they've been just grinding for so long on the online circuit. And for MIBR themselves, it's really cool that at the end of the season, it seems like they're having the upswing. And I also know that, they're going to, he just talked about how the Portuguese boot camp or there's high ping. It's like, can't really get all the most out of the results. But they're going back to that. After this event, they're going to go right back to Portugal, which will help them prep for the major too.
Let's take a look now at the bracket so you have an idea of how we got here and what you can expect. This is the playoffs, ladies and gents. You can see on your screens MongolZ up against Aurora, Navi via Astralis, FURIA, MIBR.
How did that even happen?
How? Every time. And then NIP up against...
Oh, come on, NIP. I feel bad for NIP right now. Like, hey, here's your prize for getting to the playoffs in what, 600 days?
Wow.
Get donked.
Guys, that top half of the bracket is pretty stacked.
That's brutal.
The MongolZ versus Aurora in the first
Part
round.
6, by the way.
Oh, man. And then also Navi. I am thankful that Navi's on the other side of the bracket is Spirit, though, because to me, that is one that's going to heat up into the hopefully the grand finals, but we'll see if there's any upsets.
This this is going to be your schedule on Friday. We're going to start the day with a banger. What a way to start the quarterfinals in the arena. Bright.
I want the morning
early.
shift. I want the morning shift. I
There
want
we
that.
go.
That one's
Those
good.
are
That's a
the-
good one.
Oh, that's mine, man.
The incredible games. Richard Lewis and I are going to have to arm wrestle for who gets the morning shift a little bit later. But there you go. Those are your quarterfinals, boys.
Yeah, 4 best-of-3s on Friday, and what a way to start a weekend, right? It's got to be Hello CS, because these are clear, for me, apart from, I guess, VP fumbling at the end over there, these are kind of like the favorite teams to make it through. So I'm happy to see there weren't too many crazy upsets, so to speak.
Do you know what I love is that for the fans that are here in Astana, this is how they're going to start the arena. Their first time having Counter-Strike here, such a big moment. And we just go, hey, here's Aurora versus the Mongols. Have at it. What a way to start this.
I'm arguably 2 of the 6 best teams in the world. I probably have MongolZ and Aurora as like my number 5 and my number 6.
Yeah, arguably.
I mean,
yeah.
they've had great seasons thus far. Yeah, what a great way to kick it off. And also we got the local Kazakhstani player actually making it too in MongolZ for FURIA. I think that he's gonna get a huge welcome from his countrymen.
Not only his countrymen, this is his hometown.
Oh, that's even
Astana is
sicker.
actually his
Oh, okay.
hometown. So this is pretty mental. Like he gets.
It's almost
to
like a
walk-
fairy tale for this kid.
It's magic. I
And he just got picked up too.
And by a
What is
Brazilian team.
I said to DDK, I was like, it's the most magical story for me. And then I did say, I hope that they don't get spurred in the first round because that would not be.
Well, they got MIBR,
They
so
got
that should be
MIBR,
fun.
So that's pretty exciting. What's also exciting is on Saturday, the 2 boys here, you are going to be taking to the stage, gents, to show us your skills in a very special show match.
Oh, wait, we get to play with Oni?
Wait, who's on our team? Oni Pixel.
Gold?
What the? Gold. Was?
Was is this?
What?
Oh, wait, shit, who's on the other side?
Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my
that's where
god.
the
Mo and
real-
Adren.
Bro, what the?
Yo, they're from my favorite team ever. They're from my favorite CS.
Sure, but I don't want to go up against them.
Jesus.
I
This is gonna be
know-
tough. This is gonna be tough, Bled. We gotta shape up.
Yeah.
We
I
gotta
do
shape
know
up.
that the 2 boys here are pretending that they didn't know who was on their team, but I am under.
Way to give it away.
I was
Thanks,
going to say
man.
I'm under the impression that you've been getting some special coaching. That you have an actual coach. You've been prepping for this one.
Wait, we have a code?
Ayo!
Oh, gee!
Holding the belt. Richard Lewis will be right behind us, giving us instruction. I expect him to call all 3 of his timeouts in pivotal moments, and I will tell everybody exactly if his speeches are as good as Zonix or if they're as good as Blades.
I'm just wondering who's going to put through a table, but we'll find out later on.
Oh my gosh, there you go. That's the show match. That's going to be taking place before the 2 semi-finals on Saturday. So if you're a fan in the arena for this weekend, hot damn, it's going to be a good time. If you're watching at home, you get to enjoy this. I, for one, cannot wait to watch Mr. Lewis coach this band of misfits, degenerates. I was trying to think of a cool name to explain you all. but there
Degenerates,
you
I
go.
like that.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
all
All
to
right.
play for. We got 1 day off. We're going to give you a break so that you can prepare yourself mentally for the arena. On Friday, that is when the action goes down. PGL Astana playoffs kicking off. We are going to say goodbye now, and we'll see you all then.